Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm hustling.
We have new video from a crash that sent welterweight boxing champion Errol Spence Jr. to the intensive care unit. The crash ejected the boxer, but miraculously, he is expected to be okay.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
It's been a miracle and a blessing from God that, I haven't had anything serious that would have had me out for a year or two, or just would have been, ending my career. None of them guys wish that I wasn't back so fast, but I am back, and I want to fight the top names in the division.
I have to ask you about your eye. We were all worried about you when you had to pull out of the Manny Pacquiao fight.
I want to fight, so
But you could have gone blind.
yeah, one eye. I got another eye, so.
WBC and IBF welterweight champion of the world.
That's why I sound back, and I told people I didn't want to tune-up fight. I've been getting a second chance at life, and I've been getting a third chance at boxing. Nobody's avoiding Terrence Crawford. It's big fish on this side too that, I gotta fry. Like I said, I'm gonna get these belts over here, then I'm gonna come take Terrence Crawford belt because I said I'm gonna be undisputed welterweight champion of the world.
SDS Promotions.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Today is your Sunday recap for the big pay-per-view fight. Listen, there was a lot more boxing than just the pay-per-view fight, so feel free to call in and really discuss everything that took place last night. If you want to talk the Golden Boy card, that took place over the weekend. If you want to talk the Golden Boy card with cruiserweight Zurdo Ramirez becoming champion and giving us hope of an all-out Mexican affair versus, David Benavidez in the near future, feel free to do so. We're going to try and focus on the PBC on Prime pay-per-view, which would be, I guess, the focus of today's show. Again, if you want to call in to discuss Oscar Valdez knocking out Liam Wilson and capturing another world title, vacant and interim at the moment, but that soon will be elevated to full status once and if Emmanuel Navarrete is, able to successfully capture the WBO at 135. But, man, Tszyu came up short in a split decision loss in a very gruesome, bloody battle versus Sebastian Fundora that had nothing to do with a punch, man. So, credit to Lubin, who was watching the fight and tweeted out that, Sebastian won that fight. And I had Sebastian winning that fight as well, even though it was a split decision win. I know people can see it going both ways, but certainly I agree with Lubin that the cut played its part. It certainly helped. Sebastian get that win the way that he did. I mean, Tim was so preoccupied with just wiping blood away, trying to keep that blood out of his eyes. Again, it was a modern day classic, right? It's kind of the fights that we want, that we can, go back to. And Tim and Fundora certainly not lived up to it because we weren't expecting this, but they certainly gave us something that we can go back and watch. Shout out to Fundora, who fought tall I didn't think he could do that. We kind of begged him to do that for a while now. Let me see, could I get this screen share here without sharing other things that always seem to be popping up and shit when I'm trying to do this. Hold on a sec. But yeah, I just want to screen share this face. I mean, fucking Fundora, not Fundora, well, both of them, they just were a bloody mess, you know? And yeah, it's a good fight. It's a good fight. Now, I had issues yesterday. I don't know what the fuck is going on in Florida, or in my part of Florida anyway. I had issues with internet, so I had to wake up early. And I found out that Amazon Prime doesn't sell the pay-per-view the day after. Payperview.com does, but certainly not Amazon Prime. When I went to my Prime and I went to the event, it said it was locked and that event had ended. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty strange. Which, if you clicked more details, you know, it said that the event actually could be purchased 7 days before it was available, which was like, okay, that's, I guess, cool, so you won't forget it, but it doesn't help on the playback. But this is the picture here, and I mean, everything went wrong for Tszyu because of that cut over the head, and that blood just kept streaming into his face and eyes, and he kept wiping it. I don't know that this fight is as difficult as it is for Tszyu in the rematch, if and when it happens, because we'll talk about that. I really don't want to talk about that, but we'll talk about that because, you know, Samson Lewickovic doing what Lewickovic does, you know. When Plant told you that he always wanted that Benavidez fight, Lewickovic does what he does, and he, you know, maximizes on his fighters' revenue, as he said, right? So that's what they plan to do after Fundora, you know, got this big win and upset Tszyu, capturing, you know, well, should I say taking, you know, Tszyu's WBO and capturing the vacant WBC. Errol Spence on Twitter right away said he don't do lines because, you know, fight fans was trying to tell him he got to wait in line, and he said he don't do lines. And I mean, Lewickovic kind of confirmed that, man. They are looking to do another fight before they even think about Tszyu. Tszyu also has the cut to deal with. I don't know how much time he'll need off for that cut because it's at the top of the head, you know. But he is going to need some time off. And Fundora himself, man, that was a tough fight. He got hit with a lot of shots. He fought better than we've seen him fight, but he did get hit with a lot of shots. He's going to have to watch that tape and, you know, try to capitalize on what he did do well if he does give Tszyu the rematch. But the fight of the night probably is Isaac Pitbull Cruz, man. Doing what he does. Listen, I can't help but feel upset that we no longer have Matias on PBC. If they just would have offered him something better than the welterweights they was trying to give him, because goddamn, bro, Pitbull and Matias, that might be the Puerto Rican-Mexico rivalry fight that we've always wanted all our life. I don't think there's ever been two guys like that. And I'm not big on Pitbull's power. I mean, he hit Rolly with everything. Yes, Rolly was affected by it, but like, yo, Tank hits Rolly, he's out, goes down. Like, bro, Rolly was like one of the Fantastic Four because his legs were so rubbery, but he wouldn't go down, bro. He wouldn't go down, you know. Pitbull obviously hits hard. I mean, you've seen the effects of those punches, but I still feel like, ugh, how hard, right? Because it's like Rolly wouldn't go down. He just wouldn't go down. He did all that bragging and talking outside the ring, and obviously Cruz told him he does his talking in the ring, and that's certainly what he did by becoming the WBA junior welterweight champ. He says he's going to be a champ for a long term. So I think to him, the fight with he and Barroso is also going to be entertaining because of his style. You know, it's really Isak's style, but we seen with his previous fight with Giovanni Cabrera that you do have to match him with the right style in order for him to shine. I mean, Rolly took the wrong approach. He went back foot mentality, and that just, you know, really added fuel to the fire. The first left hook that landed, it was a wrap. It really put Rolly on Bambi legs, man. And he landed quite a few right hands of his own. But it looks like the move up in weight certainly was a better move for Cruz than it was for Rolly. Rolly, you know, again, he showed signs of being affected by the shots where Cruz took those right hands and kept on coming forward, trying to take out his man. But look, phone lines are open if you want to call in. There's too many fights to discuss. You know, you just call in. Let us know, you know, which ones were the fight of the nights for you and which ones you paid attention to. Obviously, you know, we watched the Valdez and pretty much everything on the ESPN card and the pay-per-view card. Not that Golden Boy card. Haven't consumed that just yet. But, again, I lost internet here, man. This part of Florida is pretty wild, and I don't know if I got to get a specialist because it's not the first time. But, yeah. Phone lines open if you want to call in. Twitter Spaces and Discord available. I did forget to put that link in the live chat, so I'm going to go ahead and do that while we get to our first call. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. It's going to help with the visibility of the show, and it's going to put this episode in the eyes of boxing fans that don't know we rock out 7 days a week. We got 619 Cali Factor $5. Salute Ness and the panel. Since Fundora versus Spence is most likely next, I want to see Bud versus Laura or Jamal next for one of the middleweight belts. I don't know that could happen, man. Hearing the Leonard Ellerby interview with Ron Goodall from Fight Hype, it just seems that they're not in the Crawford business until Crawford lays down with PBC. He made it clear that they're going to take care of Earl because Earl is one of the PBC guys. That's why Earl will cut the line. That's why Fundora will drop the belt. Like, these things are just part of business and who you with. You got to be loyal to who's feeding you, right? $10 counter punch from Kerry G, King Counter on Twitter. We're going to get to you in a sec. And we got RRT Boxing with Mr. A. Hold on, Kerry. That's for you, Kerry. Appreciate you. Don't forget, you know, we always ring the alarms for $10. Drop the bombs for the 20. We got an RRT Boxing with Mr. A with a $10. From Australia, right? Ain't that? No, that's not Australia. I said Mr. A and assumed Australia. Sorry. He says, let's go Laura versus Charlo. Spence versus Fundora. Dallas Stadium. Hashtag Hardin. 3 faces and clouds of Hardin smoke. I guess I got to keep the same energy, right? It's like I told y'all wanted Canelo Charlo, so now y'all got to be happy with Canelo Charlo. I guess I got to be the same way. I always wanted Charlo and Laura because Laura wanted it and made it seem like, fuck that friendship shit. I'll fight both these dudes, even when he was still trained with Ronnie. That was a lot of years ago. But, you know, Laura did what he did best and blasted Zafata out of there. So I don't know how he does with Charlo, but this version of Jamal, I don't know that he can beat Laura either. Davidian member for 35 months on that prospect level. Hey, Ness Heyman, Sebastian Fundora with the upset, 100 emoji. Yes, sir. We got Chad in Canada, $5 Canadian. It looked good on Rolly getting hit 1,000 times with the punches he made fun of. Dumpster juice. Y'all terrible. It's not nice. He took those shots, man. He took those shots. You know, didn't go down. Didn't go down. You know what I mean? Look, we got to give people credit for what they're able to do in there. And being in there with Isak Cruz, that pressure nonstop, that's not easy, man. But Mexico, you got one. $10 Super Chat from Matt in Texas. Look who's awake. Shout out to Zoo Team for ruining they mug and realizing they just missed the boat for the big fish. Let's get Fundora Spence, Lara, DSG, late summer. Book it, PBC. Fundora Spence, Laura. Yo, y'all throwing Laura in the mix heavy. They said Charlo, now they saying Danny. Okay. We got Leonard Sterling, 2-pounder. Spence quote tweeting Bud's waiting in line tweet. Yeah, we talked about it. Another 2-pounder. If Zoo ain't got a rematch clause, team let him down. No. There's a verbal rematch clause according to Fundora, but they're still going their own way. Like this, you know what I'm saying? They gonna come back. We just gonna keep rocking. We got Grandpa. Welcome to the prospect level. RRT Boxing with Mr. A, another $5. Come on, Ness. This is your only sport. The champ versus the champ unification. Hashtag Hardin. 3 faces of clouds of Hardin smoke. Yeah, I hear you, man. Laura versus Charlo is unification, but I'm pretty sure Charlo wanted to move up, man. Let Adames get that, yo. Charlo, can even make 160. PBC can't afford to have these guys missing weight and ruining the show. This was saved with Isak Cruz's knockout and the blood. I mean, Rolly's highlights already has over 1 million views on PBC's YouTube channel. The blood and the knockout in the co-main really helped the card. I don't know what it's going to do financially, but in terms of replay value, people are going to seek it out because the word is out. We got that first counter coming from Kerry G, King counter. Back to back. Kerry. While we wait for him to connect, don't forget to smash the thumbs up. We hear you, champ.
All right, so I gotta be real quick. Got this fucking gotta go work for damn Easter. Cat Williams is dope. If he shows up onto y'all town, go check him out. He's hilarious. Better than the stand-up specials. And now, Tim Tszyu. One, I don't care what anyone tells me. Tim Tszyu's team did a good job of getting him there, but they did not do a good job of safeguarding the bag and that dude's career. I think at 3 major junctures, they failed him. One, with that verbal shit, it might come back around. Who knows? But it ain't now. So you talked all that stuff. That was trash. 2, you should have let this thing go no contest because they should have safeguarded Tim's honor because they know he can't stop that fight. They should have let that go to no contest, or they should have stopped it after the 6th round to give him a chance for a draw because I didn't think he won the 5th round, but it looked like he cleared the 6th round, so they should have stopped it then to give him at least a chance to walk away with his belts and live to fight another day. That cut man looked horrible. Absolutely fucking horrible. They were talking about that shit all night. Like, that stuff looked horrible what that cut man was doing. We saw that Martinez dude get a very, very similar cut that was gushing like that. And Eddie Reynoso corners apparently don't play because that cut man stopped that shit. He didn't, and he never even put the ice on it, man. I just gotta say that Tim Tszyu showed up and was prepared, and I've never seen this in my life. A team couldn't handle the bright lights for once, not the fighter. The team couldn't handle the bright lights because I don't care what anyone tells me about his management and the way he was talking. Even Tim Tszyu was kind of upset about how his manager was talking on your podcast when they asked him about it before the fights happened and stuff. So Tim Tszyu team took a big dump on the ball. They got him there, but they did not do a good job of keeping him there. I thought Tim Tszyu fought great, even if when the vision started affecting him and everything. Fundora only landed 12 punches more than him, and Tim Tszyu clearly outlanded him in power punches. But when you got a guy jabbing the fuck out of you from like 5 feet away, it just makes it look too clean in the eyes of judges. So I can understand why 2 of the judges had him. And even regardless of this cut, I'm not taking any credit away from Fundora because I did put money on Fundora and I did win. The win kind of is bittersweet because I think Fundora put amazing performance on. Never seen him fight like that. He managed in the hardest test of his life just to switch his style completely the opposite of how he fights normally. And that has to be commended. And Tim Tszyu broke that fool's nose in the second round, bruh. Second round. That was crazy to me. And he dealt with drinking blood and swallowing up that blood for 10 rounds in a row. So I'm letting Fundora have his credit for this. Only a small asterisk on the night for him. Rolly, I feel bad for him. I felt like, as bad as you could feel for someone who probably made over $1 million. So as bad as you could feel for someone like that, he was trapped by fumbling success. If he loses, he's going to be embarrassed and memed the hell out of. If he wins, he's going to be eventually pushed to fight killers like Matias, Devin Haney, and Tszyu. So he was in a horrible situation that he wasn't skillfully prepared enough for, regardless of any outcome. So I felt bad for him for that. Carmel Moten killed the game. It was a great fight. And when he realized he couldn't get that tough kid out there, that kid is good. He's going to be something. They might end up beating back up because both of them are going to do big things because the Anthony Cuba kid was no joke. He was hitting Carmel with some shit, and Carmel responded in the way you want to see a young kid fucking respond. Especially that last round, he was looking like little Carmel Sergio Mora, keeping the arms down low and just using the shoulders to block him. Super impressive on his part. I think Floyd matching him up tough, don't want to waste time with seeing what he got. So I think it's also because Carmel has a different mentality than Gervonta. I don't think he can get away with trying to sidestep Carmel too much throughout his career. And he was like, well, fine, let me test to see what this kid really got. Gave him a challenge, and he rose to the occasion. So I don't think he's going to, I think he says the goals, what he wants out of his sports game, unlike Gervonta, who was just like, we're just trying to figure out, like, what's the end game over here. So Carmel, like, great fight. Really enjoyed that. That Martinez Cordova fight was really good. I thought that was an awesome fight on the undercard too. I think that shows what a good corner does when they're prepared for all eventualities and all outcomes. But yeah, I'm disappointed. I don't think I would be mad at Spence cutting the line on any other fighter. I just, I'm mad at him cutting the line on Bud because that's the only dude who beat the fuck out of you. If he cut any other fighter, we'd all be talking A-side shit and he's the best and everything, big fish nonsense. But if I'm only tight about it because I know how boxing works, so people are gonna get preferential treatment. I'm only tight because he's cutting the one dude who beat the bricks off of him. So to me, that's kind of like wild and weird. I don't think that should be allowed. But he should really be fighting Tim Tszyu since Tim Tszyu sacrificed for all of them to have a great card and went out a bloody mess. They should let the 2 bloody losers beat up each other. Tim Tszyu deserves that Spence fight at the very least. He shouldn't send him into Crawford. I think Crawford's more accurate, and I think Crawford would be able to beat Fundora the way that Tim Tszyu was taking shots off of him. And Crawford, that if he won that would give him credence to have that Canelo fight just because Sebastian Fundora is so huge. I think the public would kind of try to force Canelo into that if he fought him. Thank you, Des. Peace out.
You, champ.
Tim Tszyu's corner sucks.
Yo, that's the issue with boxing, bruh. Fundora's gonna drop a belt to keep the alliance, you know what I'm saying? And to not fight Crawford because Crawford's not with the fold, he's not with the family, and it's crazy, bro. I mean, I know he gets to, like, they'll sit him down and it's like, look, the history book's still gonna say you was unified, You'll go on to have this big fight with Errol Spence in front of a bunch of people and build your fan base in Texas, and they'll paint a beautiful picture. And what we say and how we feel truly doesn't matter. But somehow Chris Flores, who I've never heard of, I've never heard of. I wonder if he's related to PBC's Ray Flores. But somehow Chris Flores had Romero ahead on the cards at the time of the knockout, 66-65. And that's that alliance that we talk about. It's always there. You got to be truly careful. We got Brandon in Cincinnati with a counter, and then Abe. Baby Joker. My bad, bro. Go ahead and smash the thumbs up while we wait for him to connect.
Yo, Ness, good morning, brother. How are you?
Perfect. And yourself?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Happy Easter to the whole TBV community. Hey, I'm gonna get ahead and get into it with the fights I want to discuss real quick. Thanks for the Sunday morning after show too, by the way. Brian Mendoza is a fucking warrior. I told you guys Bahachuk was gonna win. I actually picked Bahachuk to stop Brian Mendoza. So I was about halfway right. And it looked like he would eventually get it done. The fight went kind of like how I expected to go. Close encounter in the pocket, firefight, and I thought Boachuk would just outgun him, which he did, but man, Mendoza just had a chin on him. I mean, he was swelled up, bleeding. He got busted up pretty good, and then started to come back at the end of the just showing that heart. But what I thought was gonna happen happened. I just knew Boachuk was just a little bit better, a little bit stronger, a little bit more of a superior fighter. Tried to tell you guys that, but nobody around here listens to me. Y'all listen to these other casual ass niggas that talk good. Let's move along. Who else did we have? Julio Cesar Martinez looked like Julio Cesar Martinez, tough little Mexican warrior. Just grit, guts. He's gonna make for an exciting fight anytime he comes out. Not the most skilled guy, but you put him on the card, you're gonna get some fireworks. That was another good fight. Let's get to Mr. Rowley, man. Mr. Elite Rowley, according to our brother CYP. Elite Rowley, the guy who I tried to tell y'all was dog shit just a couple days ago, and I got debated and people counterpunched to tell me I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. And that Rowley was elite. I said Rowley would lose by late round stoppage and or wide unanimous decision. And it was worse than I imagined. From round fucking 2 on, he was getting beat, running for his life. Yeah, he showed that he had a chin, but that's about it. There's nothing good about Rolando Romero. You can box wreck. You can talk about how he won a vacant title versus a 60-year-old man. But if you ever watched him in the ring, actually watch the man fight, you know he's hot garbage. Hot garbage on a Sunday morning. Like, he's terrible. He does nothing really good. He fights like autistic Adrian Broner. The only thing elite about him is that noise he makes when he punches. He's just dog shit. And I told you he was dog shit. But because I don't know why people wanted to try to make it seem like he was elite. He got his ass kicked like I thought he would. Listen to people on this show. Don't debate me, man. If you don't really watch boxing, if you're not a hardcore, if you don't really analyze these fights, don't debate me, man. If you're a box wrecker or a researcher, don't debate me. I watch too much of this shit. On to the main event. I picked Tszyu to win by unanimous decision.
Champ,
It
that's
looked
the
like he was on
bell.
a
But you still get your free call. Stick around. I'll come right back to you. We got Baby Joker with his counter.
Yo, buenos dias, Ness. Can you hear me?
You know it.
Yeah, what's up, bro? Damn, what a 2-day fucking boxing events we got, bro. First off, we got Top Rank, great card, Estrada and Yocasta. What a fucking fight! What a fight, bro. That shit was very entertaining.
Who you thought
won? Oof. I mean, I wasn't mad with the decision, but I saw Estrada winning. So
really?
even if it went the other way, bro, to me that shit was. They both won to me. That shit was crazy. I'm down to see a rematch.
In theory they both won, but Jocasta really needed the win. She's more of the, she already had the losses and
she looked better,
she
bro.
had to
But there
build
was
herself
times where
up.
Estrada was. I don't know. To me, it was a tough fight to score. I was entertained. Shout out to Valdez, bro. This fucking dude. This crossroads fight. People are saying that he should retire. That's crazy.
Word.
It's
Especially
crazy,
after
bro.
his last fight, though. Come on, don't say it's crazy.
No,
People,
Lee, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's crazy to think we want him to retire. The dude is only 33. This Canelo age, we still think Canelo's in his prime. That's why we gotta, enjoy these fucking fighters. Dude, some of these dudes take punishments. Others are able to last in the game a long, long time because it's not just their offensive skills, but the defensive skills keep them in the game for a while, bro. Who else, dog? Oh, Valdez and Fundora, two guys coming off losses that showed me that they can improve. They can involve the win, bro. Like Fundora, that jab. Oh my God, he's just sticking fucking Tszyu in the face the whole night.
and it
Valdez,
was a lazy jab too. It wasn't
it
like it was
was.
snappy. Like I thought.
No, you know what it
I
is?
think it's the
it was.
blood, bro. Because like the jab was so like lazy. I feel like he could have countered over it, but he can't see. The blood is in his face. I don't know. That fight is probably a lot different. Even though Sebastian is gonna come in, more confident too.
I agree. I think I have Tim winning the rematch. That fucking cut was disgusting, bro. That shit could not stop leaking. That was fucking crazy. A crazy ass fight. Isaac Cruz, goddamn, did the fucking arena pop for that dude? I didn't know he had a fan base like that.
Bro, I don't know because I don't follow that dude like that. But I swear to God, I feel like less than 3 weeks ago, we talked on this show how he only had 300,000 followers. You know, he almost had 900,000. He almost had 1 million right now after that fight.
Yeah, that's just crazy. What a white. Well, I mean,
yo, it's crazy how Mexicans could blow up. Like this, I feel like it's the same shit that happened to Andy.
Yeah. But this dude got to do better than Andy because Andy went south. And hey, Ness, we got to stop comparing the power to Tank, bro. Like who else from 135 to 154 is cracking like Tank?
No, I hear you, my dude, but I'm just saying it gave us an opportunity to put Tank's power, like for us to be in awe of Tank. Yeah. Like I'm in awe. I'm not trying to down Pitbull. I'm in awe. Like goddamn, when Tank hit this dude, he was flat out. Like not fucking down, out. And this guy's hitting you with 7 of them shit. Yo, I think what was it? The 7th round, he hit him with like 10 fucking shots, bro.
Hey, Subriel and fucking Cruz is.
That's the fight.
I want to see that shit.
That's what I said when I started. Watching Cruz do what he did to Romero makes me mad that we don't get Matias on PBC to get that next. That's 2 40-pound champs right there, bro. That's Mexico, Puerto Rico. That's one.
That's a huge fight. That shit is a brutal fucking war.
The thing is, there's going to be so hard to make. Those dudes on that side of the street want the in-house shit, and then they're going to say Cruz is the A side and all this extra shit.
If we were able to get Ryan Tank, I don't see why we can't get no fucking.
That's the bell. But I'm going to come back to you and Brandon, I swear. I'm getting to these counters, and then we'll get right back to y'all to finish y'all thoughts because, you watched the fight. We got Mr. Perfect. What up?
Nice.
What's good?
Let's fucking go. Who was the first one that said, "Oh yeah, Tszyu gonna beat Thurman"? Then when he heard Thurman came out and Fundora came in, who the fuck went for Fundora? Y'all know what the fuck it is, man. Let's get down to this card. Best fight of the week, Sanisa. Man, she just fights so beautiful, bro. Movement, ring IQ, the switching. Like, you don't see females doing that shit. That's different level shit. It was a good-ass fight, Estrada. I gave her about 4 more rounds then. Yokasta fought good, though. Valdez. If you like undefeated fighters and you only fuck with undefeated fighters, get the fuck out my sport, man. Valdez Warrior, real boxer. You can't say shit bad about him, bro. He fight tough niggas. He don't duck. You can't put nothing past Valdez. He's not one of my favorite fighters, but you gotta respect him. Cause he fight, he don't duck. Cuba! Hey, they almost fucked Camille Moten beginning of his shit up. Lil Dog was going crazy, man. He ain't 7-0 for no reason. Well, he's 7-1 now. They almost fucked Camille shit up, man. They gonna meet back up in the future, bro. That little nigga Cuba, that little nigga, hey, he that. He would have beat anybody else that night. But Camille, his poise, ring, IQ, and him just taking shots. They both took each other best shot. That was one of the best opening fights I done seen in a minute. Let's get to the Rolly. Oh my God. That was the funniest shit I ever seen in my life, bro. Rolly, stay in boxing, please. You the AB of this generation. Please stay in boxing. Don't quit, bro. Because that was a Madonna AB2. That shit was so funny, bro. This nigga was just staggering. He did fall though.
Don't do that. Don't do that to Broner. Broner fought better than that. No disrespect to Rolly.
Yeah. No.
But Broner was a
hey,
dog in the Maidana fight. We seem to forget that because he got dropped and hurt, but like he was a dog.
No, yeah, Broner was my nigga, bro. But you can't tell me they ain't look like Broner and Madonna, bro. You can't tell me that ain't look like that.
Way he just had the legs wobbling, I get all that, but like, from a competitive standpoint, Broner was competitive in that fight, bro. He was landing that left hook.
Definitely. I fuck with Broner. Broner my mans. Now, can I please talk about this Fundora Zoo, bro?
I mean, that was the bell player. We gonna come back to you though, and I'm not lying. We here. Look, I don't think there's any more counter punches, so I'm gonna check. You feel me? I'm gonna check right now to double check, and then we gonna swing back around, so everybody can finish up. Well, that was you. We got to you. I need this code real quick. All right, so all right. Let's go. Brandon, finish that up.
Yo. To the main event, like I said, I picked Tszyu to win a UD. I didn't have him stopping Fundora. Looked like he was on the trajectory to do some good work before the injury, but cuts happen. This is boxing. Shit happens. Sebastian Fundora took advantage of it and got the win. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Aries Lundy Lara. I told you guys Michael Zarafa wasn't on this level. He was going to get stopped. And if Danny Garcia fights Lara, he's going to get stopped too. No, I don't give a fuck if Lara's 40 years old. No version of Danny Garcia can beat Aries Lundy Lara. Lara will punish Danny Garcia. Let's just cut that shit out. But as far as the elephant in the room, Errol Spence getting in the ring, listen, man. PBC is going to do what PBC does. They ain't building champions over there. They building businessmen. That's why every time they fight somebody outside of the island, they get their belts taken and their asses kicked. We know the truth. We know Terrence Crawford is the baddest motherfucker on the planet. We know they're going to do whatever it takes to avoid him because if they fight him, they'll be beltless yet again. So if they want to, drop the WBO, which is pussy shit.
Bruh, but cut the sob story, Brandon, please. Like,
no sob story.
I'm just saying, at what point?
Tell me when I'm lying.
I'm saying,
tell me when I'm lying, bro.
At what point are we going to point the finger at the person responsible?
Point the finger at the person responsible for what, my nigga? I'm the mandatory. My Mando gets caught. Listen, my G. Listen, my G. Listen. Yeah, listen. You gotta listen.
Yeah, you good.
Listen.
I mean, you good. No, listen. I hear you clear. You don't have to say listen 7 times, but you want me to listen
because I'm teaching right now, bro. I'm teaching. I'm not one of these. Listen, bro. I'm a throwback boxing fan. Mm-hmm. I'm not one of you new niggas that love the drama of the business portion of the sport. I'm used to a guy becoming champion, moving up, enforcing his mandatory. Let's get a deal done. If the deal doesn't get done, it goes to purse bid. and whoever wins the purse bid, they get the fight. I'm not a fan of this. Oh, you gotta be signed to me. If you ain't signed to me, we gonna give the fight to the guy you just beat the shit out of, and the fans are gonna be like, "Oh, that's okay." I'm not that dude. We know the truth, man. We know the
No,
truth.
I
If
hear
you
you.
want to do that, that's fine.
Everybody knows the truth, but the part of the truth that you're leaving out is that Crawford ain't
What's that,
getting the
champ?
fight.
Hey, that's fine. Drop the belt. Be a pussy.
And the part of the truth that you're leaving out is everybody
Drop the belt and be a pussy.
everybody said everything that Crawford wants, needs is on that side of the street. Like, we don't understand why he didn't sign. Like, he could have been part of the plan.
I don't have to.
No, I hear you.
My nigga, I don't have to.
I hear you, champ. That's just your stubbornness speaking for him, and it's very unfortunate because for you to tell someone that they don't.
Call, then hit the bell.
I ain't hit the bell. The 3 minutes went by.
I heard it.
Yeah, I know, but the 3 minutes went up. Like, I ain't hit it. The bell went up.
That's why I said don't interrupt me, because when I'm cooking, don't interrupt. You want to have a conversation, then you let the bell ring.
You're not cooking, and I didn't get to have a conversation with you, and you wasn't even cooking.
Champ. Have a good one. Have a good one, brother. Have a good one,
Brandon.
Have a good one. We know the truth. We know who the king of the hill is.
I'm gonna have a great one. Listen, I was part of the defense team when he re-signed. Did we all get mad? Like, why he re-signed? Or why he re-signed? Then we find out he re-signed and getting $1 million if they can't make the Errol fight, and we understood. Like, y'all gotta stop this shit. You know, you gotta, again, I preach equality, man. Like, it's not even about gang banging. At the end of the day, the fights he wanted were there. I can't wait to go back to Vegas to find out from Crawford himself. I'm like, yo, Chet, what was it? Did they not offer you anything? Why are you a free agent? Because this makes zero sense. You talking about, oh, I'm an old boxer fan. Bro, that's the thing. You too old. Because the way you think shit work, it been not happening that way for a long time. So, okay. Yeah, Devin fought Tank already, huh? And Shakur did too. Fuck out of here, B. Like, go ahead, what's going on? These dudes are weird, though, with this shit. Like, I get it. We could be mad, but like, oh, he dropped the belt. Man, we know this shit is bigger than Fundora. This shit bigger than them dudes, man. It's bigger than them dudes. And we gonna see if it only runs the Al Heyman way after July, when James Prince now has to take his first ever fighter to another network. Because all James Prince fighters is with Top Rank. So we going to see, do it run the same way or not? But go ahead, I'm going to try to shut up.
No, I'm thinking when I saw the title, did he do what they say he couldn't? Not only that, did he, Sebastian Fundora, that is, did he upset the apple cart?
Oh, hell
right?
Yeah.
Because Tszyu, right? Tszyu was supposed to be the man, and we had his mans come on here. He's a fighting champion. He's a fighting fighter. And credit to those that, gave Tszyu credit for taking Fundora on late notice, and Fundora being this tricky fighter that we all saw that he was. One of the things I pointed to is, can he maintain the discipline to box a little bit more than brawl? And he did. Now, I must say, it reminded me of what happened Friday night. I think the accidental, the inadvertent headbutt contributed a lot to Tszyu's inability to be effective. But even without, because he just spent too much time trying to get the blood out his eyes. But even beyond that, he was like Fat Joe. He was trying to lean back. He really couldn't get around Fundora's, jab. Fundora was kind of painting the fence with it, going up and down, and Tszyu was landing some good hooks over the jab initially, but once the headbutt happened, things went left. And so I'm thinking plans as far as 154. We saw Errol Spence get in the ring. Things have gone left. And I'm telling you, because I said it before, I do not want to see Fundora. No, so again, call me a pussy. And I got a counterpunch for Brandon, by the way. I want him to come back and cook. But
yeah,
call me a pussy.
Text him.
Call me a pussy because I don't want to see Errol Spence get an inadvertent elbow, which then makes him ineffective. Because I've seen him ineffective against a 147 pounder. So do I want to see him rendered technique? Everybody talking about he deserves this sort of challenge. Man, listen, Fundora is a tall drink of water. So Errol Spence got to be, listen, he don't want to pawn the chain, so he's willing to cash himself out. I get it. And that's the part of boxing that both Brandon and I perhaps don't like. The business is business. He's going to cash himself out because Spence fighting Fundora, that shit don't. I would rather see, and I'm not saying who deserves the fight. I'd rather see Bud Crawford because he's the guy that won. He's the guy that we thinks have these skills that some can confirm with the eye test, some can confirm with the win over Spence, and some still think he ain't shit. That's the guy that should be in this equation. So, but somehow we get Spence and Fundora, perhaps.
I mean, this is the same guys that invented, I'm going to clean up my side of the street and whatever else other phrases out there, bro. Like, Tank ain't fight Devin, y'all, for undisputed, for all the marbles. Like, and y'all all of a sudden think, that this is brand new. This isn't brand new, bro. This has been happening for a while. And, I think fighters that are watching this need to really sit back and watch and realize, like, you got to make the right decision. Who you align yourself with definitely matters in terms of where your career goes. It just does. I mean, look at Kurt Scooby. You know what I mean? What is he, 28, 29, 10 fights? 7 months out the ring. Everybody, you look at the gold medalist. The heavyweight. He just signed a top rank. Like, he won a gold medal the year Torres fought. So I don't know, bro. It really matters who you sign with, and not just promoter, managerial as well. Because sometimes that manager could get beyond those promoter issues, like a Keith Conley, who works with an Al, with Daniel Jacobs, but still takes him to Matchroom,
And those guys are rare. Those guys that can work.
Jesse Vargas. Jesse Vargas was an Al fighter that got the blessing. There's a few. So, you just got to know who you signed to, bruh. Machine Gun, $2. Shout out to PBC for getting this card done by 11 p.m. I mean,
he on the West Coast then, or Central Time?
Yeah, Central.
Okay.
Isaiah, $5, celebrating his first super chat. Hey, Ness, will there be a betting show going forward? Been at prospect level for 8 months, just upgraded to the champ. For the champ level for those betting shows. Yes, there will be, man. I mean, again, I can't control my internet fucking up, but I'll be back in Vegas for the Canelo fight and for that Canelo week. So we'll certainly have a betting show for that. Obviously that's a month out, but I'm just saying that's when I'll be back in studio and we shouldn't have to worry about it. I mean, I've been here a few months now and we've only had 2 glitches, so hopefully it's not that bad. Grandpa, $2. Pitbull versus Matias for the Unified. What you think, man? I said that hours ago, champ. That's gonna be a classic. That could be a trilogy, bro. Hopefully,
Man, fireworks. And what about that Pitbull, man?
No, you talk about it. I talked about it. I mean, that was the fight of the night for me.
Yeah, and Laura could have gone for fight of the night because it was so short. But I mean, dude is 41. You know what I'm saying? We sitting there. My wife is we looking at the fight, and she's like, "Yo, which one's 41 and which one's 32?" And Cuban style. I like the way he just shifted sideways and let found the range with his jab and just the left, boom. But let's talk about Pitbull Cruz, man, because in this kind of world, Pitbull was the more technical fighter. I saw him walking Rolly into the hooks and just doing some really fly shit. And even as he's approaching, Pitbull walked with his chin tucked, hunch his shoulders, slight little slide step, and he threw the left like he was trying to go with a wild left and step to the left. Rolly tried to swing to the right, and then Cruz didn't go up top, went straight to the body. And then it was just, I was like, yo, this dude is just like, he has his own style. And I was proud to see him become a world champion. And I thought to myself, you know, you said Tank didn't fight, but man, doesn't it make a difference who Tank fights? Because the only reason why we're talking about these guys in respect to Pitbull, because he has his own established pedigree, but we never heard of the guy till he fought Tank. And look what he did. He's the new Maidana. And that was a great moment last night on that card.
Wait, Pitbull's the new Maidana to you?
Yeah.
Yo, this is what I love about this sport, and I'm not saying this like sarcastically. Like, you're only as good as your last performance, and if your last performance is shit,
the Cabrera fight,
and you can do the Rolly fight performance, all is forgiven, and I love that.
Yeah,
I really do. I'm not being sarcastic. I love that because we need to learn. Like, look, I forced myself not to pick Fundora because obviously, you know, the Lubin fight and the Mendoza fight. And look, boxing shows us that, yo, on any given night, anything can happen. An elbow on the head, some blood in your eye, and all of a sudden, you know, a dude that ain't supposed to win is winning. It's crazy, bro.
And kudos to you. You got your blood twice, 2 nights
Word, right? Yo, everybody was hitting me up too. I said that on the show. So not only you, but other people like, yo, Ness, you wanted your blood. You got your blood.
Yeah, Cruz is definitely new Maidana because he is the awkward guy like Maidana was, right? The underdog who fought the boxing savant or the boxing prodigy or the top prize fighter who is Tank Davis, right? I mean, some would argue Canelo, but let's just go with what I'm saying. And in losing, he still won because outside of that level of competition against the prize fighter, the prodigy, the boxing savant, you know, again, not discounting the Cabrera performance, it's like when it's time to show up, he showed up. And it make me want to go back and look at the Cabrera performance and just to see, like, because it really was a shit fight, but I don't want to say it was a shit fight with, you know, and then ignore maybe some of the things I saw him doing last night, or maybe sometimes the motivation is different. You get up for certain fights differently. Obviously, all the shit Rolly was talking, Chihuahua chain, and it's Rolly. You know what I'm saying? He's cool, but you know, if you know, people you know, he's a villain, so people want to see, you know, the Joker get thrown off the top. So this is what happened, man. So salute to Pitbull, man. Great moment in boxing.
Nah, for sure. And he needed that, right? Like, he needed not only the performance, but like he needed that a credible win too, you know? Like, some of those wins, you know, people like to discredit. So it's a good it ended up being better than we expected. That's for sure. Let's see here. Brandon, you got that counterpunch from Amin.
Salute to my brother King Amin of Essex County for the counter. I'm gonna keep it short because I'm about to get a quick gym session in before I enjoy these Easter Sunday festivities. But look, man, I just can't be sold on bullshit, man. The bottom line is I guess the issue is I don't gangbang for promotional companies. I just like to see good 50-50 fights. So I refuse for a motherfucker to try to tell me they're serving me filet mignon when it's actually like a fucking sirloin from the dollar store. And that's what Errol Spence getting a fight coming off this ass whooping is. I don't care if he's aligned with the right people. I don't care if he's gotten down to lay down and all that goofy shit. The man who beat the shit out of the other man is the man who should be fighting for the titles. Period. Not the guy who got his ass kicked. You can't sell me on that. He waved a white flag, Ness. He said, I don't want to take my rematch. You're the better man. You beat the shit out of me. I don't want to do that again. I waved a white flag, bud. You now the shark, you the orca whale. I concede defeat. and you expect me to want to buy this motherfucker's next fight behind an $80 paywall like he deserves it, man, get the fuck out of here. I cannot do it. I guess I'll be a throwback boxing fan. I guess I'll watch good fucking matchups like Mendoza and Bahachek that are evenly
Boxing
matched.
guys cut
But
his
that shit
internet.
that you trying to that shit you trying to justify, bro, I ain't going. I ain't going. I can't support a guy who waved a white flag and then take his rematch clause. And now you guys are fucking justifying him getting the title shot over the guy who beat the shit out of him. Can't do it, brother. Just can't do it. That's not my style, man. It'll never be my style. But that's my call, man. Y'all get to some others, man. But yeah, it's pussy shit.
Hey,
Pussy shit,
listen,
bro.
Wipe your tears, man. Wipe your tears, man. Get out of here.
I got to do something for all my people out there. I got to quote the great Samuel Jackson. And I love Brandon, but you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort. What does Ryan Garcia look like? All right, that's for all my Pulp Fiction fans. I'm saying Errol Spence, I don't agree with the fight to the degree of danger. What I'm saying is, though, I'm just saying quite reasonably.
No, you about to give him another example of it happening and no outrage, right?
Of course.
There's no outrage.
I mean, of course.
Motherfuckers happy Devin getting his money fight.
I mean, and that's just what it looks like. All right. Now, the other part is that there's a constituency out there that believes if Earl Spence.
I mean,
go ahead.
Why do we even go that deep? Like, why was that Bud fan going that deep? Like, why can't he look at the fight he paid for? You see what I'm saying? Like, the hypocrisy in that caller shows his bias because he says, I'm not going to pay for a guy getting his ass kicked. Meanwhile, he just called in to show his appreciation for this card for a guy who got his ass kicked and got 2 belts. So he's calling in to say that the other guy who's more qualified, has more accolades, and was perceived as a better fighter is a worse fight somehow than the dude that you just paid to watch in Fundora. But look at what Fundora did. Because again, Fundora is Earl, except with less accolades. But somehow the last caller wants to tell you that if Earl gets a title shot like Fundora did, the one he paid for, he's not paying for Earl, who's more popular, who's perceived better, who has more accolades. Like, that's the bias in him. That's just the bias. Because if you're going to be outraged, you should have been outraged with this. You should have said, yo, this was a great card. I ain't buy it because Fundora didn't deserve that shot. But you ain't say that. You only care when it matters to Bud. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to be equal boxing fans.
And in the nature of second chances, it's like, again, I'm not, I just said Earl is cashing himself out, but based on this, if you say that there was any issues with him making weight, not making weight, right, then you add his ability and his accomplishments and the opportunity. Give a former champion the opportunity to be an opponent, because sometimes the opponents come in and they upset the apple cart.
Hold on. Where was Brandon at when AJ got a vacant title shot unification with Vladimir Klitschko coming off for 2 years off of a loss to what, Fury or somebody? I don't know exactly who he lost to, but all I'm saying is this shit happens all the time. People gonna do what they do and what's best for them and their teams. And is it right? No, it ain't right. But there's ways to maneuver in this business and there's ways not to. There's ways to make things go over smoothly and there's ways not to. You know, if we're gonna ignore that and just believe that all you got, look, it's like that thing we tell these fighters, like, bro, stop believing all you gotta do is just win. Like, it means more. Look at Ryan. He ain't win, but he wins. So it means more than just winning. Like, and it's the same, man. It's more than just fighting. It's more than just, oh, I won the title. I activated my mandatory status. Like, you see, again, he's crying for Bud because it's Bud. Did he cry for Jamel? And did he equally cry for Devin? When all those dudes activated their mandatory status, like, do you cry for everybody? Do you boycott for everybody? Is you outraged for everybody? Or is you selective with your shit? Because that's what I'm smelling, is selective fucking outrage.
Well, but we all got to learn to adapt. And Brandon, listen, I'm a purist like you, and I've asked, other purists to adapt to women's boxing, and somehow we got to look at it, right? I'm a Nietzsche jeans, I'm a Mavi jeans, I'm, what I'm saying? But listen, I had to get skinny, man. I had to get a pair of skinnies. I ain't get too skinny, but I couldn't be out here with 2002 baggy jeans, my nigga. So
For real.
you got to adapt, Brandon, just a little bit. You know me. I'm always saying I'm not with the A-side slut talk, but sometimes, man, you got to talk a little nasty, man.
But not even that. Like the fact that he's condoning the move, like us as boxing fans, we should be upset at Bud. And I'm not trying to ruin my relationship with him, but it's like, my dude, but don't you know how they did you before? Like, you about to go through this shit again? I thought, you know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and get what you want by getting with them. You about to go through this again. They really about to ice him out again. Like, it's like, don't we learn? And somehow we gonna blame, I don't know who he's trying to blame, the system. It's corrupt. I ain't with that shit. That's some pussy shit. No, man. It's like, just told you we got to adapt, bro. Like, you gonna keep running into that wall, huh? Okay, cool. I got Tyrone the Great, $5. I was close. I said Fundora unanimous decision. Split happen, or Tim will have to knock him out to win. You did say that. You know what? I wouldn't have remembered until that last sentence. I remember reading that before because you paid to say it, or one of your member super chats, which brings me to member for 7 months. On a champ level, his message got retracted from I don't know who. We got RRT Box with Mr. A back with another 5. Listen. I'm an old school Hardeen head. Hashtag Hardeen. We got Super Mix, $5. Fundora drops the WBO, fights EJ for the WBC, and Tszyu and Bud fight for the WBO. Everybody wins, man. Y'all got to stop crying and come to a real world. No, you might be wishfully thinking too much. Like, that WBO ain't going to be on the line for Bud versus Josh Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Bud gets to get that belt nice and easy with Josh Kelly. That's who's number one. I don't think Tim off a loss will be approved because he lost his belt. He was defending it. So that super chat from Super Max is pretty. It would be far-fetched if that happened that way. I see Bud fighting for the vacant versus Josh Kelly and knocking him smooth out. Kelly's PBK's never been on that level.
No.
And I think he fucking robbed Ray Robinson, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm pretty sure, right? I'll check. Yeah. I mean they fought. I don't want to hold you to the robbery. The pull-out bandit, $2. Nah, we need Pitbull versus Gary Antoine Russell. Y'all got to stop. Like, I ain't got nothing against Gary Antoine, but, like, what has he done lately? Every time we talking 140, y'all throwing this dude name in the mix. It's like, he ain't even in the mix. When the last time we seen him fight? I remember the other kid, Tip, was talking about him all crazy when Devin moved up. It's like, bro, when is he gonna fight? Y'all keep fucking dream matchmaking him, but does he gotta fight? $2 from Tyrone the Great says, give Ishmael Basuro his first chance. No, I think that they certainly are gonna let Rolly fight Basuro. Pitbull fight Basuro. I don't, they're not afraid. They know Pitbull can get that win. Mad Bent, Kansas City, $5. Daily Dose of Tanquil, Pitbull versus Haney, Tszyu versus Matisse. Elijah Pierce got up and put the man out. Pitbull blocks with his face. Tank beats them all. I got Saquon in New York. What happened? Go ahead.
I was gonna say I saw Elijah Pierce this weekend. Again, it'll be
my man got put through the ropes.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Atlantic Commission, because any other commission that fight was over. He got put through the ropes. He was on the other side of the ropes. I mean, I guess maybe not over, because they do, even if you fall out the ring, they let you get back. You got like 20 seconds, but I don't know. You think in another commission that fight would have continued?
No, that was,
Really?
The home.
You think they would have stopped it in another commission?
I mean, yeah, if he went through the ropes, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
the way
he ain't fall out the ring, but like, you know how you got that little foot on the side? Like, he got punched and he fell through that shit. Then he just like shimmied back in the motherfucker. You ain't see that?
Nah, I didn't see it when it happened live, but I think, the ref might have would have stopped it. You know what I'm saying? He might have would have waved it off, assuming it was, from a devastating punch. But again, it's in Atlanta. They give him a chance. Like, you know what I mean? Reel him up, peel him up, shake him off.
Nah, he came back, man. I don't know who he was fighting though. I would need to call Alex or BoxRec. I don't know who the fuck he was fighting.
Wasn't he fighting Arthur Villanueva, something like that? He's a Mexican guy. I don't know that anybody. I couldn't recognize anybody on his BoxRec.
Shout out to Saquon, man, our New York correspondent. He is hilarious, bro. He got his and yeah, I guess we all got our bias, man. But his faves are definitely Earl and Charlo. And he says $5. Y'all forgetting Charlo in the mix at 154 too. Charlo versus Tim is still main event. Crawford not needed in any scenario. Hater. You hear him. That's that hate right there. That's that Crawford beating Earl hate right there. So he like, fuck it, we don't need him. Brambo, $2. I picked Rolly and Zoo eating crow today. Damn, champ. Damn. Double.
Don't get
double.
full. It's Easter.
Damn, champ. We got Jerry with the cash shot on a counter punch.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Happy, or should I say, Feliz Domingo, amigos. How are y'all today? Happy Easter.
Good, brother. Thank you.
All good.
The PBC, the PBC, the P. Diddy Boxing Committee. Let's swim in this cesspool for a second, shall we? Let's go back 5 years ago when the talk was, you on the wrong side of the street. You on the wrong side of the street, Crawford. Crawford ain't on any goddamn street right now. Ness is saying he's still wrong. Let's get down to it, brother. Let's get down to it. Let's peel the goddamn onion back a few layers. I told you they were setting up your boy Tszyu for a loss. I told you they were setting him up. His pride got ahead of his ego. His management did a terrible job handling that boy. That boy's ego was just flaring up, man. His head couldn't get to grease his ears to get in the goddamn elevator. Tszyu needed to pull out this goddamn PBC setup. I told y'all from day one. But now they got it. Now they got Fundora versus Spence, where you could get your ass knocked out today and we'll promise you a championship tomorrow. Nance, again, you're hanging, willing to die on this PBC hill. I just don't understand how business works. Brother, the bottom line is they don't like Crawford. Crawford is a goddamn free agent, just like Canelo is. But they can sign Canelo and give him everything he wants. 3-deal package, 5-deal package. We'll take a 1 deal. Haney is going over the whole goddamn world as a free agent, but now Crawford can't win as a goddamn free agent either. If you're with Top Rank, you're wrong. If you're with Eddie Hearn, you're wrong. If you're a free agent, you're wrong. Brother, the PBC don't like real fighters. They don't like Crawford. But I'm told your boy Spence 5 goddamn years ago, the best thing you can do is stay away from Crawford. And that's what they're doing, Ness. This ain't about not signing with PBC. This is about being iced out once again. You tell me why your boy Danny Garcia didn't take the Crawford fight in 2018 when he was guaranteed $3 million, but then fought some nobody for less money. They don't like the goods. I'm counting the days for David Benavidez to get the hell out of PBC.
Champ, that's the bell, man.
Yo, I'm convinced Jerry was a former pro wrestler. Like, he's Dusty Rhodes reincarnated, man. The way this guy's cuts promos, man.
Jerry is on the delusion side. Called in to say nothing about the fights.
He just got to chill with all that.
He's like a
the
pre-recorded
PBC
message. My man's a pre-recorded message. He didn't say one thing about the fight, and the fact that he went down the street of they set Tszyu up when that fight. I mean, you have to watch it. No one's called in to say it was a setup and they took the belts from him except Jerry, because much like Jerry's animated calls, you know, he probably didn't watch the fight and took time to rehearse all that. That being said, in his call, he said something about they're blocking him out again. And, I mean, that's what I said previously, right? So it's just like, if you've been down this street, what are you doing is all I'm asking. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just saying we've been here before. Like, I went to this dealership. I know how these dudes treat me. I know what it is. I either don't want to go there no more or I do. But I keep looking at the cars on that lot. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, we got to ask ourselves that question. You know, what's going on? Like, he's talking about, oh, he's a free agent, the only free agent that can't get a deal. My dude, why are you a free agent? Why? Why? Like, no one is asking that question, because that's what I want to know. You was over there. All the fights you won is over there. Why are you a free agent? Like, we about to turn this into Crawford, and that's amazing. Shout out to him and his fan base. You understand? But can we talk about the fight? Crawford will fight for the vacant WBO versus PBK, you know, pretty boy Josh Kelly, and hopefully it happens down the line. But we are in this situation because we know how it goes. We want to act like we don't. We want to act like now all of a sudden we supposed to be outraged. Bro, kick rocks with the bullshit. We know how this shit go. Like, we know how it fucking go. Shit is crazy, man. Like, talk about the fight. So many great fights this weekend. Y'all tripping, man. But, again, that's what they like. Jerry, you got a counterpunch from the people if you want it. I don't see you there, though. And we got Mr. Wolf, $2. Bud versus Kelly, then Bud versus Ortiz, both on the zone. Yup.
I like that, believe it or not.
We got JXV88, $5. Tim broke Fundora's nose and had him bleeding in his mouth for the first 3 rounds. Fundora's jab did not work at all until the cut should have been stopped. Yeah, they were heavy on the announcement about, I forgot who was that specifically kept. I mean, I feel like I heard it at least 3 times that he's swallowing blood. He's swallowing blood. That's not healthy. He's swallowing blood. I'm like, damn. JXV, we just got to you. He said you missed my super chat. Apologies. Tyrone the Great, $2. Production was good, too, other than Ugas Zab mix-up. Yeah, that's all over the place. Everybody's saying PBC got to get it together. Hakeem Rockman Jr. tweeted it. Everybody shared it. Real Jose 97, welcome to that champ level. Yeah, man. Once again, we got this counterpunch for Jerry from Jaquel. We going
Jerry somewhat beaming up before he come back, allegedly.
Let me get to Baby Joker, you not dead. Look, see, I was going to let you finish. We got Saquon.
Yo, what's good, Ness? How you doing?
All good, Saquon.
Yo, long time, man. Yo, I stay listening, but what I need you to do is set up 4 rounds or 5 rounds of debate with me and Jerry like for PBC. Like this dude makes me so mad every time I listen to him
Why?
discuss PBC, man. Cause like, and if he needs any sort of achievements, let him know my MBA's in finance. I'm a businessman. All of the stuff that he quote. He promotes for himself. Just set up 5 rounds between me and him debating his dislike of PBC so I can destroy him. Crawford's not needed in no scenario for 54. If you go Carlos Zoo, you go Spence, Fundora, you could go so many ways at 54 and have quality fights without Crawford. Why would any company build up their boxers and then send them out? And when he says Canelo still signed. Canelo still signs his 3 fights. It's not like Canelo he is a free agent because of his name, but he's still signing for 3 fights. Like what is Jerry ever talking about? Like can a company can't put on their own thing? They don't need, all of the money is coming from themselves. They don't need an organization like DAZN to fund their fighters or their fights. They don't need an organization like ESPN to fund their fights. Jerry, they don't need a money lender to fund their fights. They can go to the real estate agent and put cash down on the house, since you're a lender, without going to the bank. How is a businessman mad at that? Like, that makes no sense to me.
Because he's not a businessman. This is a boxing show, and he's a boxing fan. He's mad at the way boxing is being the way boxing is being run like a business.
But it's a mess. It's supposed to be run like a business. At the end of the day, Uncle Sam wants his money. The government you have to follow guidelines for a business. Like, what do you expect to do? Disregard everything that you're taught by Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, all of these companies that have been around for 100 years, just so some dude named Jerry could feel good about himself, that a fighter who doesn't want to sign or be employed even as a consultant to get a 1099 can come fight. Give me a break, man. Set it up, man. 5 rounds, me and Jerry. Ness, good to speak to you too.
Yeah, and he stepped away. There he goes.
Nah, I mean, again, I get everybody's frustration, but you see, he's arguing the business side. Jerry's arguing the purist, the boxing side, right? So, yeah, man, it's a tough place to be as a boxing fan, but as a boxer, I mean, why would you put yourself back in that predicament? See what I'm saying? Like, that's what we want to ignore here, man. And I'm not going to ignore it.
You know, and I got a question because Jerry, you know, not going off of us certainly, but you know, Jerry likes to add little salacious elements to his call, but he did say something that, you know, I'm asking, is there any perhaps credence to like the way Canelo operated with PBC, like kind of walk away?
My man, Canelo had a 3-fight deal. He had a 3-fight deal. And the last time he had a 1-fight deal. And that was because he was bringing everything to the table, which were the belts. Now he needs inventory, so they offered him 3 fighters. They ended up canceling that contract after the first fight, and we all know why. Because business, something that these, you know, outrage callers don't want to talk about. Meanwhile, Canelo's contract, they had to go back to the table. Why? Because after the first fight, the business wasn't right. And Al wasn't interested in losing again. Or, you know, breaking even or whatever it is you think. You know what I mean? But again, I say, why are we back in this situation? Do we not know that water's wet? Do we not know the sun burns? Like, we acting stupid and we still defending, you know, like, yo, as a boxing fan, yeah, cool. Be outraged that boxing can't get it correct, and a man can't activate his mandatory and fight his champion. Like Jamal couldn't fight Canelo. Like Devin couldn't fight Loma. You know what I'm saying? Selective outrage is all I'm saying. But like, yeah, get mad at boxing for that, but also get mad at the people in the sport for not moving accordingly then. Because this is the sport you choose to be in. Learn how to move. Like, why are we acting like it's just going to fix itself overnight, man? And we trying to make passes for certain people. That shit is wild crazy. You know, not to mention that there's a 3-fight offer. Now, I no longer bring that up because Bo Mac told me in my interview that that's cap. I don't know if it's cap. I'm going off what my man tells me. He says it's not real. It's not real. Are the reports that there was a Jerome Boots Ennis, a Lubin offer, and a Charlo offer on the table? Yeah, those are the reports. Does Bo Mac say differently? Yeah, he says differently. Is Crawford a free agent? Yep, he's a free agent. So one of those three things is true. They offered you the fights, you ain't want it. They didn't offer you the fights, you a free agent. I don't know. We don't know.
Except we know he's not over there and he's a free agent.
And again, it's like, yo, I mean, let's try to keep it simple. And they still not gonna get this. They still gonna argue. Does IFL put you on a channel?
No.
Okay, so then, do you owe IFL anything?
Absolutely not.
You know what I'm saying? You sending super chats for counterpunches on this channel. You understand? Because it's a family. Like, they not understanding that. They want boxing to move outside of how you move in your own real life. Like, are you right now telling your wife to prepare dinner for the neighbors or for your family?
For in-house.
Exactly. So it's like, of course Earl about to eat at the table, motherfucker. He ain't gonna eat at the neighbor's table. Like, I don't get why they act like they can't understand this. It's super duper simple. It's everyday life. I'm not getting it.
That's the passion, though, man. You know, we've all, and you know, and some of us, you know, I think it's a combination of the passion and trying to understand the business. But I think what most people don't appreciate is that the understanding is as simple as you making it seem. It's like everyday life. This is how we're going to eat. We're going to eat on this side. We're doing business over here if we can. If it's something we could take from over there and bring to here and eat with it and flip it, that's what we're going to do. We don't have to share it with nobody if we don't need to. That's how it goes.
Until we get to that episode of The Wire and it's the co-op, and even that didn't last forever. You feel me? And we do get that occasionally in boxing. And guess who's the one always involved in those co-ops? Al Heyman. So, you know, I'm not saying he right. I'm not saying he wrong. I'm saying, bro, we've been watching this. I've been doing this. I got grays in my beard now. So, like, you feel me? It's just like, okay, I get it. Yeah, we mad. But look, let's get mad at that too. You know what I'm saying? We mad at this, but shouldn't we be mad at that too? But all right, we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. Get back to some more people. Looks like we got J. Will counter.
What's up, I mean? What's up, Ness? What's up, man?
What up?
Top of the morning, brother.
Top of the morning, man. Yeah, I'm gonna start first with the fights. Yeah, man. I did good last night. I picked Pitbull by stoppage, and I picked Fundora. I've never been big on fighters taking a short notice change, especially with one guy being 6 foot, then your new opponent 6'6". One opponent's orthodox, the other one's southpaw. Like, that's too big of a change. So, plus the odds was great on Fundora for some reason. So, I did pretty good. So I'm in a good mood this morning. I still like how Tim represented himself, though. You know what I'm saying? I can't say there was a bad showing on Tim. Tim showed showed the heart of a champion by taking on the challenge and not shying away from it. So all in all, I just hope Tim get another shot. But to speak to I guess to the passion, as y'all just coined it, that everybody's talking about with Bud, I really feel like one, it has a couple of things. Well, I guess for me, because again, I'm a Spence fan, and I just think Bud is really a special fighter, and people want to see how special he really is. You know what I'm saying? And it's really fucked up that we can't see his true potential. Um, like when Mayweather fought Pacquiao, it was not a one-sided affair like how he did Spence. Anytime two rivals really get into the ring with each other finally, it's never a one-sided affair that he made it. And so that speaks to his greatness. Again, I'm a Spence fan. Now to speak to the shit that, I don't like how he moves business-wise, to speak to that, I got one counter for you. Now you saying, we should be mad at how he's doing this business. I agree to a degree. But even if he would have signed with PBC, there's still other fighters that would get preferential treatment over him because they've been Al Heyman boys prior to Bud just recently signing. So that whole theory that if he would have signed, he would have been getting all the fights he want, that's not necessarily true. Even Ellerby said that, Spence is going to get preferential treatment because, he's a PBC guy.
Exactly. So you I don't want to interrupt you, but you
But
contradicting yourself, man.
No, I'm not, Ness. Even prior to LB saying that particular statement, you've said it on your show before, and even other LB said it as well. Like certain Al Heyman fighters going to get preferential treatment, even over other Al Heyman fighters. Al Heyman has showed that. So it's not about just being signed with the PBC is going to guarantee to get you the fights you want. It's if you're in a certain inner circle with the PBC. That's why
Jay Will, that's the bell, man. But I do like how you tried to act as if you're not more entertained with the Crawford situation and clearly overlook Carmel in a fantastic 8-rounder. You overlook Cruz because, again, you rather talk about the bullshit. Y'all don't want boxing. Y'all prefer the arguments of boxing. But I gotta go, champ. I gotta go. You worrying about the best this and the best that. We had a great card last night. Trizzy, counter, what's up?
Yo, man, last night was a hell of a night of boxing. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Man, first of all, I guess I want to take shout out to that little Chihuahua because I had my money on Rolly. I thought Rolly can keep him off him, but apparently he couldn't. I think that little Chihuahua and what's his name? Sabrina Matias would be a hell of a fight, man. I would love that fight actually. You agree? You disagree?
So yeah, hell yeah. I mean, I think Puerto Rico, Mexico is what we need. Twitter, can y'all hear me? I'm being told it's not working on fucking Twitter. This shit is a beast.
I can continue, or you need a minute?
Nah, you good. I don't know. You can hear me, but I mean, they saying, we'll figure it out. But keep going.
Yo, shout out to Tszyu, man. Actually, shout out to Tszyu and Fundora, because that was a hell of a fight last night. Like, I couldn't be mad at nobody, man. But I think I got the most praise for Tszyu because I had the most criticism from him. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't a Tszyu fan since before he fought Tony Harrison. Going, oh, Tony Harrison gonna whoop his ass. It never happened. And he just willing to fight this best. Even after he got his ass, I can say he lost like that last night, but even after he lost last night, you're like, oh, well, I still fight Errol. You want to fight me? I still fight T-Bud. It's hard. Tim make it really hard for you not to like him. Man, he's just that dude, man. My book. I got a lot of respect for Tim after last night. I was hoping he would have got a majority decision, but he didn't. But anyways, I'm a fan of Tim now. I tried really hard. I was fighting against it to be a fan, but the way that he carries himself, the way he willing to fight the best of the best, like at a moment's notice, like everything about Tim is just impressive, man. And I can't wait to see him back on TV. against anybody, man. Tim was really that dude. How do you feel about the fight last night? I don't think I caught you. I just got up, man. But what were your thoughts on Tim fighting last night?
Nah, certainly a warrior, my dude. Certainly a warrior fighting with that blood, pouring it out of his face consistently. You know, and never not trying, right? He kept trying all fucking night. But Fundora surprised us. He fought tall, man. He fought tall. He used his jab. But I'm with Lubin, is what I said. I feel like that cut certainly Fundora got the win, but that cut certainly helped Fundora. It
Me
assisted
too.
him, that blood affected the vision, but that is the counter. We got another counter here from Super Mix. Jerry,
Good morning.
I see you. You got a counter as well from one of the community members, and I seen you sent your own. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, good morning. Happy Easter to those who celebrate and believe. Great line of fights this night. And I'm going to piggyback right off of y'all's conversation because we got these Bud fans calling in here and what's right for boxing and what's just and what's right. So what's right for Tim Tszyu? Tim Tszyu easily last night could have, after the fourth round, said, I can't see. Let's go to the cards. Probably would have got a draw if not one. After the fourth round. He toughed it out. You said it. We all saw it. The blood made it. He can't see. You ever tried to see with blood in your eye? That shit is hard. So what about what's right for Tim Tszyu? All you Benavidez fans, you see how Samson acting. Samson say, hey, we just got a verbal rematch clause. We were trying to sell out 90K. Keep that in mind. But so for all this virtue signalers and righteousness warriors that we got for Bud, what's right for Tim Tszyu? Since we're doing what's right for boxing, don't Tim Tszyu deserve his rematch? If that's what's right for boxing. But hey, that was a great fight though. Courageous performance by Tim Tszyu. Like I said, he could have checked out after the fourth and just said, "Nah, I'm straight, whatever." He didn't. As far as anything else, at the end of the day, Rolly, man, I bought the hype, I bought the trash talk, and he let me down. So I'm gonna take my crow for that. Didn't get to see the Lara fight. Saw bits and pieces of the Julio Cesar Martinez fight, and then I want to talk about Friday night's fight with Yokasta Valle and Sinisa Strada. That was a great fight, man. I want to see that fight again. That fight should have had 3-minute rounds. I'm not mad with the Strada winning. I personally scored it 5-5. But I can also see where Sinisa won it by a round or two. So that was a wonderful fight. It's been a great weekend of boxing. So I'll take my pro for the Rolly and I guess the Tim Tszyu, the Rolly and the Valle fight. I rode with my boy Amin on Yokasta. But aside of that, just a great weekend of boxing. Look, man, like I said, the PBC, the plan is in play. Errol's getting the fight next. Now, how you feel about that ain't my problem. I'm gonna be out there. You heard Samson say we selling out in Dallas. So Team Texas is gonna be out there running deep. And before I go with that, look, man, here's the thing. Fundora proved you can come off a knockout, you can come off a loss and come back, and like we said, we never know what happens. People are talking about Ness when they say who do you got in Bud over Fundora or Bud over Tszyu. People are saying it's a Bud fight easy. Nobody's picking Errol to beat either of these guys. So who's challenging themselves and who's taking the easy win? Let's keep that in mind. Like I said, if we're doing what's justified and right for boxing, then Tim Tszyu deserves his rematch before Spence or
That's the bell. Man, can y'all hear me on Twitter? I restarted that shit. I don't know what's going on over there.
What's up?
Marco, what up? I got Lake County $5. Fundora looked bad. He's been humbled after being slept. Fought timid and reluctant to throw left and to body. He didn't land half those jabs he threw. Okay. RRT Boxing back with another fight said Rocha looked unimpressive. Hashtag Hardeen.
How does that fight go if the cut didn't affect the vision? You think there'd be a different outcome?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly feel like the cut helped Fundora, you know?
It helped a lot, yeah, but like, would he have lost? Would he still have won, you think, without the cut?
Yeah, I mean, hard to tell. Can y'all hear me on Twitter? Malik, do you hear me? Can I get like a high five, a low five? What the fuck? Damn it.
Yo, before you go to the next caller, salute Marco. I'm about to get up out of here, man.
Oh, you
Enjoy
leaving,
the rest
man?
of the festivities. Yeah, man, I gotta go, you know what I'm saying? Pick up some, some this and that for the festivities today. Go ahead to my nana-in-laws and stuff, you know?
Easter. All right.
Yeah, man.
Good night of fights, though. Good night of
Oh,
fights.
and we got today, Fabio. What is what I'm saying? I gotta get out of here and boogie now so I can get back for Wardley Clark, man. You know I'm the king of Essex on both sides of the Atlantic. I'm out, fellas.
All right, peace. Essex is a county in
Malik,
New Jersey.
what about
for those of
now?
you who don't.
Shit, still ain't working, man. This shit got me aggravated. All right, we gonna do. Fuck. We got RRT box with Mr. A, $5. Pitbull versus Tank soon. PBC preparing for Haney showdown. Hashtag Hardeen. Jerry counter.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. Hey, Marco. Happy Sunday, amigo. How are you today?
You too, my man. I'm good, man.
Hey, man. Amin. It's crazy. I was just about to call and talk to Amin. Is he from New York, too?
He's from Jersey. Dirty Jersey. Him and Ness are Jersey boys.
Yeah. You know, I
like
love
us.
Ness. Ness is my he's my Dominican counterpart. I love him to death, man. And I think I love this show. I just realized I love this show not only because you guys know what you're talking about, but because I feel at home. I got Marco from Hell's Kitchen. Ness is from Jersey. Talk like most of the guys I grew up with. But with that being said, I'm going to address you today, Marco, because Ness is sipping on that PBC lean, and he ain't listening to a goddamn thing I'm saying.
Okay. Let me
Listen, did Buck Crawford have a multi-fight deal with PBC? Did he just sign one? Okay. Marco, what happened to that goddamn multi-fight PBC deal that Crawford had?
This is not my department.
It fell apart. They had a refund. They had to run it back in December. That came and went. Your boy, Spence was in the islands, drinking beer with his. Hey, more power to you, brother. But you have. I need my get back. You sold cleaning my side of the street. Strap season. Next got a closet full of goddamn t-shirts. $90, hoodies, right? You sold that goddamn shit for 5 years. And you out there on the islands after you got your ass mollywopped on the biggest world stage, let all your fans down. Then you want to get eye surgery in February. Talking about, I couldn't see those jabs coming. Oh, you know what I saw coming? This bullshit you pulling right now. Charles Crawford had a multi-fight deal with the PBC, and they couldn't put it together. So save me this. Crawford, it's Crawford's fault. He needs to sign up with the PBC. Now, let's talk about our good friend Tszyu. Because, Marco, you bring up a great point. Well, Tszyu, would he have won that fight if he didn't get cut in the top of his head? You could make a damn good argument. But here it is, Ness going, well, you don't understand. Fundora got knocked out his last fight, but he was winning the fight until he got caught. Well, you don't understand. Spence, he's part of the family. Why wouldn't he get a shot? Well, why won't you get a shot now? Because I could make a case that, you know what?
Yo,
Crawford and
you
Tszyu in
got a free
Australia.
counter punch from one of the
Crawford and
community
Tszyu in
members.
Australia. Let's get Crawford and Tszyu in Australia. Let the Saudis put up the money. Let's get Crawford and Tszyu in Australia. Let the Saudis put up the money. Because I think my boy Tszyu deserves a shot. If one eye, one rib, I'm the hydrated Spence. Huh? If he could get a goddamn shot after getting mollywopped on the world stage, it's Sebastian Fundora. I love the kid. But you got put to sleep. If you can get a shot at a title, you don't think Tszyu can get a shot after going through 4 goddamn PBC opponents? And next, let me remind you, Erickson Lubin is on YouTube saying, I don't know what happened. I didn't turn down a fight. I don't know. Last time I checked, he's with the PBC, Ness. Why didn't they treat him like family? He ain't one of the chosen ones. Your boy Canelo won't fight Crawford. But guess who was on the tail end of that goddamn 3-fight deal he had put together? Oh, it's your boy Spence. But guess who blew up that goddamn contract? Your boy Crawford. Your boy Crawford has cost the PBC so much goddamn money. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. I tell your audience every goddamn time, and I'll say it again. There are 2 firemen in this business, in boxing. 2 men that aren't scared of the heat. They're very comfortable in it. They don't run from the smoke. They run towards it. Terrence Bud Crawford, David the Monster Benavidez. Nobody beat these 2 guys. Listen, Benavidez, Jose, David, anybody listening to this show, watch your boy Lukowitz, how he responded. If you don't fire his ass by tomorrow morning, he is ruining you and keeping you back from you realizing your full potential. All the garbage that these YouTube channels talk about, David, is because of Lukowitz crazy ass. Get a mic from in front of this guy. Go retire. Go, yeah, you know what? Go manage Fundora. Go manage some of these guys that don't have the potential of a David Benavidez. But for you to sit there and go, well, you know, if Crawford could wait, just like David Benavidez is doing. That ain't right. You should never say anything like that in public stage. What is wrong with you, Lukowitz? But moving on. My next step. Crawford needs to be calling Saudi. Either Boots in Saudi to regain his undisputed at 147.
This guy is pretty delusional, man. Crawford needs to be
I don't know,
calling
but
Saudi.
I liked his Ness impression. That sounded just like you.
Hey man, great call, man, great call.
You can't even be serious. As a Crawford fan, you can't be serious. My man is delusional, bro.
What
Like,
you mean? Great call. I ain't hear no cap in that, bro. If Earl can get a fight, hey, anything's possible.
I like how
anything's
Crawford,
possible with what? With what?
with what?
What you mean?
Anything's possible with what exactly? That's just a vague statement.
I mean, I'm saying he was talking about the Saudis put up the money for Tszyu and Terrence Crawford. We know that
And he
Fundora
also
and
said
Earl.
Tszyu and I mean he also said Crawford and Boots. Like again,
Yeah, I'm not.
how is that? How is that realistic? Didn't Crawford wasn't he just told I'm not giving that fight to nobody? Like somehow we supposed to believe someone else is gonna come. I don't know. I'm just like
purse bid, bro. I mean, if
I'm just seeing
Fundora
how
dropped the
they
belt,
doing it.
it's gonna go to purse bid because he's mandatory. So he
Yeah,
got to
but-
fight Bud.
Yeah, but
Go
why
ahead.
would Bud get a shot at Tszyu? Why y'all keep saying Tszyu? It's like y'all
Because
don't watch
Tszyu
boxing.
gonna be first in line
No,
for the
he
WBO.
not. How?
Okay. He just lost, and he
These
should have a
dudes need to
rematch.
rematch
Yo,
each
you
other.
sound crazy, Mike. Like
Okay.
so the number.
Alright.
So the number.
My nigga Fundora lost and got a shot.
But
Like,
you telling me that the number one ain't gonna get a shot at Crawford is gonna be the dude that just lost his belt
Man,
making a
hell
title
no.
defense.
Yes, I'm telling you, they not gonna get Josh Kelly that.
Shit. I'll see it. I believe it when I see it, man. I believe it when I see it, man.
They need to rematch, is what they need to do.
Yeah, but it sounded like last night in the post-fight press conference that he didn't really have no rematch clause.
No, they don't want a rematch.
Verbal.
But they
They
should.
said verbal. They said it was a verbal one.
And that verbal
And
don't
the
hold weight
problem
for
is,
nothing.
all of us are way
I
more
mean,
amped
listen,
to
them
watch.
dudes is all friends. That's what you don't get. It's a family affair. You know what I'm saying? You either down with the family or you not. Like, I don't get y'all, man. But I got
I think all of us want to see Bud or Errol fight so bad that we don't want to see the rematch. I'm not saying us.
Not even that. Samson did an interview last night. He already said, like, we looking towards the Earl fight. It's about 50,000 people in Texas, so that's the bigger fight, so we can maximize this great victory. That's what he said.
Absolutely, that's more money, than Bud, and it's less dangerous, and it's more money. So why not?
We got Tim Boski.
I told you what was gonna happen though. Then I told you about Fundora, right? I
What'd you
did say
say?
that right.
What'd you
I
say?
told Ness earlier this week. I don't know why folks were overlooking Fundora, just talking about Tim Tszyu and
Because he never boxes.
Yeah, that's the
Bro,
first time he used
watch
that shit.
if you watch the last fight with Mendoza, he was boxing the fucking head off. He just got into the mode like, oh man, this shit too easy.
Yo, we
Then
got
he
the
got
call
called.
on. We got the
Then he
call
got
on.
called.
Tim.
Yo.
Yo.
What up, Timmy?
Ooh, 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 ooh. Marco. Wagwan. Big man, what's good, blood? Ness. What's good? What's good? Just let him cook. Let him cook, man. Turn that shit off, man. You ain't speak about nothing. Nothing. Stop. What the hell is going on? We had a great night of fights from Friday. You get me? Stop talking about this Crawford shit. We want to talk about real fights. What happened yesterday and Friday, and what's gonna happen today in main event heavyweight boxing. Fraser Clark and Fabio Wardley. Florian Marcoux, Chris Congo. You're going to see the electrifying Ben Whitaker again. So let's talk about what really happened. Shout out to Shanicia Estrada. You get me? And Violet. That was a good fight. Great fight for women's boxing. No one give them no credit. No one wants to talk about my guy, Julio Martinez against Cordova. No one wants to give that fight no credit. Cordova, Venezuelan, Pitbull, hound dog, junkyard monster. You see what he was doing in that ring? Great boxing skills against a quality elite guy at the 112 division flyweight.
Great
which many
boxing skills, but the power for Martinez changed the whole fight. He was rocking
Yes,
that boy Cordova.
yes. I said this. I sat down. Well, I was sitting down with Vega and multiple others, and we was watching that shit. And it was great action-packed fights. What did I say, Ness? I called in. You get me? I'm not gonna really go too ham on the credit because it's normal when you're a great boxing fan of the sport. You get me, and you get these type of things right. I knew Fundora was gonna win. Either or, the elbow did help him in his success, but this is fight. There was blood everywhere. There was blood everywhere. Blood everywhere. Blood on the camera. Blood everywhere. It's barbaric. This is barbaric. This is the sport that we love, man. This is what come on, man. We saw another bird to the BF. But Tim Tszyu couldn't get it done like bird to the BF. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I give Tim Tszyu credit. He's tough, just like his dad. He's tough motherfucker. And you see Fundora, that's what happens. You go back, you look at your mistakes, you break down film, you understand what you done wrong, you break down the positive, the negatives, the pros, the cons, and you come back, work on your craft, and he looked good yesterday. That jab was phenomenal. That jab won him the fight. That jab caused Tim Tszyu a hell of a lot of problems. And he showed me that he's got a real good ring IQ, or he's improved from his fights with Mendoza and Lubin. This is what I'm talking about. We're tired of talking about all this other bullshit. Crawford, I understand Crawford should be next. Errol Spence, it is what it is. That's why I said I've accepted this shit as a real boxing fan. Canelo Alvarez can go do what he wants. All these guys I've accepted it. There's nothing that we can do, but there's something we can do as real boxing fans and try and make the sport better. You know what I'm saying to you? But you got guys like Leonard Ellaby and it's a niche sport. Boxing superstars and stars. We don't care. We want to see real good fights. Shout out to Lara. That was a wonderful performance. That man's 40 years old, man. 40 years old, and he's cut up like a bag of dope. You get me? Shout out to Lara. You know what I'm saying to you? He was way too much for Zarafa. I knew Zarafa was going down. Eastside Pitbull Cruz, I told you, man. That's
the bell. Listen, I am not happy that I don't have Twitter Spaces. So,
What happened?
I don't know. It's fucking some
Twitter be
issue.
janky. It be janky
Yeah,
sometimes,
no,
like
it
the
certainly
broadcasting.
is. It certainly is, man. But
I did want to say about Fundora though, like I was telling you on Thursday. I wanted to see how he was gonna come back from adversity. And honestly, him and his father had a great game plan. Use that jab, use their size, use their range, don't commit to too much, no inside fighting. So I like the fact that we seen him battle back from adversity and also was able to go out there and really make it a fight to where everything benefited him. Tim was coming in, he was leaping. I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, what 54 pounder can beat him when he does that? That's
That's
rough.
what I was saying, bro. Like he has all the intangibles of being the best at 154. Like dude can fight. I know he got caught by Brian Mendoza. I get that. But if y'all go back and watch that fight, it was not close up until that point. It was not competitive. It was nothing. And I was telling you, like I was telling you about Brian Mendoza, I've never been big on him. We seen Boachuk go out there and put paws on him.
we gonna take about a minute intermission because that it just bothers me. I ain't gonna be
I
able to
feel
flow right.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna
that
address this. I need a minute. Give me 1 minute. It's gonna be some dead air for about 1 minute.
Who's moving, who's backing up, like you're somebody who comes forward. So why not make it a come forward fight and take some of that steam off Pitbull's punches? Get in close with him.
All right.
Get in, make it
Hopefully
ugly.
this worked, man. Let's keep it moving while I try to get up a new space. I got Fats. What up?
Yo, we need 500 likes to unlock the chat, man. 500 more likes,
I
right?
thought we got there. We got there, right? Somebody lied to me. Somebody super chatted and said, "Yo, we got the 500, didn't we?"
Let me look right quick.
Because I had unlocked it already.
594. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah,
you're
good.
right.
So who'd I go to? I went to Fats. Fats, you there? You hear me? Mic check, mic check. Fats. You, Fats.
We back on air? What's happening?
Yeah, we're getting everything situated here. But we are back. All
right.
We
Do y'all
got
think the
JB
reason
Cinema.
it wasn't like no rematch is because they have enough time to put it in the 14-day notice, the delay?
Probably, but I mean,
was it all like strategic? Was it all strategic?
But they said it was verbal. They said it was verbal.
That's what Samson said.
He goes, say it's verbal, and right after the fight, he's like, "Nah, we're gonna maximize this."
No, and he's right.
I mean, again, they got to give Zoo time to get healed. But let me get back to these lines here. We're going to try Fats again. Fats, do you hear me? Alex, because I don't see Fats listening. Alex, you there?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Perfect.
Okay, good, man. Man, good morning. I'm not going to lie, man. I am very satisfied with my money spent yesterday. Very little glitches, nice clear feed, and most importantly, great fights from start to finish. You know, I hear a lot of people whenever a card is made and they do the press release, they look at it and say, "Who the fuck is this guy?" Like that fucking matters when good, you know, if it's a possible good fight or not. That first fight was a terrific fight to watch. I've seen Julio Cesar Martinez plenty times. Never been a big fan of his style, but I know what he brings. My first time watching Cordova, and I want to see Cordova back again. And obviously, if you match Martinez well, get someone that's not going to be in there trying to pinch. It makes for a pleasing fight to watch. Both of them, man, they fought to the end. I think Mike, I think that's his name, right? He had mentioned it. The power was the difference, but they both were in there. They both were competing, and that's what I love to see. And that was the first fight of the night, man. So kudos to those guys putting on a show to start things off. Shout out to Edis Ladilada, man, taking care of work. You know, I watched the fighter for the first time in like 7-8 years in the morning. Saw that and I was like, yo, if Lada's still who I think he is, he's gonna knock this dude out. And yo, that was quite a nice knockout, man. Edis Ladilada, yo, bring him back, man. Let's not sit him on the shelf. Like he's showing he is one of the better 160 pounders out there in a division that isn't really that deep right now. So fuck it. Let's put him out there. Let's match him up. Let's see if he can unify. Let's put him against, you know, maybe if Elijah Garcia would have, you know, fought tonight, maybe that was something they would have done. Who knows? But yeah, let's see. I'm sorry?
You got the wrong Garcia. Danny was up there last night talking to Brock.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, because he did say, yeah, they were talking about that fight last year. Yeah, that's most likely, right? You're right. But and then the co-main, you know, I was surprised how many people were picking Rolly. But I gotta say, he did impress me. He had a good trigger for his counter rights, and he looked way better technically than I think I've ever seen him. But the inevitable happened. I always felt that the pressure was going to break him, and it did. You know, a lot of people were talking about Isak's too one-dimensional, and yeah, he is one-dimensional. But I just felt with the matchup with Raleigh's, where Raleigh's not really doing the best, you know, on his back foot, to be able to survive what Isak was going to do for 12 rounds was always going to be a tall task.
That is the bell, my friend. I do appreciate you. We got Fats on Twitter. We got that back working. What's up?
Yo.
Yup.
Man, I hear him talking about BB&T and what's his name? The Morgan dude, JP Morgan, when it come to boxing today. This shit crazy. This shit crazy. But hey man, shout out to Pitbull. Man, look, man. Pitbull don't really got no skills like that, but god damn, I love his toughness, yo. I just love his demeanor, yo. Shorty about his business. He got the streets behind him. I mean, did you hear that crowd? I ain't watched the fight live. I was watching the playback, but god damn, that boy.
I didn't know he was that popular.
Crazy energy.
I didn't know he was that popular. I was like, good gracious.
Well, it's also people hate Rolly, so.
Man. I was surprised how many people was actually going with Rolly in this fight. Like, I was talking to a couple of my guys on Twitter. I'm like, damn, y'all really think Rolly got a chance against Pitbull Cruz? I'm like, I don't see it because first off, Pitbull been more active lately. You get what I mean? And Rolly is for him to come back and try to, you know, be more disciplined with his defense and stuff. His first fight, you know, with Pitbull, I just ain't see it happen. It's too much adjusting for one fight. He been off for too long. You get what I'm saying? And you know, the chickens just came home to roost. He never supposed to have that goddamn belt in the first place. But I ain't gonna lie, man. If Pitbull think he going, you know, he going there against Barroso, I got Barroso. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think Barroso will clean him up. But it'll definitely be a good fight. It'll definitely be a good
Tank
fight.
can't hurt Pitbull, you think Barroso could hurt him?
What? Did you not? He got one punch knockout power. What you talking about?
I know what he got.
What?
But Pitbull's chin is crazy.
That old man can punch, bro.
What? Kenny? What? Kenny?
Man, so you think
the
the old man hits harder than Tank? Is that what you guys are saying?
Don't
I
nobody
think
want
that
to get hit
I
by
don't
him. You
know,
see,
but
don't
I
nobody
think
want
the
to get
old
hit by
man
him.
got a lot of power. I don't know if he hit as hard as Tank, but he got some power now.
He does. I'm not denying that.
Shit.
I just think Pitbull's
Yeah.
his chin is crazy.
But
Yeah,
Tank
it's
had a
ain't
broken
crazy.
hand too,
I'm
though.
not saying Barroso
True.
would knock him out cold. I don't see that. Like I don't see that. But that old man got some skills, yo. I mean,
Yeah.
shit. I
No, he
don't
can
think
fight.
Cruz will beat him. Yeah, I don't think Cruz will beat him. But that's a good fight. That's a good fight. And I like his toughness, yo. He want the unifications right away, right away. Like he not with the gimmicks and all that. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe he say that now. We never know how it be a couple months from now. But for so far, he won him how they come, man. And my boy Leonard, I always got bad news for Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney Ellaby. He back at it again. He said, you talking about Eddie Hearn, the same dude that just lost millions of fucking dollars on his last fight? He said, Leonard, what fight you talking about? He
That's
crack a
the
big ass
bell,
smile.
champ.
You know what fight I'm talking about.
CYP counter.
What up, CYP?
Happy Easter, compadres, muchachos, homies.
What up?
Happy Easter.
Oh man, I'm happy and mad because me and my wife went to this love concert with Keisha Cole and Trey Songz and them, and I'm sitting here like, man, I gotta watch this shit on the phone. I'm like, man, I can't be I'm looking like a crackhead in here trying to watch this shit while this concert going on, pausing it, looking at it, pausing it. I'm like, look, I'm gonna give two comments. Rolly, man, tough dude, entertaining dude, man, but Isak is a motherfucker, man. Goddamn, good job, Isak. But do y'all realize that now that's another champion that Tank has beat? Oops. So when we look back on this relay, who has he beat? How many champions? Add Isak Cruz to that list as well. And I hope he's just really as popular as it seems, so we can get that big pay-per-view in that rematch, and then he goes and fights him at 140 and gets people mad. Like, oh, he can't fight Devin at 140, but he can fight Isak. I said they both at PBC, man. That's how the business works. Bring your ass to PBC, you will fight Tank. He's never not fought a dude who was relevant on PBC. He always does. That's just the way life goes. And also, the same thing goes for Rolly that goes for Tszyu, right? The rankings always tell you who's elite. We can't pick them. The belts are what they are. They go to who the fuck they go to. We cannot decide that. But I've always said that we do not know if Tszyu is elite of the elite like y'all say he is. I look at it like the 140 division. When the big dogs didn't move up yet, the other 140 guys had belts. But as soon as the 135 guys moved up, the other 140 guys ain't got no belts. So I look at it like, is Tszyu really A+ or is he B+ like Fundora? And that's why the fight was close. And that's why I said, you know what? I could see Fundora winning, but I'm going to pick Tszyu because I think they're on the same level. There's levels to this shit, as y'all like to say. Tszyu, good fight, good competitor. He's a tough guy, all that shit. But be real, man. Be real. He's not as good as the community said he was. If he was, it wouldn't have been a close fight with the guy that he was favored to beat. It don't matter. Like, dude moved up and won.
I don't know about
He
that.
moved up.
Yeah, I
He
can't say
moved
that,
up and won.
CYP.
Listen to me. It's the same way. He got a belt because it was given to him by Charlo. Charlo cleaned up the division, and Tszyu came after that. So he's an afterthought to the division. He's not the guy in the division. There's a big difference between that
What
two. If Tszyu had a
54-pounder
belt,
can get in on that reach if he's
listen,
boxing?
you listen what I'm saying. You listen what I'm saying. If Charlo did not go up to 68, right, and Charlo was still at 54, it wouldn't be Tszyu being number one like y'all say. It's what I'm trying to tell y'all. He'd be in the group with the other dudes coming up. So if y'all don't think so, that's fine with me. But I can tell you right now, Fundora wasn't beating no prime fucking Charlo. Period. He wasn't getting with Charlo. Y'all
They never
love
fall. They never fall though.
This version?
Call it.
The boxing version?
Y'all can call it what y'all want. Y'all was wrong on Tszyu. If he was that good, he wouldn't have struggled. It wouldn't have been a close fight with Fundora. That Tony Harrison win was not what y'all tried to make it be, and I told y'all that. The dude was on a fucking retirement. Came back, he wasn't even talking the same. He beat the dude 4 years after Charlo knocked him out. 4 years.
We don't know what
putting too
Tszyu
much
can
on these
do
fighters.
because his eyeball
You saw what he could do. You just saw
was
what he could
full of
do.
blood the whole fight.
Listen, you just saw what he could do.
No,
a close fight
he
with
was compromised,
Fundora.
obviously.
No. I'm not even talking about the loss. Forget the fact that he lost. A close fight with Fundora is who Tszyu is, Whether you give him the win or not, whether it's the blood or not, he's a close fight with Fundora. That's the level that he's at. We never call Fundora the best of the best, but now all of a sudden, Tim, no, they're the same. They're the same. If you don't believe me, have the rematch. Have the rematch. He's not as good as y'all thought he was yet. He's not as good as y'all thought he was.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
that Fundora is a different Fundora that we've ever seen. And that Tszyu was different because his eye he couldn't see half the fight. So we didn't really get an accurate depiction of what would happen.
Y'all be having a lot of excuses, man. Like, look, I said Rolly was elite because of the rankings, but Rolly just got knocked out of the elite. You see how I manned up? Y'all said Tszyu was this. He went close fight with Fundora.
You said Rolly was elite?
Oh, yes, because of the rankings. He's in the rankings. He got the belt. I don't make the list, my guy.
But rankings don't make you elite. You know, that's what we're on this show for, to talk about what elite should really be. It's definitely not rankings.
Bro, I've been watching Fundora for a long time. I've never thought Fundora was less than anybody else at 154. The dude can fight, and he's 6'6", 6'7". That is a nightmare for anybody at 154. And I get it. Oh, he got knocked out by Mendoza. I get it. I'm gonna go back to what I've been saying. It's one thing getting caught by one shot and you dominating the fight. It's another thing when you getting caught in every round. He wasn't getting caught in every round. He got caught one time by Mendoza and got knocked out. Other than that, Fundora has been on a tear at 154. Tszyu has been on a tear at 154. Jamel Charlo felt like he had to go up to fight Canelo instead of fighting Tszyu because it was a bigger payday and it made more sense. I get it. But Tszyu had been calling Charlo name for a long time too. So we're not going to pretend like Tszyu ain't what he said he was or ain't what he said he is. Like Tszyu can still fight. But he just came in there with a dude last night on short notice, and maybe he didn't have the right camp for a guy like Fundora.
I look at it like I'm not sure what Tszyu is about yet because we didn't see the full Tszyu last night because he was marred by the cut. That's how I look at it. I'm not really sure.
I ain't want to give him that pass because I seen Badu win a jack. Badu Jack won a fight against what's the guy's name? The Olympian, Marcus Brown.
But what I'm saying is
Marcus Brown with a cut just like that. I've seen Better B win a fight against Marcus Brown with a cut just like that. So
I'm giving him the pass. I don't know what fight you're talking about. I didn't see that, but all I know is I
Marco didn't see a lot.
I didn't see that, but I did see last night when somebody's pouring the blood out their eye constantly, it's clearly an issue. Some cuts don't form an issue like that. That's my point.
Jack shit was like just
was he
was
pouring
wiping
the blood out of his eye?
He was wiping it just like that. Better B was wiping it just like that.
Okay.
So it's like when you that dude and you've been talking like you that dude, adversity come. You're gonna have to rise above that adversity.
Alex.
And we ain't gonna act like that Fundora nose wasn't busted and maybe his breathing could have been messed up. We don't know.
Yeah, but that at least was from a punch. Like this was some freak thing because Fundora.
But was it Fundora? It looked like from the elbow, like it didn't even hit the bottom of the elbow.
No, he came in with his head and he hit the bone, the forearm bone, and it cut him open.
I was thinking he came in with his head and maybe like the tape from the gloves.
No. It was a forearm bone. I saw it clearly, and because he's so tall.
Let me get back to these callers, guys. I got to get back to these callers. We got Prada, $2. He says Tszyu was punching Dora up before that cut with the scissors emoji. JB Cinema, $2. He says, shout out to Oscar on becoming champion again. And he means Valdez. Back with another $2. Shout out to Pitbull becoming champion last night. And he put Mexican flags for both of those messages. And another one, $2. Shout out to Ramirez for becoming a champ last night. Another Mexican flag. We got Lake County, $5. He says, what the fuck is Moss? Is that an acronym?
Come on, man. What? Your boy's on. I'm right here.
Oh, shit.
I'm right here.
No, because he put big M, small O, big S. I'm like, what the fuck? Then it's all right. But anyway, he says, Mike on Sports. Come on, fam. You impressed with Fundora last night? Fam had a waterfall of blood flowing his eyes, and you praising Fundora for a defense strategy?
He did what he needed to
That's
win.
what I'm saying.
Like, it's boxing, bro. He ain't got to go out there and goddamn me throw haymakers all night. You got a strategy. His dad told him.
Too.
His dad told him after he got caught with that punch in like the second round. Hey man, stay to your jab, go around, box him. We got
this. You have a point too, because Tim Tszyu might have been affected a little bit, but we still saw, it wasn't completely a different fighter.
No, Tim Tszyu was still doing.
I didn't like how Tim Tszyu kept leaning back defensively. You don't lean back from a 6'5". You don't do that. You go under those punches, not away from them. I didn't like that, but whatever.
I got RRT Boxing with Mr. A, $5. He says, is Elijah Garcia really sick? WA number 2, PBC protecting future, maybe #Hardeen? Nah, his dad told me he was sick. JB Cinema back at us, another $2. He says, shout out to Martinez, the 4th champion win last night. Mexico flag. Lake County, $2. CYP, Gary Russell never relevant on PBC. No tank bout. Years of lurking, $2. Charlo ducked Tim with a broken had the fuck. CYP talk. What the fuck? Charlo ducked Tim with
he pulled out, remember?
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't saying what he's saying.
I think he said a broken hand. I forget what it was.
Oh, so he misspelled hand. Okay, because he's put broken had to fuck. I don't know, so I didn't know what he was saying. Okay.
Left the end out.
Okay, we got Lake County, 2 more. Marco, only one making sense today about main event. Why? Because he believes the blood caused it. I mean, I said that. I said I agree with Lubin that Sebastian got the win, but the blood helped.
Yep,
it ain't my fault.
It ain't nobody's fault.
I did nothing dirty. You the one who jumped in with your head at the end of the round.
It's not about fault. The cuts are cut, and obviously nobody wanted it to happen, but it did.
Gotta say one thing, man. I love watching that dude Jose Cesar Martinez fight. I've been loving watching him fight since Eddie Hearn had him, man. He's an exciting fighter, bro. He got power, and he don't have a lot of jabs. He just throw power. I love that dude. I was sad when he lost to Chocolatito. I was like, damn. Chocolatito will beat his ass.
Chocolatito beat a lot of people's asses.
Yeah, for sure. Not Rumberside though. Rumberside cleaned this shit up twice.
Mark says 2-pounder. Tim Tszyu fans crying in the chat. Fundora broke hearts. Aiden, $2. CYP a hater. Thunder from down under.
Hey, what's Fundora daddy name?
Fuck, I forgot, and I met him.
Man, salute to that dude. He got a champion as a women's champion, and he got a son. And so big ups to him. Whatever he been doing, bringing those kids up in this boxing, he been doing the right thing. So I want to give him his flowers today as well. Shout out to you.
It's the second brother and sister duo behind Lou Del Val and his sister.
Look at you with the goddamn boxing knowledge.
Wow, man. New York. Lou Del Val and his sister.
5-pounder Fundora wins seem hollow. Tim Tszyu right hand was peppering Fundora with accuracy and power before the cut. Tim stops him in the rematch. We got.
And that's one thing that I wasn't seeing from Fundora. Like when he threw his left hand, he wasn't really like overly committed. It was just not like a whole lot of turn with it. It was like a popping shot more than like a kind of like dagger kind of shot. So I will in the rematch. I would like to see him commit more to that left hand to put a little bit more steam on it.
Fundora? Yeah. He has a kind of a Paul Williams thing going on where Paul didn't hit that hard all the time, but Paul threw a lot more of volume of punches. But
we got Demo says 600 likes, man. Don't let the people cheat. Shout out to Danny. James Benitez counter, Trizzy counter, Alex 2 counters, and CYP counter. We got Marky B. Yeah, 2-pounder. Put some respect on Fundora chopping on the Barbie. Chopping on the Barbie. You should have said like putting shrimps on the Barbie. But we got that first counter, 2 of them back to back for you, Alex. One from Supermex and one from Stick Talk. Salute.
Yeah, good morning. Hey, man, appreciate y'all. I forgot to say, for everyone that does celebrate Happy Easter, definitely take this time to spend time with your family. But for those that do have time, we do have more boxing today. Shout out to UK for giving that to us. It's been a great week from Wednesday to Sunday. Hey, Ness, I was at the last minute, I was tooting that Adorno train, man, and he disappointed. But shout out Nicholas Walters. He did thing, man, nice and composed, and showed that he has that.
I said, damn, he's still doing them like that.
Yeah, man, very disciplined. You gotta give it to that dude, man, for taking all those years off, coming back, and Adorno. People forget he's only 24 years old, but bro, it's not looking good right now. If he can't get it together now, that's it, bro. Like, I've told myself this a couple times, but I'm gonna have to write this shit down, man. I just no trust in that dude. Dude got talent, but just whatever he be doing leading up to the fight, it just ain't been working, obviously, once he reaches a certain level. But yeah, man, going back to the last night's great card, man. Like I said, $70 well spent. The main event, bro, I had Tszyu. I thought Tszyu was gonna stop him. I knew Fundora was gonna be a challenge. I try to tell people, don't really sleep on Fundora trying to box, because he's been working on his last 2 fights against Ocampo. He tried to use that jab a lot more. Mendoza, same thing. It's just when you get on the inside and you start throwing, he can't help him. His preset is to fight back. And he did a great job on staying to the game plan. His dad's name is Freddie Fundora, Cuban. So yeah, man, he was able to get his son to finally follow the game plan. But I mean, to be honest, those first 2 rounds, I felt like I was a prophet. Tszyu could have missed that right hand. Fundora was leaking. People, it looked like maybe that nose was a little damaged for sure. That might have been broke. And then Tszyu runs into that elbow, gets a cut, and yeah, man, that definitely changed the fight. Man, they both were bleeding. It was a battle. I felt at the end of the day that Tszyu edged it out. I was a little upset with the decision, but I mean, this is boxing. A lot of people felt Fundora won, so that's what it is. It's just upsetting that, it was such a great fight. So many things happened to it. Tszyu could have pulled out the fight, right? People say he could have ended the event.
That Tszyu also kind of succumbed to no, I lost. If he would have maybe argued it, maybe we'd hear more people also saying what you're saying. Nah, you could have won. Because it was close.
No, man, it was a good fight. It was a great main event. And like I was trying to say, Tszyu, he could have scrapped it. Fundora, even though he got knocked the fuck out his last time, still a good 154-pounder, as we saw. During the fight, I'm sure if he would have turned to his corner and said, hey, I feel a little bit weak. Actually, we saw that against Brian Norman versus Janelson Figueroa. Figueroa got a knockdown. Then at the 3rd round, I think 2nd round, he got cut, and he was telling his corner in between the 3rd and 4th round, I don't feel right, I feel weak. They stopped it, no contest. Tszyu could have did the same thing, but you got to give it to that man. He's been, he speaks what he believes, and he shows it. He's a warrior. He's a fighter. He wants to go in there. He wants to go in there and beat up whoever's in front of him. And he tried that. But once again, man, I got to give credit to Fundora, because I feel like a lot of people aren't doing that enough. Both those guys battled it out. Both of them did the best they could, and we got a good fight. I just feel bad because I believe it deserves a rematch. I would want to pay for that, just automatically seeing it. But the business of boxing always seems to win, right? Spence was there. Spence is still seen as the big fish, and people are going to be excited for it because PBC is going to push it. They're going to make sure that it's set out there, and just one loss. Honestly, bro, one loss doesn't just automatically shouldn't derail you, right? Fundora showed that last night. You're seeing the excitement build up for Spence versus Fundora. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen. People are talking about, belts being stripped, moved around. PBC, man, they're really good at executing what they want. So it looks like Spence versus Fundora next. I'm not sure what's going to happen when it comes to Bud. It seems like he may be left out because I could see it to where, it's a WBC match, right? They're going to do Fundora Spence. Let's say he gets stripped, WBO Fundora. What if hey, Tim Tszyu, hey, we're not going to do the rematch. We're going to put you with Bohachuk. Maybe, I don't know if Bohachuk, I know he's with 360 Promotions, but maybe they do a deal, step aside and say, hey, you're not going to get the Fundora fight, but we'll give you the Tszyu fight. So there's a lot of different ways that can happen, a lot of different things that can happen. It's unclear what they may do, but man, I just want to keep seeing good fights. PBC, we've been waiting. The Thurman fight, I was never a fan of. I think this turned out for the better. And yeah, man, I feel good as a boxing fan. I just hope this all works out to where, yeah, man, I'm on a high right now with this week, with everything happening, with the fights. And bro, just keep the momentum going, man. Let's keep getting great fights, man. Hopefully the tank card is looking like it's going to be good. And hopefully they deliver as well, man. That's my call. Appreciate the counter punches. Everyone have a great day. More boxing, man. I'm going with Wardley. Appreciate y'all.
All right. We got Marky B. Yeah, 5-pounder. Ness. What would a non-injured Thurman against Tszyu look like last night? Man, it's hard to say, man, because that height, you can't act like that. People act like height don't matter until it fucking matters. You know what I mean?
It's hard to say.
And that, you don't think it's hard to say?
Hell no.
You think Tszyu would have stopped Thurman?
He would have whooped Thurman ass last night, bro. Come on.
Man, hey, it's hard to say. You thinking about an old Thurman. You ain't had the privilege of being in camp.
Yeah, I ain't seen him. Yeah, he ain't been around, so I ain't seen him.
Exactly. Bless One LA, Spence versus Fundora, Dallas Stadium, 50,000 people. Sorry, bud.
That's what I want to ask y'all
I
about.
don't know why y'all keep doing that. See, this is the bad thing about boxing fans.
It's the great thing.
Boo-boo shit.
It's the great. They can't bring this nigga name up without saying Bud name, no matter if it's disrespect or if it's congratulations. We'll take it because we on y'all brain from what happened on July 29th. Y'all know what happened.
I'm sorry. I thought you was done. You was done.
I'm just saying y'all know what happened. I ain't gonna go down that long beatful hard road again.
That's the thing. Y'all living in that. Is it like we so far removed from July 29th?
That's what I'm saying.
And this is the problem that I've always had. We so far removed from that fight. Earl's team got a plan for him, and we don't know what's cooking with Bud. Every rumor that done came out, they done shot down. I asked him personally about the 3-fight deal to Bomac. He said, man, I ain't heard of that shit. And Bud tell me everything. Okay, that ain't real. I asked him about the Eubank shit. Oh, man, that shit ain't real. And Bud tell me anything. But then Eubank got a shushing emoji. So, like, you know what I'm saying? It's good to have a team,
I talk to Bud down there every day.
It's good to have a team.
I talk to him every day.
You talk to Bud every day?
No, he's saying that's what Bomac told me in my interview, but I'm just saying it's good to have a team to put things in order for you, man. We got CYP Counter. Trizzy, you're next, and then whoever, or James Benitez is next.
I just hate the fact that they used taking the fight as some sort of like, yeah.
Yo, listen. I gotta go to church. But so let me say this real quick. Hey, when a dude, you can't say he's fighting a dude who just got knocked out his last fight, and then he loses to that dude, and we don't demote him a little bit. Like, you can't have it both ways, yo, because when he beat Harrison, y'all was giving him credit. We knew Harrison ain't had a good win in 4 years. But he loses to the dude who just got knocked out that y'all say didn't deserve it, and you don't want to – come on. It can't be both ways. Get the rematch. Build. He only, 29? Build yourself back up. Go get that rematch, which I doubt will happen because I don't see Fundora beating Errol. But at the same time, when you have guys that are under you that people think have a chance to beat you moving up, you're not as good as we think, as your fans say you are. It's just not happening. The fact that y'all know Bud would have went up there and possibly beat Tim Tszyu, he would have beat him. Just the fact you think Errol go up there, possibly beat Tim Tszyu, probably would beat him. The fact that Fundora just got knocked out his last fight, got up there, had a close fight, got the decision. You just have to accept these things, man. It's boxing. It'll come. A time will come. He'll be back because he is a very, very good boxer. He's just not as good as people said he was. Because in my opinion, if he was that good, that scorecard would have been different and he still would have won. Because other fighters have went through adversity and came out to get the win. This nigga Tank broke his hand, still beat Pitbull. I don't want to hear these fucking excuses for fighters that y'all like, and then y'all shut down and shit on fighters that you don't. Hey, man, boxing is a crazy motherfucking game. Shout out to Fundora. You fucking deserve it, man. Shit, I love seeing you. You one of them Leo Santa Cruz cut kind of kids, man. You great. You good for the community. Shit, you good for boxing. I fuck with you, man. Congratulations to you. Real talk. Tim Tszyu, get back on that mountain, man. Climb your ass back up. Shout out to Eastside and the Mexicans, man. Y'all should be proud as fuck. Y'all had a great weekend. Y'all should be proud as fuck. Y'all done got, 3 new champions? 4 if you count Fundora. Do your fucking thing, man. Y'all doing y'all got that thing. And the reason to be mad today is Easter. Viva la motherfucking Mexico. CYP out.
Yeah, Viva la Mexico, because Oscar Valdez put that damn shit on Liam Williams' ass Friday night.
All the Mexicans did their thing.
Boy, they was showed out.
Trizzy. Counter. Trizzy.
I had to come back. I forgot about Valdez. Valdez did do his thing because the first 2 rounds, I was like, oh shit, Oscar in trouble. But I put my foot on your boy neck. What's his name? The little Tank. Tank ain't that dude, man. Like I had watched Elijah Pierce fight this weekend, and no disrespect, but he ain't on no Tank level. You know what I mean? In fact,
but why is you even putting him in Tank in the same sentence? That spawn, like Tank was 17 in that spawn. Like that just means that those kids is doing a good job. Overtime doing a good job. Like there's no reason logically, honestly, especially from you as a betting boxing fan, there's no reason you should be talking about Elijah Pierce and Tank in the same sentence. None.
The only reason why The only reason why I'm putting on the same sentence is because Tank calling out, and I looked at his boxing rec. Pierce only went 10 rounds 2 times in his whole professional career.
Tank
so
ain't
you
calling
kind of
him
call.
out. Tank ain't calling him out. Stop that. Stop misinterpreting, man. Tank ain't calling him out. Come on, man. Why? What will give you the impression that Tank called this man out?
I think I seen a video and they like, Tank said, I'm gonna knock you out like I did in sparring.
No, that's because Elijah put out the sparring of him and Tank got annoyed.
Bro, Tank is not calling that man out in a professional boxing ring.
No,
believe me, man.
Not at all.
Y'all tripping,
not
man.
even on the same level. Not even in the same stratosphere.
Yeah, they not on the same level.
That shit don't
I don't
belong
think,
in the same conversation.
Agree. I think Tank is a good B+ fighter. I don't think really elite like that because he never step up. You know what I mean? He rather take it. No, I got him like a B fighter. A+ fighter to me, Devin Haney. Or Teofimo Lopez. Actually, I gotta give him credit too because you know what? They step up, they went through the fire, and they came out. Tank, he just kind of like, I'm gonna fight someone I know I can beat. So he got all the skills to pay the bills, but he just don't have a heart. And team don't believe in him, and he don't believe in himself either. But what I'm gonna tell you, I know I'm gonna tell you, man. Those skinny people, I don't know what it is about them real skinny people, but they should be like, nah, because they always cutting somebody. Jesus Christ, man, that was a lot of blood, man. But I gotta give credit again to Tim Tszyu because I wasn't a fan, but I'm a fan now, man. He doing this thing, so I had to call back and give credit where credit is due because I was never a big Tim Tszyu fan, but he keep on like, hey, I want to fight the best. I want to fight the best. Hey, I just got my ass beat last night, but you know what? If Bud want to fight, I'll fight Bud. If Errol want to fight still, I'll still fight him too. So, mad respect to Tim Tszyu. He doing everything you wish your favorite fighter did, and that's my call him out. Happy Easter, boys.
All right, champ. We got James Counter.
Yo, Ness, Mike, Marco, man. Happy Easter, man. How y'all? You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to the last caller, man, for giving Elijah Pierce some recognition, man. You ain't got to shit on him, man. But yo, he's a future star. He's a future star, man. That was an epic performance that he gave us in the overtime arena, which was a movie. You know, that shit was lit, Ness, man. We should do business. That shit was a movie, man. Like, hey,
I got chill out, bro. You got chill out, bro.
Nah, bro. Nah, man. If you would have been there, you would have enjoyed the scenery. You would have enjoyed the venue. You would have enjoyed how close the seats are to the ring.
Oh,
Would
the
have felt like you was
production can
actually.
be great, but to say somebody's a
Yeah,
future star, like it's a lot of dudes
he's
in
a
boxing,
future
man. There's a lot
star,
of
my
dudes
nigga.
coming up. We're like, we
Bro,
don't
yeah,
know how this shit gonna play out.
man, bro. My nigga, man, give him to Paulus, man. The dude that Inoue just beating shit like that, man. Give him that, man, so he can show he's worthy of being up there at the top of the super bantam. Just like you need to give Haben Brady, go ahead and give him Carmel Moulton and shit. We can go ahead and just chop off that scalp from TMT and show that he's not really what we think he is. Show him that everything that's coming out of Georgia is real. You know, that red clay, something different, man. You know, he
Did
can
you
go
see
ahead and do all them little soft touches over
what
there.
Camille?
What's up?
Did you
saw
watch
what Havy
Camille
did.
yesterday?
Did you watch him? Yeah, he got touched up a little bit. Did you watch what Haben Brady did?
Man, nah,
All
I
right,
ain't
then, man,
heard
because you ain't watch the
Hayden
real
Brady.
fight. Check him out, then, man. Check him out. He's over there. Ask your man Bomac about him, man. He should tell you. You talk to him every day. Ask Bomac about him. Definitely, man. Also, O'Shea Jones, even though she beat up somebody that she beat up before and everything, she still put on a good show. And Dante Lane, he's showing that he's going to be a good prospect at the middleweight.
Do you work for overtime, bro?
Nah, nigga, I'm just in the city, man. I'm outside for real. That's all it is. I'm in the city.
Okay.
You come down, man. I'll go ahead and take you out to a nice meal and everything like that. You come to the man. We'll make sure you're taken care of, man. I also hung out with a few members of the community. Shout out to Trees from Toledo, Ohio, and shout out to Bo. He came out here. This weekend's cards to the big, Bama Bo. To the bigger fights, man. I mean, Fundora, man, he needs to fight with elbow pads or something, man. That shit was fucked up. What happened to Tszyu? But either way it goes, man. You know, he fought like a tall fighter for a change. So with him actually doing that, that's the only way he was able to pull out the win. It was still a close fight. I think Elijah Garcia beats Lar, but Danny Garcia, we all know Danny Garcia is about to get that fight next. So Danny Garcia, you know, the pride of Puerto Rico still, even though he's an older fighter, not as old as Laura, but he's gonna show Laura that he needs to go ahead and relinquish that belt and give it to a real champ. Bud, I'm sorry for Bud for being pushed out the way like he normally is, but Ness said it already. He needs to go ahead and just sign on to PBC. That's the only way he's going to get what the fuck he wants in the sport, so he can actually retire gracefully. Other than that, he's going to be watching Errol get the fights that he should get, and we're going to see Errol probably pick apart Fundora. Tszyu, you know you're going to have to rebuild, and to kind of CYP's point, CYP talking about the 135 pounders when they came with the 140, how they took over the division. I think we all had before Earl, Bud, and then Keith Thurman before they even moved up that they could all probably beat Charlo. You know, even though we know Earl and Charlo wouldn't have fought, but shit, we could have favored the other ones against Charlo. Shout out to you, shout out to the community as always. I'll catch you on the next one.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, he was bigging up overtime a lot. Hayden Brady, Elijah Pierce, O'Shea Jones. It was somebody else he said too.
I got Kerry G with the fat $20. Breaking bread with TBV. Put 75 on Fundora. Tim showed he has heart and chin and can fight. Blind. No longer think Bud destroys him. Now he just loses. Tough fight against him. Fundora fought through adversity as well. Carmel up next. Yeah, Carmel did his thing. I wonder what they do next, though. Now, you know, since that one went the way that it went. But keeping the lines moving. We're using Discord and Twitter Spaces to call in. Up next, looks like we got Two-Tone.
Yo. What's new, man? It's your boy Two-Tone Superstar. Please say the superstar, a.k.a. the king of boxing Twitter, is here on TBV. First and foremost, do not ever mention Rolly, Short Bus, Crayon Eating Romero on Gervonta Rehydration Clause Davis' resume again. That win has aged absolutely horrible. And I say that respectfully. Also, Pitbull is still trash. He went life and death with Giovanni Cabrera. I'm still not sold on Pitbull. Still trash. And Gervonta Rehydration Clause Davis was up on Twitter hoping that Rolly would win. I've never seen Tank act like that just so his resume can look a little bit good, and I say that respectfully. PBC, get it together. You said your Dennis eye closed Ugas was Zab Judah. That was disgusting. That was musty at the highest regards. And I seen a couple microphones with some cracks in it. Get it together, PBC. You on Amazon, they delivering 1 million air fryers a day. Also, Spence is back. He done skipped the line. Spence is back. Bud fans, y'all down bad. The man came in the ring wearing Derrick James' check on his neck. You see him, Ness? You see the boy shining?
Damn. That was
fresh braids. Brand new Texas jean suit. That's just Spence back. Texas is back. He got that Derrick James on his neck. Big nigga Spence, respectfully. Yeah, man. And Terrence Bud Crawford. In the words of Draymond Green, what you thought you was Kobe? You ain't Kobe, nigga. Go and fight Boots, bro. Or go fight that nigga Jermel, possible domestic violence Charlo. All right, man. Two-tone superstar. I'm out, man. King of boxing Twitter. I'm out.
We got Kerry G.
He got to run that chain though, bro.
Who?
Earl.
Wow.
You got to go and get he perpetrating a fraud. He calling himself man down. It ain't but one dude at 147 who was the real
that's
man
his
down.
slogan. You out here, wow.
He need to change his slogan then.
Nah, you see,
Two-Tone
said what Two-Tone said was right. Y'all down bad. Look at him. You want a man that he said, yeah, Terrence Crawford fans, y'all down bad. Look, you want a man to change his slogan.
He got to. He don't live up. He don't live up to it.
Bruh, that's his shit.
Nes, do we live up to it?
Bruh, Bomb
I'm
Squad. We ain't seen a knockout in a minute. Not on that level.
Get knocked out.
Come on.
We seen Atlanta get knocked out.
Let it go.
He had 2 fights. One fight was knocked out. One fight wasn't.
All right, bro. He about to fight Zhang. He about to fight Zhang.
Yeah.
Zhang.
Yeah. We gonna clean his ass up too. He folded. He out of there. But real quick though, he not living up to that man down shit. He ain't man down Sean. We did. He ain't man down Danny. He did man down Uga. Well, not really. Ugas got waved though. He wasn't really like a man down.
Bruh,
but we man down dudes, bro.
You and your feelings.
Every dude at 147 touched the canvas and got stopped. I'm just saying.
It's gonna come a day. Where Terrence get his just due too.
When it's coming, let me know. Let me know when it's gonna come.
Soon.
I'll be ready for it.
Yo,
It's coming soon?
Yeah, because look, he blew up over the last 7 months. You can't help but say he ain't in a better space today than he was 8 months ago.
But the fighting don't change though. The fighting don't change though. Like he can be more popular. The fighting's still the fighting.
Nah, but
Kobe's still Kobe. Jordan's still Jordan. LeBron's still LeBron.
No, you
mentioned
still
Floyd.
No, you mentioned all superstars. You wildin'.
Bro, just because he's not as popular don't mean he's not as great as
it matters.
I'm talking about when it comes to dedication to the craft.
Ain't nobody talking about that though. Ain't nobody discrediting that. Ain't nobody saying he ain't doing that.
You saying he getting more popular, so his head getting big, so he's not more dedicated. Okay.
No, you misinterpreted what I said. I said he's gotten bigger over the last 7 months. He's bigger than he's ever been. 8 months ago, he wasn't in this position. Yeah, Bud. I'm talking Bud. Okay. I'm saying he's in a good position. You totally misunderstood that. I'm just saying he still ain't as big as Earl, obviously. Like, look. Earl has an entire fan base that's out here showing PBC that they gonna pay to watch him fight.
I don't think Errol could get to him if Fundora boxes like that. I think that'll be tough. Tall order.
I mean, Earl is more of a body puncher than Tszyu is, and I know you open yourself up, but you also are a professional by hours, right? Like, he's been doing that shit for a minute, going to that body. Like, it's only one dude that was able to, dissect him, and that was Crawford. We can't just automatically assume everybody's going to do that. And if anything, yesterday's fight should show us that, if you don't believe Earl can do anything, you didn't believe Fundora could either. And you just don't know what Earl could come back and do. Kerry G, $2. Carmel styling like Sergio Martinez in that last round. We got
and Fundora and Earl would be a lefty versus lefty, so that'd be interesting too.
Two-Tone, you got a counterpunch from the truth whenever you come back on for the Spence fans. We going out to yours truly, Trey. While we wait for Trey to connect, don't forget to smash the thumbs up if you haven't already done so. Go ahead and subscribe. We're trying to get to that next goal of 205,000. Right now, we at the 204,296. So we need about another 800, give or take. You know how you win some, you lose some.
Yes, big up to you, Ness. Big up to the family. Big up to the community. It's obviously happy Easter, so blessings to you all. Obviously, I just want to round up a tremendous weekend. Obviously, I'm from the UK and I'm about to get ready for the Woodley vs. Clark, so I'm on my way to the O2. So I just thought, let me just come into the show and just want to round up the big one. Fundora did obviously cause an upset, and Tszyu, we have to give him a lot of credit. He's a warrior. He showed he's got heart. And it was just tremendous to see. This was the launch of PBC on Prime. And look, I think this was a good event. The boxing fans should be really appreciative that, PBC's pulled one together. Even though we didn't get the Furman, but we did get Fundora and the night. We got blood. Ness, you wanted blood. You got a bloodbath. So, yeah, it'll be good to kind of get your views on a potential fight with Spence. If Spence does get in the ring with Fundora, who you putting your money on? This is what I want to know, Ness.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see, man. Terrence Crawford says Spence looks like a linebacker last night. So we're going to see how Spence looks in fighting shape, what date they talking, all that matters.
AT&T Stadium, it looks like. Yep, Cowboy. If it does happen, and I know a lot of the Crawford, fans are gonna say, "Oh, Spence doesn't deserve it." Look, I'm a big Spence fan. I respect what Crawford's done in the sport, but if you look at the numbers in AT&T Stadium, Cowboy, Texas. I'm not from the States, but you just know he brings the numbers. And look, money talks at the end of the day. And you said it earlier as well. We have to, as fans, move from the traditional route and just adapt with the times. And this is just business at the end of the day. And I think as fans, we'll still tune into it regardless. Even if it's Spence, I would love it to be Crawford, of course. But one thing that I've not really heard from everyone, because obviously I've been waiting quite long to tune in, this fight between Spence and Crawford, it could potentially happen at 154. Let's just say, I don't know, Spence hypothetically beats Fundora, Crawford gets his way, gets that WBO title. Why can't we see a rematch between Spence and Crawford at 154?
We possibly can. I'm sure Crawford is not going to change his plans. He's still going for the WBO regardless who keeps it or doesn't keep it.
Yeah, and look, also, I just wanted to put out there as well, it would be good for some of these promoters to also work with each other as well. We're seeing over in the UK, you're seeing Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren, rivals working together. So I don't see why we can't see the likes of BBC working with Top Rank. I'm thinking of the likes of Tank.
That's the bell. Yeah, we're gonna need Turkey Al Sheik to come into some shit like that. It's clear, you know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Fundora though, man. He kept it a buck, man. Shout out to Fundora.
What'd he say?
He was asked about
he don't
the
handle
WBO.
that. I don't handle that. That's for my promoter.
No. He was like asked about the WBO mandatory. he was like Errol Spence, like, yeah, he's a good fighter. That would be an intriguing fight, but Crawford is the best fighter in the world. I would like to fight Terrence Crawford next.
Salute to him. Say the right thing, we gonna see what you do though. Counterpunch
Exactly.
facts.
It's a smart choice.
Yo, I meant
We-
to, I meant to comment on that too before for my last call. Yo, I don't know what all these Spence fans so happy for, talking about, oh, big fish, yeah, y'all see him back in the ring. I don't know what he happy for. Cam man gonna activate his rematch clause. So what the hell? I don't know what the hell they all pumped for and thinking he could just skip the line, and you know what I'm saying? They must have forgot. You know, Crawford did activate that mandatory status. You know what I mean? He did have
Nah,
all them belts.
it's still going.
No.
Huh?
Huh?
Never mind.
What you was ready to say?
I was just gonna say that like they've already made it clear in the post fight that they gonna drop the WBO.
Yeah, yep. I knew it. Yeah, that's how Crawford cared about. Drop that belt, baby boy. Drop that belt. That y'all can have a fight. So what y'all gonna fight for? I mean,
Nah, they got
fight
the
ain't no
WBC.
significance.
What you mean? He won 2 belts.
Oh, they got a WBC. Damn, I forgot. Fundora did have a WBC. That's cool.
No. It was on the line last night. It was a vacant WBC plus Tim defending his WBO.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still cool if you get a WBC. That's still cool. You gonna have to drop one of them belts though, baby boy. It's all good.
Yeah, he dropped the WBO, and the number 1 is Josh Kelly, Pretty Boy, PBK.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's all good. I don't think Bud really care about actually getting the winner out of them two per se. It's not like he was chasing Fundora or Tszyu. He just trying to get a belt. He just trying to get a belt so he can get in the mix up at 54. So all these dudes talking about, oh, Earl, big fish, did y'all see him in the ring with his chains on? Don't nobody give a fuck about all that. Like them niggas crazy as shit. Like
he
talking about like
he's
doing something. Yeah, like, bro, Bud ain't worried about that. He just trying to get one of them belts so he can get in the mix. Like, whether he get Fundora, Tszyu, whoever, he gonna beat them all any motherfucking way. They know what's coming to him. But yeah, that's all I wanted to call in to say. Appreciate it.
Alright.
Bud got scared everybody. Nobody wants to fight him. Nobody.
Did you see him in the ring with his chains on? Maybe the funniest shit I heard today.
Why didn't Bud come down?
Exactly, man.
It's a PBC. It's a PBC event. They ain't gonna give him no tickets. Like, you don't want to work with us.
I'm sorry. I ain't know that motherfucking Rocky sent Clubber Lane an invitation to the Philadelphia statue unveiling. Like, bro, you gotta show up. Laura wasn't invited to Canelo's press conference, and neither was Andre. You gotta show up. Like, come on, man. Years of lurk.
Bud has a little bit of, I don't want to say diva, but let's just go with the word diva. Like, he thinks he's above everything, it feels like. He doesn't want to.
He's above everything.
Yeah, like, he feels like people should come to him. He doesn't strike me as the kind of person.
I don't know what you mean, man. I can't.
He went to the WBO convention. Like, what you
mean? Since he beat Errol, I feel
he
like
went to the WBO convention to get the mandatory status for the Tszyu shit.
No, do you think Bud now would show up to a fight and get in the ring and do all that
stuff? Well, he ain't show up to this fight.
He ain't never done
that.
And
I don't think
that ain't his MO. He don't do that.
That
ain't
never been his MO.
Yeah, he don't do that. I got super chats. Years of lurking, $2. Samson loyal to Al. Ness knows. Spence next. Yes, sir. Kerry G, $2. WBC has super champ status rules too, though. Yup. We got Filth Gang.
Super champ. So you can still have like your shoot.
Nah,
Okay.
Earl ain't no super champ. I mean,
I was just saying.
They just gonna bless him because he was a WBC champ. You know that's how they do. They do that. Look at Valdez. Valdez just was able to win an interim, and that belt's gonna get elevated. Watch. We got Fifth Gang Skinny, $10. I say let's Spence fight Fundora for the one belt. Fundora dropped the WBO, and Tim and Bud fight for that one. Win-win. I don't think that's how it plays out. Mike does, so we gonna have
I
a
don't know.
gentleman's
I don't know.
bet.
After hearing Fundora, I don't know how it's gonna play out. He might want to keep the belt. Like, hey, I'm unified. Why I want to drop the belt now? Shit. I'll fight, bud.
Yo, we gonna have a gentleman's bet. No money, just is bragging rights. He thinks whatever he just said, plus the other one he said earlier. And I think the latter. I think, Bud fights PBK. They drop the belt.
PBK?
He's number one.
You think ain't gonna play? How he number one? Who
Bro,
he beat, man?
Yo, let me tell you. Guess where PBK fights at?
Tell me who he beat.
Guess where PBK fights at?
On Boxer. Who he beat?
DAZN.
Who he beat though, Ness?
Who?
No, don't get on Box Red. No, don't do it.
No, I'm not. I was actually looking for my cash register soundbite.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know who he beat. He number one. I'm not trying to listen. Hold on. Cause you about to have the people somehow thinking I'm bang. I don't know this dude like that. I know he had a draw maybe with Ray Robinson or some shit.
Hey, he the dude that fight with his hands down. They get tired when he get tired and shit. Try to do all the fast moving and shit, man.
Ain't he with Ben Davison?
I don't know who he with, bro. He gonna get his ass whooped fucking with Bud, bro.
Hey. All I know is he's number one in the rankings. He's up next. Bud will end up fighting you. Like, there's no way. I ain't never seen Paco do that unless Valdez. Did Valdez
Paco
just get
be
knocked
like-
out? Did Valdez come off a loss?
No, he came out a win. I believe he lost to Shakur, just won, then won last night.
See, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I never seen Paco. Well, we just seen Fundora in the mix. Man. I don't know, man. We got to see what Paco do with them rankings. But right now, PBK, Josh Pretty Boy Kelly is number one, and he would most likely fight Crawford for the vacant WBO. And last I checked, PBK is with DAZN. They'll pay for that.
Oh,
Crawford ain't
that's
got
the
no
dude
network.
that's the dude that David Avanesian stretched out. Yeah, Josh Kelly. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don't downgrade the champ.
The champ.
Because
who the champ?
Because what happens if Crawford got to fight him? Like, don't downgrade the guy.
After
that loss,
bro.
he got his. Tell her you obviously went to his box rec since that loss. What he's done? Come on, man. Don't make it look like he just got here no way how.
Bro, that nigga. I don't know none of these niggas he fought, bro. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say no names because I don't know them.
You stop lying.
You know Gabriel Alberto Carozzo?
Nah. Nah. Hey, man, that ain't Crawford fought. He got to fight whoever they put in front of him. That's it, bro. Josh Kelly.
Man.
Josh Kelly, number one. Erickson Luba, number two. Maybe they could.
Thank you.
But listen, but you not even getting it, bro. Why y'all not getting it, bro? Bro. The rumor is he was offered Lubin.
Okay.
So it's like, I don't know, man.
Maybe the money went right.
Is it gonna be even? It ain't gonna be any better this way.
It might be depending on who bid for it. I might get a bigger percentage as being the manager or the whatever than you would.
Yo, that's crazy. My man fought Peter Kramer, Lucas Ariel Bastida, not even Bautista, Bastida.
Yeah.
Troy Williamson. Do we know that
he
Troy?
Fought the other night. He fought the other night.
Oh, that is the Troy we know, right?
He lost, I believe. Or did he win? I think he lost.
Yeah, he lost. He lost to Ishmael Davis.
Yeah, there you go. So that ain't.
And then he fought
either.
Gabriel Alberto Corozzo and Palicido Ramirez, and that put him in position. Shout out to the WBO. That's their rankings. Like, what you want? Ain't nobody's fault. But we got counterpunch, Khaled. I'm sure if Bud would have been signing the PBC, he'd be fighting Lubin for that WBO if it was vacant. Like if Fundora decided, yo, I'm a vacated fight Earl, you fight Lubin for the WBO, winners meet. But he ain't in the fold. I hear you, Khaled. Take it away. Take it away. Take it away now.
Hey, yo, real shit. Hey, I'm not gonna comment on the Tim Tszyu and all that because all I did was watch the highlights. I wasn't able to watch the full fight. I don't want to get no fight breakdown off no highlights. What I will say is, Earl probably will get the fight, and it's unfortunate, but fortunate because he's on the same side, PBC. I see the business. You could probably do that in the stadium and all that. And then hopefully Bud can, like how Bud should fight on like the PBK Josh Kelly dude because it's on like another network. He'll probably get paid more. Eddie Hearn and shit. He probably should go over there, and then maybe they can get the rematch at 154. What I did watch was that Oscar Valdez. Shout out to Oscar Valdez. He is coming off a loss because he lost to Navarrete. So shout out to him. He came off that. He got the win against Liam Wilson. Once again, we got a guy who got knocked out by Navarrete, but then he come another 12-fight guy. Maybe putting these guys in too early, but I understand because you on TV, it's an interim belt and all that. But once my man Oscar Valdez made the adjustment, like he was out of range, then he made it like a up close fight, an in close fight, however you word it. I'm sorry. Change that. Then my man Liam Wilson tried to go southpaw. My man Oscar Valdez toned up the right hand immediately. Boom. Right hand. Boom. Left hook. Boom. His shit. Knocked out. Now you stunned. Now the fight stopped. Maybe the ref stopped it a little early. Maybe. But he wasn't throwing nothing back. Nonetheless, we probably got, now the Australian, you know what I'm saying? He may or may not be able to come back. You know what I'm saying? They might have, because he got 12 fights and 2 losses. Like, I don't think we should throw him away. But you got 12 fights. Maybe Mud should be developed a little more. But I understand, motherfuckers got to get paid, take these chances, take these risks. So I understand. But I did watch that fight. It was somebody else that's a puncher that you said, Ness, that was on that card. He fought the Nigerian cat. Is it like Mutataya? I mean, not Mutataya. Like, who the motherfucker that fought the Nigerian?
Murataya. You talking about and Dini?
Yeah. And then he fought him. He looked solid too. I'm bringing him up because he fucked with Robert Garcia, and I pay attention to Robert Garcia fighters and shit like that. And I heard you mention his name before, so I was able to catch that fight. But he looks solid too. He gotta keep putting in some work. You know what I'm saying? But he looks solid too. He fight at 130.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe but yeah, man, I just keep working, bro. But yeah, that's my call. Shout out to them. Shout out to Tim Tszyu. I wasn't never that much impressed with Tim Tszyu anyway, but he probably should have made some adjustments. But that's my call, bro. Thank you.
All right. Khaled with the counter. Phone lines is very full. So if you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. We got the Pull-Out Bandit. $5 Super Chat says they asked him about his corner being prepared for that type of cut, and he said no comment. You could hear a pin drop in that room. Yeah, speaking of pin drops with Tim, did you see him run down on Samson Lewickovic? You know it ain't no rematch after he
I seen that shit.
No Limit did a whole short exposing Samson. That's being spread like wildfire. So you know that rematch ain't happening. Samson gonna take it down.
I ain't really like the energy like that either. And like I ain't like the energy from Tim Tszyu at the face off where he was doing all that ducking down shit and looking up at Fundora. And then I ain't like how he was talking to like Samson. I'm like, bro, even if the old man said some shit, man, give him grace, he old. You know what I'm saying? Give him grace. Y'all know the older you get, the less of a fuck you give about what you say. So period. Like, and Samson just being a good promoter, and I don't think he meant no disrespect. He's just upping his fighter. So to like go over there and like try to somewhat check him, I thought that shit was weak.
We got Leonard 2-pounder. Oscar coming off the Navarrete.
He lucky Bernard went around.
He said Oscar's coming off the Navarrete loss after. We see that, bro. But that's what I'm saying. See, so Tim could probably get in there. I don't know. Leonard back with another 2-pounder. That's Valdez with Bob. Direct line to Paco. You know it. Leonard Sterling, 2 more pounds. Josh Kelly with Adam Booth. David Hayes, old trainer. Okay. We got in Georgia, counter. Brandon, you next. In Georgia. We hear you.
Hey, first of all, I just wanted to say this pay-per-view.
You sound a little bad, actually. You muffled.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, is you in bed? You got the mic covered up? Is it a Bluetooth situation?
Yeah. You hear me better?
Yes.
There we go. You got rid of the dollar
Right.
store mic. Perfect.
Yo, I just it was the it was the Bluetooth. I really hate that this pay-per-view is super overpriced, so I legally streamed it. I'm gonna be honest. But I'm not gonna pay $70 for that. I enjoyed the card, but it was super overpriced and they're going in a terrible direction. So if anybody over there listening to this, like, lower your fucking pay-per-view prices. These people at the Zone are paying $40 for heavyweight cards, and you're trying to get people to pay $70. This shit probably did 5 pay-per-view buys, even though we all watched it. Let's be honest. But anyways, I just wanted to say I don't think Errol getting a fight. Crawford already activated his mandatory status, so that just means, like, if Fundora wants to make the Errol fight, he gonna have to drop one of the belts, in which he doesn't want to. He said it already. I'm good on Errol Spence. He already said it. So if it's a lie, he told it. All of these Errol fans pushing this agenda.
I mean, he took a
They
picture
got in the
with
ring.
Earl.
Yep, that's cool. Because Errol got in the ring, ran down on him. Because PBC trying to put pressure on him to make the fight. But it ain't gonna happen.
And his promoter said it too.
It don't matter what the promoter says. Well, it matter what Fundora says, because he's the fighter.
It does. At the end of the day, Fundora could stand on his two and say, nah, he wants Crawford. He don't want to drop the belt.
Exactly. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to fight Crawford because Crawford's the better fighter. Crawford just beat Earl's ass. Why would he want the sloppy seconds? Give me Terrence Crawford. I do not.
Fight. The money could be so much greater, and the fight could be so much easier. You never know what a dude's gonna think. Like you tell me I can get $10 million for Earl, or I'm gonna get $5 million for Bud. It's like
less risk, higher reward.
Exactly. And that's what boxing is all about.
And at the end of the day, Fundora ain't make no paydays. You can't expect. You can't think that this fight, because he won 2 belts, was a payday. He was getting an opportunity. So, he with Samson too. They probably gave him a nice low check because of the reward. And now the Earl fight is that. I know that's not what y'all want to hear.
Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. He out for greatness. He out for greatness, and that's what he said. He want to be the best fighter in the world. He don't care about all these checks and all that bullshit. He here to put hands on motherfuckers. And I like that. I'm talking about Fundora. I'm talking about the guy
he wants money. That's incorrect.
I mean, money gonna come with it. But when you beat the best fighter in the world, that's how you get
noticed. Player Himalaya. You still get your free call. We got Cincinnati. Brandon. Two-tone, you after Brandon.
My nigga Mike Gross, the hot sauce boss in the building. No balcony is safe. I had to get counterpunched when I heard my brother on the line. What's up, Mike?
What good, big dog?
Hey, man. I remember them days, man. You used to go to war with these niggas, man. They was talking the same business shit. 50,000 in Dallas Stadium. 300,000 pay-per-view buys. Business don't win fights when it come to putting them gloves on to getting in that ring, though. You niggas learned that. Y'all gonna learn it again soon. Y'all talking all this business shit, but you can't duck the best guy in the business forever, man. You tried to duck him for 4 years. Now you're ducking him. You'll see. You'll see. Y'all ain't learned y'all lesson yet. You can't duck the boogeyman. He's gonna come eventually. But I really just counterpunched in to say what's up to my boy Mike, and then just shout out to some real killers, man. Guys like AJ, who when they took their L's, they wanted their lick back. never waved the white flag, never conceded
True.
defeat.
True.
Can you imagine AJ? Can you imagine AJ waving the white flag and not trying to get his lick back against Ruiz and Usyk and saying, you know, I'm gonna go fight Tyson Fury? This same channel that's big enough Earl would have crucified AJ. He's mentally
At least
weak.
Wilder tried.
He sees a sport.
At least
He
Deontay
sees a
tried.
sports
He did suffer from
psychiatrist.
that Lennox Lewis.
Like,
From that
hey,
Lennox Lewis
that was the
thing where
narrative.
us
Remember that
Americans.
narrative? Remember that narrative? AJ soft. He sees a sports psychiatrist. He ain't got no heart. He wanted his lick back every time. This nigga Errol Spence gave us hella excuses on Twitter. I just got eye surgery. I can't fight, bud. Now you hopping in ring, calling nigga out. You's a bitch. Get your leg back. Like Derek James said, the only person Errol Spence needs to be trying to fight.
Mad? Why
Hey,
y'all
what
so
is
mad?
Spence say?
He let
It's
Crawford
pussy.
out.
It's pussy.
Can my man get his
He
call off?
pussy.
I'm
Derek
saying,
James said it.
did he not let
Derek
him out the contract? Like I'm so
what he
low.
Said. And that's pussy. Hold on. And that's pussy. You let him out the contract for what? For what? Because you know you can't beat him and you gonna big this nigga up. That's the nigga y'all want to see? The nigga that said, I'm conceding defeat. I can't beat this nigga. I got cataract and glaucoma. And all of a sudden now that you out of that contract, you healthy enough to fight Fundora? Pussy shit. Derek James said it best. The only nigga he need to be trying to fight is the nigga that whipped his ass. Derek James said that. Derek James said there's only one man he need to be trying to fight. And if you condoning it, you's a pussy too. I don't condone pussy shit. I like real steppers. Shout out to AJ. Shout out to Sabril Matias who got his lick back. Shout out to Bud who never needed to get his lick back because he step on shit. Yeah, man, if y'all condone this weak shit, that's on y'all, man. I can't condone it. I'm not going to buy it. I'll go out on a Saturday night, take the kids to David Buster's, go chill with a bitch. I have a real life, man.
That's the
I ain't
bell,
got to
man.
watch
You
it.
bought this one, FYI, off of Laws, man. You know what I'm saying? Two-Tone, what up? He bought this one off of Laws, and this guy got knocked out, and he ain't only get one belt, he got two. Earl only get a shot at one.
Hey, man. Who took the worst beating? Fundora and his knockout loss or Errol Spence?
A loss is a loss is a loss, man.
Oh, no, it's not.
I ain't know BoxRec.
Not created equal now.
I ain't know BoxRec had another tab that said ass whooping.
No, but your eyes will tell you though, right?
Nah. What
about
guys like Marco that don't watch all the fights?
Hold on, Nez.
No, you're not listening. I hear what you're saying. Of course, my eyes tell me what fight is an ass whooping versus a knockout loss. But what I'm telling you is that there are people out there that don't watch all the fights. Like we just heard Marco not watch the Marcus Brown fight with Badu Jack. You know, so you know there's people that don't watch and they refer to BoxRec. And guess what? When he goes to BoxRec and he sees to check, let me just check what year they actually fought. Why I didn't see this fight, and then he looks at it. Guess what? He ain't gonna know that the cut was as gruesome as it was. It might say on BoxRec cut in the fourth round.
And if I really care, I'll watch
I'm just
the video.
giving clarity.
Thank you, Marco.
I'm just giving clarity.
If I really care, then I'll just watch the highlights of the whole video.
No, on YouTube.
Right, on YouTube. Right. If I really care, yeah.
Hey, listen, man.
2002 no more, bro.
I'm just giving you the facts, man. You know, giving you the facts.
What facts are you giving me?
You know, that if you go to BoxRec, it don't say he got his ass kicked. It just says a loss, man. That's it. That's just a fact, bro. We got a counterpunch from Dom on Twitter. I mean, I don't know how he laughing at that. That ain't the truth. I mean,
He's
just
hard,
like I said, Marcus Brown, it ain't gonna say that Badu's Jack's cut was as gruesome as it was. Like Mike over here crying and shit. Go ahead, Dom.
He's taking a knee from laughter.
Yeah, I'm Tim Tebowing over here.
Yo, I feel like the need to fill Marcos in with that one. Mike, did you catch that?
What?
Did you catch that, Mike? Do you want to fill him in or just let him be?
Let him be, man.
What are you talking about?
Let him be.
He genuinely don't know.
What? Tell me.
You don't know for real?
I don't think he knows.
I don't know what you're talking about. So
I'm being real. I think that most people don't. True. I mean, 2 is what I meant to say.
Say it. What?
Well, you say he was taking a knee, and obviously Mike's in the wheelchair.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Told you, man.
I
Told
thought.
you. Not everybody knows, Mike. Even though you went
My
viral
bad,
too.
Mike.
Mike went viral on fucking TikTok.
My bad, Mike.
And you got posted by Lil Duva, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's bro. For the most part, like anybody who follow me, I just thought, shit, they know.
Nah, not everybody knows, especially from the view, man. Nobody, not everybody knows, bro. I be trying to tell you. Did we not get the two-tone? Did you not connect?
No. He ain't get his backup call.
You there?
Yeah, y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yo, what's new, man? It's your boy Two-Tone Superstar. Please say the Superstar, a.k.a. the king of boxing Twitter. Salute to the counterpunch. In the words of the great philosopher, Briss Breezy, a.k.a. Chris Brown, how you hating from outside the club and you can't even get in? Bud fans, y'all is down bad. Niggas is emotional. Lord child. Man, the man Al Heyman tried to plug you, bud. He tried to give you Lubin. He said, I'll get you Lubin. I'll get you Jamel Charlo. The man Al Heyman said, come over to Rockefeller Records. What Bud do? Go sign the Koch Records. Don't be mad because you're over there at Koch Records, nigga. Don't be mad, nigga. We try to get you in Club Live in Miami. And what you do? Go to a musty bar in Nebraska. Spence is back, baby. Spence is back. He done skipped the line. Ness, you see Spence in the ring with the golden ticket? Yeah, big dollars on Fundora.
I ain't know if he was gonna fight Fundora or motherfucking Gilberto Ramirez. He was looking pretty healthy in there, champ.
Yeah, we healthy, man. Spence ain't quit in the real fight. What you think he gonna quit in real life? They had to tell Spence to quit. No, we back smiling. We with Al Heyman. We with Rockefeller Records. And you think Fundora about to fight Bud? Vacate. Mike, vacate. Marco, vacate. Bud fans, it's okay, bro. Get out your feelings, bro. It's okay. Come over to the PBC, man. Come over there to the place where the fried chicken is real and it's not under that red light. It's okay. Two-Tone Superstar out, man. Y'all down bad.
Shout out to
Honestly, I don't get why Bud ain't there. Like, all the inventory is there, bro. It's there.
I love it though, bro. I love it that the fact that the callers call in and they bragging points is the business of boxing. I love it. We done took a step outside of the ring to where we care more about the business of the sport than we care about the actual fighters fighting.
It always been like this. This fan shit, when fans getting that the other side's fans. It always been like this because they was doing this when he couldn't get the Earl fight. You know what I'm saying?
And
so they just
and the root word for fan is fanatic, right? That's where the word fan comes from, like a fanatic.
Yeah, and sometimes that's how they act. That's why I call them radicals too. They get crazy sometimes, man. But you do need those type of fan bases, right? Like, look,
these niggas about goddamn Free Willy fighting Zeus.
But I mean, normally Danny Zonhe, he says that the Dallas is one of the most successful franchises, and they don't really win like that. So it just they support, man. We can't you see this what I'm saying, like. I know right now is your turn to be upset, Mike, but if we practice the equality, see, because when Andre Ward was a draw in the Oracle, we allowed him to be teared down and ripped away from where he was a draw. You know what I'm saying? Say again?
Sports not an equal, like it's not an equal. At the end of the day, when it's all smoke cleared, like the hierarchy is not equal. Like the playing field may be equal, but talent separates itself from other people.
I mean, I ain't even talking talent though, man. Just if we treated the fighters equal, but it's like you see right here, you know, we have a very big fraction of people that are happy that one person will vacate because another person is there to get that belt who they care for. So
No, and at the end of the day, it's a part of like their belief. Like they believe that Earl wasn't what he like was on fight night.
I
They
think it's
believe
also
that coming up to 154 may be a
yes,
better for him.
and
They
that's what I
believe that possibly if he can start getting some wins, he can go and beat Terrence
yep,
Crawford and get his get back. So
that's what I
you need
believe.
those fans.
I believe that they look at this as like, yo, this is our way to get back to that fight. Like they want him to get that get back. And I think that people need to just relax. You know what I'm saying? Let that happen. You know, it's gonna take time. Not everybody goes straight into a rematch. Don't forget Abner Mares. He wasn't called all these names that Brandon is calling Earl. He got knocked out by Johnny Gonzalez and he walked away. He never even mentioned the man's name, never revisited that. Gary Russell goes on to knock out Johnny Gonzalez, and we never even hear about that rematch. So it's like, you know, again, keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. But C-Dub, what up?
Yo, how the audio?
Straight.
Straight, that's what's up, man. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button, it's free. Do something with yourself. I know what's going on in this. Shout out to the panel, by the way, man.
What up?
Yeah. I know why they mad in this. I know. See, Bud proclaimed to the heavens, to everyone, to the boxing community, to everyone, after he was at the top of the mountain. He was on the top of the mountain, and he said, I'm going to fight the winner. Spence, the one that he beat, swooped in and said, boy, no, you're not. And that's what they mad about, man. That's just what they got to be. That's what I think they heard about. They're a little sensitive. You know, you heard TBV call people pussies and shit. You know, I think he's just a little sensitive. Give him grace, please. Give the dude grace that said that it don't matter what Samson said. It matter what like give them grace at this moment in time. You know, because I don't think boxing fans, they such fanatics. They think they are purists, but they don't even know what they're asking for or realize what they're saying. How many polls would have us had no to wanting a Errol Spence and Bud rematch? All of them.
All of them.
You were in the minority if you wanted to see Bud and Spence wherever. It don't matter. 157, 154. You know, I was making the case on TBV like why you should not hate on the match so much if it's at 154. It's another weight. It's a different variable. But it didn't matter to me. But if the guy don't want it, why are you being a hypocrite now and crying? I don't get it. This shit is crazy, man.
Exactly.
That's why PBC say fuck them. You're gonna buy. We're gonna put the pay-per-view on, and it's gonna cost whether you like it or not, because you're gonna complain either way. They don't think water is wet, Ness. They don't think fishes swim. They don't think that. They think they all fly. It's crazy. Like, if you've been in the sport, you know this has been the sport. You just open your eyes and turn the light on. It's been this way. It's been business. Bud said, I want the big fights. Left boots in the dust. He wanted the big fights, the money fights. That's what you want. Okay, man, I'm not gonna hate on him for choosing his path. We know the path was there for him at PBC. We know where fighters are there at PBC. He could be fighting Laura at 160, getting ready for Canelo. How easy is it? Just come on, man. When people say the easy route, they're not talking about the difficulty. They're talking about in-house. Wake up. This is boxing. It's been in-house. I don't know where you've been, but I'm glad you're here now. And we can talk and discuss this. It's all business. You can't say it ain't about business.
That's the bell, champ. Drew, what it do?
Back-to-back callers talking about the business, not talking about fighting.
I mean, because you can't watch a sport and not live in reality, man. Why you?
I mean, I watch basketball. I don't talk about how much niggas getting paid or what the fuck
My
they
dude,
doing.
because in
Yeah, I don't
basketball,
do
all
that
they
either.
got to do is win. The brackets and the way this shit's set up, it works itself out. But
No, that interests certain people get interested in the contract negotiations and all that stuff. I don't, but
I
certain
got a
people do.
caller, Drew. What it do?
Yo, fellas, top of the morning. Shout out to Triller for giving me that pay-per-view for $20. I don't know about y'all. Yeah, I paid 20
VPN
for
did?
it. You know, baby, they can't say I don't support PBC, but I'm a fiscally smart person. So, I still gave them my money. They deserved it. It was a good card for $20. Ness, I don't know why all these Bud fans is crying. I don't know why. Let's just keep it real. Before any competition of boxing can happen, the business has to get done first. Who's putting up the money? Who's doing this, doing that? So let's not call it a sport. The business has to get done first before any fights can happen. It's been like that since boxing was started hundreds of years ago. So all these purists don't even know what the hell they talking about. So let's stop it right there. Bud just got outmaneuvered. Let's just call it what it is. I love Bud. I've supported him, bought his fights, bought his pay-per-views. He got outmaneuvered again. And these Bud fans are going to get on here and cry and complain. But then these Spence fans, these big fish fans, I want y'all to get your hopes up. I want y'all to get y'all battery in your back so you guys can melt down again when he lose again. All these fanatics going crazy, yo. Marco, they going nuts. How come Bud didn't get, like C-Dub says, Bud didn't get down? He laid down. He didn't get down. He could have had the Boots fight to stay busy. Once the smoke cleared and they realized that, Errol don't want the rematch, this and that, like,
So
go
you're
get Bud.
saying
Go
he
get
should fight
Boots.
Boots?
I'm saying he could have had to stay busy. With Marco, he's squandered that buzz from
Oh, I'm
July
with you.
29th.
I think he should fight Boots, but it's not part of his plan.
Or just get a fight. Just get a fight. It's not part of his plan, so he can't nag and cry saying they ducking him when
Y'all can't
you
force a
got
dude to
outmaneuvered,
stay
bro.
at welterweight. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying
That's a
no,
good
I'm
point
not for.
too.
I'm just saying
Boots would
stay
come up
busy,
though for
Ness.
that.
He can stay busy. He can stay busy. Like I liked when Ness suggested go fight Benavidez if you want Canelo then. What's up?
Benavidez who?
David.
Nah, that'd be
David.
a grave mistake.
That's what I'm saying. So we picking and choosing who we fighting.
He should fight Boots. Boots would go to
Fundora's
54.
taller than Crawford and Benavidez.
Say
He
what?
could have went to 54. He could have had 60. If he didn't burn that bridge with Top Rank, he could have had Johnny back. So I love Bud, but let's just be honest, fellas. Bud has shown he's getting outmaneuvered in the business sense. I don't know how you didn't see this play coming a mile away. All the dudes at 54 are with the PBC, minus Bohachuk, who's just with a mid-tier promoter. I love Tom, but he's not a big fish in terms of the landscape, in terms of the chess pieces. Virgil over there going to WBA route. And Bud didn't get that deal with Oscar, right? He was sitting in the Golden Boy offices last year. They couldn't make a deal. But that's my car, and I got my counter later. I'll be back in here later, fellas. Have a good morning.
We got Jerry counter.
Oh, here it comes.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Hey, Mike, you and I haven't formally met, brother. God bless you. Happy Easter and Feliz Domingo to you and your family.
He dropped off he's not on the call anymore.
Oh, he's not?
Nah.
Hey, Ness, I want to ask you a question because you keep saying this, and I don't know if I'm just going loco, Chico. Why do you keep saying that Crawford should have signed with PBC? Isn't that what he did?
No, that's not what he did. But I'm not gonna debate you because
I want to
the
learn.
last
I'm
time I
not
won.
debating you.
No, the last time we
You're the
did
expert.
this, you didn't even apologize. You just keep
No,
calling in.
because
No, it's all good.
that
Take your
debate
call. Do
that
your
debate
thing.
ain't over. That debate ain't over. I'ma send you a video that Blue Blood put up where he confirmed what Ugas made for the Spence fight. So that debate ain't over. But let me finish my call. Out of the dark alleys, there are whispers in the world of boxing. that Crawford's got Suleiman on the other line. And not only is he going to exercise his power as WO champion, but the WBC is coming from the other side. Crawford is single-handedly going to bring down the P. Diddy Boxing Committee, lifting your skirt up to show how you really are. It's unbelievable. We got Spence fans calling in like, look, we're winning. Dude, you ain't winning. Crawford fans ain't down bad. You've been exposed for what you really are. If you think Spence has the upper hand, wait to see what unfolds when Suleiman demands that you start to go into negotiations with Crawford as the WBC super champion. When the WBO comes from the other side of the street and goes, you got to negotiate with Crawford because he's a WBO super champion. What are you going to do next? We ain't here to pull punches. We're here to pull up skirts and expose you for what you are.
Damn.
It's the Jerry Soriano, your lender for life. Let him go.
We're not here to throw punches. We're here to pull up skirts.
I mean, you know, if Jerry is right and Crawford does that, that would be a power play. I would say take that recommendation all day. Do that. You know, go the political route and, you know, be able to force the fight by both sanctioning bodies. This way, you know, they can't drop it because you got to still fight Crawford. We got a bunch of people, so I need you to keep hitting that thumbs up because we're going to keep rocking out non-stop. We got Counterpunch for PVR. I think this is Rod in A70, right?
Hey, what up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Rod in A70, right?
Yep.
You got it.
Hey, so I had to call in after I heard Brandon call Earl a bitch. You know, Earl got his ass whooped by Crawford, no doubt. You know, and from the first few weeks after that fight, Brandon Maurice and all these Crawford fans, which I am also, but I'm more of an Earl fan, that the fight they didn't need to see the fight again. He dominated Earl so bad that the fight didn't need to happen again, and they should just move on. And I agree with that because I couldn't, after rewatching the fight a couple of times, I couldn't really see anything in Earl's style from the past that would allow him to beat Crawford. And I agree, like move on. Like just one guy you just can't beat. And you know, if Earl decided, hey, I want to go up to 154, take a couple of fights, make some adjustments, and then possibly rematch Crawford down the road, he's doing something that maybe Wilder should have did because Wilder went straight into the Fury fight without taking a fight in between. He gassed out. He looked good, but he gassed out, and it hurt him in the third fight. And maybe if Wilder would have fought a fight or two and learned, like, hey, man, I need to get my tank up. I need to get my endurance up. I need to change this and change that. Maybe the third fight looks different. Maybe he come in there with more endurance. So I think Earl is doing the right thing. One thing I'll say is this. If we look at 154, 147 landscape, there's no question in anybody's mind on this call in the boxing world and no boxing that Bruce Ennis is the biggest threat to Terrence Crawford. And if Brandon Maurice called Earl a bitch for not fighting Crawford, then what does that make Terrence Crawford? Because he won't fight Boots. Now, you're right,
He
Ness.
not fighting that
He don't
welterweight.
have to stay at 147. I agree with you. He don't have to stay at 147. But I guarantee you, if you go to Boots
So
and
that
say,
shoe
hey,
don't
if you want the
fit.
Crawford fight, move up. Move up. Move up. If you want the Crawford fight, I guarantee you he'll be willing to
So
do that.
let
Now,
Boots
I'm not.
make a few
Now, I'm not.
let him make a few
Go ahead. Go ahead.
defenses, and maybe the IBF will let him, you know, use that status as a champion down there to fight above.
No, I agree with that. And I'm just saying, I don't want that fight because I know Crawford moving on. I'm just saying, like, we have to watch what we say when we put things out there and when we're following fighters' careers. So if let's say, for instance, real quick before my time is up, if Canelo said, I want the Crawford fight next, and Errol said, I'm activating my rematch, all of these same Crawford fans would be crying because they would be like, Errol is in the way of the Canelo fight. So I don't want to hear it. They fight who they fighting. Crawford got to do what he can to get the Fundora fight. Errol going to try to steal it from him. It's boxing. It's the business of boxing. You got to live with it. That's my call, man.
You're right about that Canelo scenario. I hope some of these people take that into consideration. That is a good example. If right now, and not only that, but like even if right now Canelo, well, he's got the Jaime fight, so it would have to be May. Canelo would have to be in the ring like, Crawford, you are next, my friend, right? And then Crawford is gonna do what? Vacate his mandatory status. So, then everybody that's crying today is going to flip like, oh, no, well, he's going on for the tougher fight. Y'all can't call it a duck. He fighting Canelo. Canelo's pound for pound. It's not the business. It's Canelo. That's legacy, Ness. I mean, yeah, it's a bigger check, but it's more legacy, Ness. It ain't business. It ain't the same. Lying fucks. Jay Billy. Jay Billy. Jay Billy. Mikey.
Yo.
What's good, Ness? This is my first time on the panel. Just want to give you a shout out. Shout out to Marco.
Appreciate you.
Wanted to talk about that card last night. At first I was kind of thinking maybe this card isn't so much paper worthy, but just like more into the card, I was like, oh yeah, you're really getting your money's worth for this card. But I wanted to talk about a little bit about Kermel Moton. At the beginning of the fight, it looked like he was about to get to stoppage. I was almost certain. I was really confident that he would. But I'm actually glad he did get the rounds in for the experience that he got from it. Was it Kuba that he was fighting?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm really glad that he actually did go the distance and go the full 8, but he looked really good. I wish he just would have went to the body a little bit more. It did seem like Kuba was hurt a couple times when he would go to the body, but yeah, his inside fighting game is really nice. I like how he'll just stand in the pocket and just like exchange. And his defense is really good. For a second there, I see he was just walking him down with his hands down. I was like, oh man, this kid is fucking nasty. But other than that, the rest of the card was pretty good. I thought I think his name is Boachuk, the Ukrainian.
That's his name.
I was also confident that he would have stopped Mendoza, but man, Mendoza's chin is just like made of fucking concrete or something. I was almost certain that he would have stopped him, but Mendoza, he's a dog. He was staying in there and shit and holding his own. But and then I had Rolly in the Cruz fight. I thought he would have caught Cruz coming in with that check hook that he does, or even his overhand right. But it didn't seem to happen. I see it in that first round when he got clipped by Cruz. I was like, oh yeah, I don't think Rolly's gonna make it out of this round. He did, but I knew it was eventually gonna come. And it was also pretty tight seeing how the fans like gravitate towards Pitbull Cruz. Last night was a night that I really like seen his stardom. I'm like, yeah, they really gravitate towards this dude. And it's obviously his style, but also because like when he fought Tank, I think that really put him on. And yeah, it's just really nice seeing him like take off into that category. You know, I think he's gonna have some pretty big fights here coming up at 140. And then so yeah, it was really nice seeing that for Pitbull, even though I had a Rolly, but yeah, good for him. He's a world champion now at 140, and I think there's a lot of good fights in the future coming up for him. Also
Mikey,
with the
Mikey, that's the bell player. Brandon counter, and that's about what, your third one?
The refereeing was great in that.
Yeah, man. Yes. Yeah, my bad, Marco. But yeah, that's my third one, man. Hey, I just want to respond to my good friend Rod. It's good, always good hearing his voice, and I also want to respond to that fat, greasy neck bastard from Phoenix, Arizona, two-tone the superstar. Um, y'all forgetting one casualty in this whole thing that can't be left out that my brother Bougie brought to my attention, and that's Errol Spence III, his son. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna talk to Errol as a father. Errol, after that ass whooping you took, you sat in the locker room with your son in your lap and looked that man in his eyes, looked that young king in his eyes and said, "We got to get that back, right? We gonna have to get that back in blood."
Son didn't
And
understand
your
this.
son said, and your son probably seen, okay, my daddy got some heart.
He said,
My
"What?"
daddy gonna avenge that L. So how are you gonna explain to your son, Errol, that young king, Errol, that when you go to this press conference for this fight, he's expecting to see this little crunchy black nigga from Nebraska sitting next to you, and he ain't gonna be there. You gonna have this tall, lanky Bruno Mars little motherfucker there. How are you gonna explain to your son, Earl, that you didn't get it back in blood like you promised him? You looked that kid in the eyes and lied to him, Earl. You disgraced your family's name, man. Y'all
Damn.
can laugh, y'all can ha ha he, but the bottom line is you did the worst thing a father can do. You lied to your young son. You said, I gotta get that back in blood. We gonna get that gang gang. I think that's what he said. We gonna get that back right, gang.
He ain't
We
tell
gonna
him
get that
who
back, gang.
blood. He ain't tell him who
We ain't
blood.
gonna get him. We gonna get
I don't
that
remember
back
any
in
blood
blood,
in the
gang
talk, but
gang. And gave him some dap. And you gave the young king some
My
dap,
dude,
man.
why you acting like he can't
You
get it back
laugh.
in another man's blood?
You laugh.
yo,
You
this
laugh,
call is
man.
brutal,
And then
vicious.
the thing is, Bud is bullying you at this point. He on Twitter. You nigga, you lost. What you doing? Fall back, chump. You ain't even responding. Like, man, how do you look your son, your woman? Like, you can't even talk to your woman crazy.
You don't gotta
Oh
respond.
man.
You don't gotta
Oh
respond.
man. You say anything crazy to your girl, she gonna you ain't say that shit to Bud. You ain't run that shit back with Bud. Don't talk to me like that. You do the dishes, punk. Like, Errol,
Damn.
for the sake of your family's name, bro, you got to get this back in blood, man, because
This
that's what you
guy's
promised your
terrible.
young son. Your young son, he looked you in your eyes and you lied to him, bro. That's the ultimate disrespect. For you, Earl, I'm doing this as a young father. I have a son.
Why you
You got
acting
to get
like you
that one
want the
back.
rematch? Stop this cat,
You got to
man.
get that back, man. I'm
Get
just
out of
looking
here,
out for
man. Get
Earl,
out of here,
man. He
man. No, that's
lied,
the
bro.
bell. That's the bell. Soon as that rematch happen, all these same Bud fans gonna be crying. Cut the shit before you get this man to activate the rematch that you don't want.
Who was that caller? What was his name?
Brandon in Cincinnati.
Damn. Vicious.
Hey. Yeah, but you only sent me $2, my G. I'ma go to you, but hear me out. You say, yo, Ness, counterpunch, and it's $2. Then you send one more dollar, say, yo, Ness, hurry up, I gotta go. So that's only $3.
Ness.
You did not hear none of that,
Yo.
huh? So you ain't hear none of that?
Oh shit. You know I was saying whatever. It don't matter. I'm gonna send you some more shit.
You
I
the
just
man.
gotta niggas is disrespecting Spence. Crawford. First off, Spence is the bigger draw. Spence is the more popular. We gonna get that. We gonna get that out the way. So it's gonna be a bigger fight with Spence. Crawford, lame as hell. Where the fuck was you at 8 months ago? You could have been fought. You living off Spence's name, nigga. Fuck you mean? You could have been fought. You wasn't hurt in the fight. Why you ain't fight in 8 months? Now when Spence come back, here you go. Now you want to fight. Come on, bro. Why are you trying to ride Spence's name, bro? You could have fought 4 months ago. You wasn't hurt in the fight, my nigga. You was trying to have that little media tour, your little motherfucking parade off Spence's name, bro. Like, stop this shit, bro. Y'all niggas talk about, oh, Spence trying to get this fight. Crawford could have been got a fight. Crawford could have been fought, bro. Nigga wasn't hurt or nothing. So now my nigga Spence come back, the bigger draw, the more popular nigga. I don't give a fuck if he lost. He still, when he lost, he ain't lose no popularity. He didn't lose no fans. Crawford ain't gained none. He just got more popular. He ain't gained no fans though. So stop it with this shit, bro. Like, why you worried about Spence, bro? That's how you know you jealous of Spence. Like, get off of that bullshit. You could have been for somebody and built your name. You supposed to be building your name off Spence, bro. Why you still worried about Spence? And y'all keep saying this nigga ain't want the rematch. Crawford wanted the rematch at 147. Spence said he going to 154. Why the fuck would I take the rematch to 147? No, I'm going to go get these straps at 54. You go get some straps at 54. We going to meet back up at 154, 160, nigga. Fuck is y'all talking about? I'm not fighting at 147 again. Stop talking about this shit, bro. Stop being like Crawford. Go do your thing, bro. Why is you worried about Spence? Spence in his own lane. He got his own team, his own route. Crawford, go do something, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, bro? Big time boxing Detroit, I'm out this bitch, bro.
Very passionate
Passion,
fella.
boy. Passion. God darn it. That's some passion for you. Shit. What we got? Wheels. Stay rolling. Counterpunch. What it do?
Yo, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, shout out to the Boxer Voice. Hit that subscribe and that like button. Just let me touch on that last caller real quick. Did Bud not activate his mandatory months ago? And the only reason it took months is because the Thurman and Tim fight was already lined up. So it just kills your whole narrative. The only reason it didn't gain no fans is because he beat y'all
Wills.
boys' ass.
Technically, he activated his mandatory in Puerto Rico, remember? The weekend of the Jake Paul fight, that was the convention. That's when he, sat down, got his WBO ring.
But wasn't that months ago?
Nah. That was Jake Paul when Jake Paul fought Amanda Serrano in Puerto Rico.
Oh, like a month ago then.
Sound like
1 month. Okay. Still, that was way before Bud even showed up from out of nowhere. So let me just kill that whole narrative of that last call. But let me get my crow. Dang on for the Tim Tszyu fight. Look, Tim was winning that fight. First 3 rounds, he had Fundora figured out, and then that cut happened. But we'll let it be. I know Al Heyman gonna take care of Tim on the back end because nobody would have got paid last night if it wasn't for Tim. If Tim would have said stop the fight when that cut happened, everybody would have had to walk out right before the main event even got going. Just imagine how many people would have asked for refunds right then. Okay, so Al Heyman definitely gonna take care of him on the back end. Now, and then the other fight I want to touch on is the Via fight. Oh, that pissed me off. Because I feel like Via won. She landed the more effective punches, and she had good head movement. Estrada landed some good punches, but most of her punches were getting knocked out the way, or she was rolling them things. But Top Rank always fixes they fight when their fighters fighting somebody that's not signed with them. You might as well never let it go to the card because they gonna do you dirty. And then with the Spence Fundora fight, I still don't think Spence beats Fundora, and I know he don't beat Tim. So I say we get that Tim rematch because if it wasn't for Tim, it would have been no card last night, and y'all would have just had to been talking about the Rolly and Cruz fight today. But that's my call. Y'all have a good one.
You too, champ. Appreciate the support. As always, you still get your free call if you feel like you need to come back. We going to SDX Renzi. SDX.
Yo, shout out to TBV. Shout out to y'all, Ness. Man, a lot of good fights last night. I watched both cards, and it was a lot of good boxing. I want to touch on the other card, but everybody talking about the PBC card, so I ain't gonna waste my time trying to jump back and forth between the two. I did like the Boca, whatever his name is. I like how he fight, bro. I really want to see him be able to get his shot. I know everybody talking about how the thing gonna play out with Fundora and either him fighting Spence or fighting Bud, but because that guy was already in line, I feel like this is the thing, and that's like you were saying, you kind of said earlier, the fans kind of pick when they want boxing to work the way they want it to work. Sometimes we saying the guy next in line, the people who there, the division's getting held up, those guys should get their shots. Other time we like, fuck it, whatever business makes sense. So with boxing fans, they ain't never really gonna be happy unless it's for their fighter who they want to get in the position to win. So I'll just say, as far as I think Fundora should hold them belts, go ahead and fight Bud. You feel me? And do his thing, win or lose. At least you either gonna keep both of the belts or you gonna lose both of the belts. You feel me? As far as Spence should be able to get in the mix. He get in the mix with Bocacha or Mendoza or even Tszyu. You feel me? Tszyu was already saying before the fight that he wanted to fight Spence damn near regardless of what happened. So go fight one of them guys, get back in the mix, and let Bud and Fundora bang it out. And then also as well, shout out to Isak Cruz, man. They named him Pitbull, but from now on, I'm calling him the Mexican Jorgonaut. He looked like the Jorgonaut from X-Men. The man is coming forward. He even looked at a little bit stronger for me at this weight. So I ain't gonna lie. I'm interested to see what Pitbull Cruz does moving forward. I would like to see him with a Matias, and even one we said last night, me and Timboski really agree. I really would like to see Pitbull Devin Haney. I think that'll be a good fight. A lot of people said, Devin will matador him out. They said Devin Haney would matador him out, but I would just love to see that Pitbull, pressure put on Devin and just see how it go. I know Devin got the tools to get the job done, but that would be an interesting fight. So I'm really liking that division right now. Shout out to TBV. Shout out to everybody. Keep doing what y'all doing.
All right, we got Damien that says Danny ducking his crow today. And we got Damien with another $2 that says Estrada outbox Valle easy, and I bet big on Valle. And we got Damien that says $3. Now we gonna get. Did he mean Frank versus Cruz again? Shaking my head. I think he meant Tank versus Cruz, and the R was a mistake. Tank versus Cruz again. We got. I still don't see him. All right. Brandon, I don't see you. Malcolm, what up? Shit, wrong button. Jay Billy, you going to you next?
Yo, hear me? This way. My bad for any noise. I'm outside. Shout out to the boxing voice, man. Could you give me my crow real quick?
Yes, sir.
Man, this sucks, man. I had Valle, I had fucking Tim, and then I was pulling for Rolly. You know what I'm saying? I just fuck with Rolly. And Valdez is like the only nigga who really got it right. So, yeah, man, it was just a fucked up week. But the whole Valle and Estrada shit, Valle got outboxed. It is what it is. When somebody sees somebody boxing or fighting off the back foot, you know what I'm saying? They're quick to just say it's a robbery or whatever, and they don't really look at shit. You know, so props to Shorty for getting her win. Rolly got mollywopped. You know, it looked pretty fucking bad. I give him props, man, because like the last caller said, Pitbull was looking stronger and he was taking some shots, man, and he didn't really fucking drop.
Yep.
You know, it goes to show somebody like Tank is really he hits hard and he's an accurate puncher
Precise.
because he just
Yep.
placed the right shot and put him down. You know, with the fucking I'm missing something else right now, but the whole Tszyu and Fundora, the cut definitely it did something. You know, but I give full props to Fundora. I'm not gonna sit here. Oh, he needs to get it. He needs to fight him again because of the cut or whatever and all that bullshit. Now with Spence going in the ring and looking for that fight, it's good to see all his fans just came out of nowhere. You know, they're happy again. You know, Spence fans are the equivalent of Tank
But
fans.
it's
As
not
soon as
out of
Spence
nowhere. It's not out of nowhere. They needed him
no, for
to
sure,
come out of his hibernation for they could
he
come
already
out.
said something. You know what I'm saying? Like he already said something before. And remember, when he put up the little GIF with the injured shark. You feel me? He pulled a little Tank, and then all his fans, you know, they got their panties in a bunch, and they got all hype. You feel me? After he got his ass whooped by Bud, he turned into Shaquille Sunflower. I don't know if you watch Martin. You feel me? But yeah, he turned into Shaquille Sunflower and just came back. I think Fundora is a better fight for him than Tim, so it's a good thing that Fundora won. I think Fundora got the style. He just got to be wary of the uppercuts. But Fundora got the style for him to just break down because he's there to get hit. You feel me? But I don't really care if he gets it or if Bud don't get it because Bud just been looking for everything else. He tried to get the Canelo shit. He wanted Jamel, but Jamel ended up losing all the belts and then he didn't want Undisputed. So it is what it is. But the way it's looking like it's going to line up, Spence is going to end up having to fight his pops, you know? At some point, and his pops is Bud, you know? But that's really it, man. It was a very good weekend. Shout out to you, Ness. Also, shout out to you, Mike. I love when you on the show. I wasn't tuning in before when you used to be on the show, but we need niggas like you on the show, man. Shout out to Boxing Voice, man. Y'all keep doing y'all thing.
All right. Counterpunch, Kerry G. Kerry, G. In the meantime, while we wait for him to connect, we got James in Atlanta. Says Mack Truck stops Lorenzo Medina. Make the fight happen. Tell OTX. You know, Lorenzo don't got no promotional outfit right now. OTX got a couple dates. Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't dance around that type of shit. Let's get it done. We got Smash 740. He says, member for 39 months on that champ level. Salute to you. That's more than 3 years. You are the man. He says, Earl gave up the rematch because y'all said it wasn't worth paying for. Now fans mad he moving on. I've been saying that for about 2 days now. It's I get it though. We gotta understand. We do know why they mad because you feel me. He's moving on right in the way of what Crawford wants to do. Lake County $5. Ness, stop your BS logic. Errol Spence Jr. jump in the line. All after a loss is not Fundora being selected on a 2-week notice or for loss. Stop. Not the same. Your boy Keith is why. You're right about that. It's not exactly the same, but it's still two men coming off losses. We could agree to that. Rodden A70, $2. Mike Gross, boss, needs to be a weekly regular on the show. As you can see, he's been back, man. Doors always open. Everybody, always welcome to come out. Who else did I invite? I invited Jacob Jakovich formerly from Pro Box. Rodden A, $702 more. Boots available. Mike, thoughts? Looking emoji. Man, laughing emoji and running emoji. Listen, my man said the only fight I'm taking at 47 is Tank. And y'all still talking this boot shit. Like, that's not a duck. Like, he ain't fought at 47 since he beat Earl. It's not a duck. Game Addict, $2. We need Pitbull, WBA versus Sabril Matisse, IBF. Yes, I said that very early in the show. Lake County, $5. Why people continue to bring up Bud versus Boots when they turned him down, Bozy said, and I quote, we fight on Showtime. You were loyal to your network. You ain't no more. Octo, $2. Wilson, Zefara Zoo off weekend from Australia. Australian flag. Yeah, they all lost and they all Australian. We got to both those counters. Kerry G and Malcolm. We got Jerv. Not 7-3. Member for 8 months on the champ love. He says, laughing my ass off. Brandon is funny as but spitting facts, 100. On another note, I was so disappointed in TBV, bro. No live fight chat. I hope you were really, truly busy, fam. Need that commentary.
Yeah, what happened?
Bro, no internet again. I don't know. It's fucking boonies
Oh,
over
your internet
here.
went out last night?
Yeah. I got Jay Swift, counter.
One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yo, I worked all night from 10 to 7, and I paid for the fight, so I only got to see like 2 of the 4
Wait,
matches.
you can rewind it?
No. That's the reason why I pay for it, so I can look at it anytime I get ready. So you're right, I can rewind it.
But
Well, actually,
well, that's
it
what
rewinds itself.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you. Did it allow that to happen? Just so I know, because like I didn't get to buy it.
It did. It let me watch the whole entire card again. And first, you can give me my crow for Rolly because I was rooting for him.
Rolly had a lot of people rooting for him, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
My crow, give me my crow. All right. You can give me my crow again because I was rooting for Tim. I wasn't rooting for him, but I picked him to win. But things happened in the ring. It wasn't a punch that got him bleeding like that. It was the left elbow when he went to block, and Tszyu ducked under, and that's how the elbow met the forehead or the top of the forehead, top of the head. Yep. How do you bleed like that? He bled like a stuck pig.
That area
How the
bleeds
fuck do
very
you
easily.
bleed like that? To him, he bled. He got that in the 3rd round, and
that
he
area on your
bled
head
like a
bleeds so easily.
I don't know. I fought with no gloves, and I've never bled from my head like that. And I got hit.
You fought with no gloves.
You're
a bare knuckle fighter.
No. When you in the streets, you grew up in the Bronx, they ain't putting gloves on you when they're ready to fight you.
I know, man. Hell's Kitchen, I get it.
But did you ever get the top of your wig split?
That's what I'm saying. I've gotten hit at the top of the head.
I mean, you had more durable skin. Like, why you comparing your skin to Tszyu, man? That shit happened to him.
All right. I was just saying he bled like a fucking stuck pig. That's all I was saying. That was a lot of blood.
That's normal, though,
I mean,
my
he
man.
had so
Any
much
cuts
blood.
on the head like that will all bleed.
Right. He had so much blood, his sister got blood on her. And she's still undefeated. She's still undefeated. But anyway, shout out to Fundora for doing this thing. He was very courageous in there. And you know what? This is boxing. That's what happened. Do I get my free call too?
You sure do, just not back to back. We gotta get to some others, but we gonna get back to you. Stick around. Jay Billy, see, I ain't forget. Let's see if he's still there. He is. Jay Billy.
Hot audio.
Better.
Yes, sir. Shout out Ness. Shout out me. Shout out Marco putting in that motherfucking work. Nice to see Mike back. But yeah, man, let's go ahead and get down to it. Fundora versus Tszyu. I called it. Info Joe said, speak now or forever hold your peace. I got off mute and I said I got the upset. You know what I'm saying? I think Dre was the only person with me. But yeah, man, I called the upset. Like these fighters, man, they're raw. I expected to see the Fundora that I saw in the Lubin fight. He finally fought tall. But we got to look at it like other sports. Josh Allen didn't come in the league with accuracy. Kawhi Leonard didn't come in the league with a jumper. These are guys that's still raw. You know, they still have to develop themselves. So, like I said in my previous calls, we didn't see Jermaine ever come out in the southpaw like he did against Tszyu. We don't know if Fundora's going to come out with a jab. He did that, and he got the win. Like I said, it was a valiant effort from Tszyu. I think it did affect it, but at the end of the day, I still have Fundora. Was his team supposed to save him? We don't know. I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, his team didn't do his job. They should have saved him. But it's like they probably had an understanding, like Tszyu would be like, man, do not stop a fight unless you see me about to die. I'm going to go out on my shield, basically. So, you know, everything to that man. So Bokacek and Mendoza. Mendoza is a great tough fighter. And shout out Brandon Maurice. You know, when Brandon Maurice talks, we need to shut up and fucking listen because that man is the teacher. You know, he did call that Bokacek. He called the Nick Floss a couple weeks before that. So, you know, that just made me go back and do my homework. But that 154 division is the most underrated and damn near the best division in this sport. You know, all the fighters have to fight each other. That's the gladiator division. What do we want to see from Bokacek next? Maybe a Lubin. You know, it's so wide open at that 154 division. I want to see everything. You know, I want to see those guys back. Rolly and Isak Cruz. Isak had to show me something, and he did. Rolly, that was probably the best Rolly we've seen. He was pretty sharp, you know, with his footwork, trying to bounce in and bounce out, but Isak just proved to be too much for him. A lot of people called the KO. He didn't go down. We got to give him credit for that. He never went down, but Isak did what he was supposed to do. He took care of business. We would love to see the Isak versus Matias. That's a great fight in Puerto Rico. You know, hopefully we can get that unification. We still want to see Del versus Matias. You know, a lot of fights at that 140 division. Martinez and Cordova, that was a great fight from the little guys. That was my first time watching them both fight. And the scorecards were a lot closer than what I thought it was going to be. Martinez knocked Cordova down twice, but Cordova, he was just putting hands on him. Even though it didn't look like it affected Martinez, he still got the nod from the judges on the scorecards. The work that he was putting in, you know, it showed on the scorecards. Another guy looked like he got his jaw broke. You know, real bloody and gruesome card, and we love to see it. I hate to sound like that.
Player.
Yeah, we love to see it. Yeah, y'all can.
We got hella fucking. Oh, Kerry G counter never got to you because you didn't connect.
Hello.
We hear you.
Ooh, that was close. I was about to go back in and start cooking. Yo, I don't care what anyone says about like he had an understanding with Tszyu. That his team failed him. Your manager, who we were praising, fucking rested his laurels on a verbal contract. I don't care if you got him there, you didn't help him stay there. Your trainer and your manager, they gave him a shot. Like it happened in the second round. They gave him the third and the fourth round to try, and he tried to get Fundora out of here. I gotta give credit to Fundora. That man was swallowing blood the whole night, couldn't breathe out of his mouth or nose, and was taking shots. Hurt shots that hurt him, and he stayed up. So I'm not taking any credit from Fundora for this win, but they gave Tszyu his chance, third round and the fourth round. They should have ended there, so it could have been no contest to keep him. Fuck the show. Fuck PBC. Your loyalty is not to PBC. You are a name, so PBC gonna want you again, no matter what. And you got a belt, so they gonna want you again, no matter what. He could have left that ring with his belts if they would have made it a no contest. If they wanted to keep it going at the fifth round, I was unsure. If they would have stopped it at the fifth round. The doctor was checking on him every round since it happened. And at the fifth round, he didn't win that fifth round, so I feel like they let him go for the sixth. The sixth, I thought he won. They could have stopped it again. They could have gotten him away with maybe a split decision on the cards, or they could have let him walk out with his belt with a draw. And then that doctor, you saw the ref. Go watch the replay. The ref covers his mic, but not good enough. And he's like, yo, man, you think we should stop this? And the doctor's like, I don't think it's really affecting him in the fight right now. Those are word for word quotes. That is not me paraphrasing. They said that word for it. I don't think it's gonna affect him in the fight right now. Clearly, the nigga was affected. So that doctor was in the pocket, and he knew that he was forced to let that show go on. So his management team failed him. The cut man failed him. need to be fired too. How you forget the coagulant? There's only 3 chemicals allowed in the ring. How you forget the third one? Eddie Reynoso's corner for Martinez ain't forget that shit because he got the same cut as Tim Tszyu, but even closer to the eye. And they stopped that shit that round. That shit never bled again. And that fight went the distance. And that shit never bled again or bothered Martinez. So Cutman failed. Management failed. Trainer failed them. Fuck that. You're supposed to protect the fighter and his career from himself. Fuck that. Go out on your shield shit. And that doctor, fuck him too. Because that was the last remaining excuse he could have had to walk out with that belt. So they let that shit go on. Nah, man, I don't want to hear any of that shit, bro. Fuck that management team. I know Costa Tszyu probably want to fuck them niggas up. Ruined his son's trajectory. He's going to be fine. He got a country behind him, but that shit's fucked up. All right, going to cook back for rich people. Enjoy Easter, y'all.
All right, champ. All right. We got Jerry with a counter. Not before. Rod with the 870 $2 says, Terrence Crawford lost momentum post Errol Spence fight. Being inactive, shaking my head. We got Big Gucci Nick with a counter after Jerry. Jerry, what up?
Let him cook. Let him cook. I try to walk away, and you keep pulling me back in. Ness, I'm relying on you that when your callers call in and they give misinformation, that you're going to set the record straight. So let me ask you a question. Espinosa's on record saying that Crawford agreed to all terms on the rematch at 154. Was I dreaming? Or is that not what your good friend Espinosa literally just said? That's a question, my friend.
I don't know, bro.
All right, Ness. Espinosa already confirmed that the rematch was set at 154, and Crawford agreed to all terms and then some. The reason why it did not come to fruition is because Spence was in the ER, but he got out last night. He's ready to go. So, Spence fans, listen, I understand there's a lot of confusion. You guys are living in a world of confusion. There's a lot of misinformation depending on which YouTube channel you listen to. So I get all that. But let's get the facts straight. On top of that, for those that say, oh, well, Crawford is losing. I'm sorry. I think the PBC, the P. Diddy Boxing Committee, was offering a 35-65 split with no guarantee. Last time I checked, Crawford walked away with $25 million, and I believe 15 of that was guaranteed. But let's not.
You believe.
Let's not pay attention to the facts. It's Jerry Soriano, you're in it for life. Let him cook!
Let's pay attention to the facts after he says, I believe, not I know. Dudes are hilarious, bro. And that's like the second thing. I didn't interrupt him in his last call, bro. And that's my issue. I need to get a paper and
What?
pen. Because if I don't interrupt you when you give the misinformation and I wait those 3 minutes, I'm gonna do a million other things. I gotta check 7 different screens and phones. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get caught up. But he said something in his last call that was misinformation. I won't even use the other word that triggers people, but misinformation. Big Gucci Nick, counter.
What up, man? Shout out TBV. Everybody smash that like and subscribe, man. Um, did I hear Marco? Shout out Marco, if he
What up,
there.
big dog?
What up, man? What an amazing night of boxing, man. That was seriously one of the best nights of boxing of the year so far, in my opinion. Even though it was like how everything went down was kind of good because we got a better main event in my opinion. And man, the whole card was straight action, man. So honestly, I think it was a perfect storm for Sebastian Fundora, man. Because look, he was preparing for a very, very similar style to Tszyu, and he's a southpaw. You can't find a whole lot of sparring for him, and if you do find sparring, that dude better be a southpaw because there's a big difference. So it was a perfect storm for Fundora, man. He was preparing for that style. And then Tszyu just caught off guard by the exact opposite style of what he was preparing for. And then on top of that, well, I said it was a perfect story, man. That headbutt with that blood dripping in his eyes, he couldn't see. Because I could tell even in the later rounds, Tszyu still had that power, man, that thudding power, but he couldn't see to land it nice and flush. So everything played out perfect for Fundora, man. Perfect, man. So shout out to him, the new 154 unified champion, man. And let's fucking go. We got the big fish back in the waters, man. Hunting, lurking, man. Let's go. I want to see this fight. This fight's gonna be fire, man. Um, look, the business of boxing, it is what it is, man. We all know this. Bud Crawford should have known this. If he wanted to move up to 154, he should have looked at the landscape and seen where all the belts were, but he don't know how to move business-wise. Boxing is a business first, man. That's why it's called prize fighting. And then the rankings, whatever, who wants to fight, who comes after. A lot of people don't get that. But yeah, man, shout out to Spence. Hopefully he gets this fight. It is kind of sad that Bud doesn't uh he probably won't have the opportunity because Spence will come first, obviously. His promoter's gonna make that happen. Um, but yeah, man. Yo, Cruz, I seen that coming, man. Shout out to Rolly. He always down to fight whoever. But Cruz fucked him up bad, man. And then new. Let's go, man. So now we get to see Cruz versus any one of them top 40 guys, man. 140 guys. So it's gonna be amazing. Yo, real quick. Boachuk, that's the first fight I ever seen him fight. Bro, that's the triple G of the 154 division, man. 154 is suddenly becoming super hot, man. It's becoming like how 140 is starting to rise because the stars from the lower division moving up, man. So shout out to Bochuk, man. He's not on my radar. I'm gonna definitely make sure I tune in whenever he fights because his tank is like that Triple G tank, man, and his style too. That Mexican style that Golovkin loved to say he has. It's that same exact style that Bochuk have,
Champ,
man.
that's the bell.
Uh,
We got a counterpunch from Ant in Georgia.
Hey, yo, as of 1 hour ago, Michael Benson reported the WBO will officially order Fundora to defend his WBC and WBO super welterweight world titles against Terrence Crawford next week. WBO president Paco, I can't even say that last name, has confirmed.
Yeah,
So
he can only you do understand he can only confirm for his sanctioning, right? He has nothing to do with Mauricio and the WBC.
Mauricio, right? But he already activated his status. Mauricio speaks very. I mean, it's his rule. Mauricio created the super champion rule.
Champ,
So
I'm just speaking the facts. You're just talking hypotheticals. You
that's
understand?
not hypothetical. That's not hypothetical. It's his fucking rule.
So you interpreting a tweet from a reporter that
Yes.
Mauricio is down with when it says Paco Vacarcel. I mean, cool. Yeah,
Yes.
keep going with
Yes.
your call.
Paco is already. He's already
Yeah, that
said
has
he's going to order him to do it.
nothing to do with Mauricio, who owns the WBC.
Who created the super champion rule and who stands on it? It's
No,
his rule.
you're wrong. The
He
super
championed it
champion is
on
for
your
the
show.
super champion is a WBO status, bro. You're getting it confused.
So there's no. So you're telling me there's no WBC super champion status. So if you're a champion in the lower division in the WBC, you can't activate status and challenge the higher champion in the WBC.
Yeah,
Is that how it works?
that's what Devin did. You can absolutely do
Okay.
that, but it's not called super champion status from what I know. But if you're right, you're
It's
right.
Yeah, but it does exist, right?
All that matters, though, because you're wasting your own call. All that matters is that Mauricio did not approve this. So
right, but
you
half of the we half of the way in
another
there.
president can't approve the WBC, and that's all I said from the beginning. Everything else you said is true except for the WBC.
Okay, I hear you. But I didn't get to talk about like the fight in my previous call either. I did enjoy Fundora. I like his style. I think the Mendoza thing was kind of a fluke. Looking back on it, I think if they rematch, he'd probably beat him. As long as he didn't get clipped again. Because I mean that's a big puncher. And there's certain shots you just can't come back from. But I like Fundora's style. I think he probably beat Earl. He's just a big dude. You know what I'm saying? Just tall, long. That jab, hit Earl in the eye a few times, he'd be blind in that mug. He'll never fight again. So you better stay away from that big old joker right there, And shout out to Rolly. That fight was entertaining, man. That was fun. Like, say what you want, but you all enjoyed it. So you can shit on Rolly all you want, but when he get in there and fight, somebody going down, and it's probably him. But it's gonna be fun. He did the goofiest chicken dance you ever seen in there. That man he was all over the place, but he fought through it. And he showed some toughness. He showed some heart. He fought to the end. Yeah, he was concussed in the interview. And that interviewer, she a bitch. I don't ever want to hear her
His
do
eyes
another
were
interview.
glassy as hell.
He was fucking concussed.
I absolutely
she
agree
did
with you.
dirty.
Yeah, she was kind. You know who that is? That's Caleb Plant's wife.
Yeah, fuck Caleb Plant's wife. Fuck her, bro. She's she really is a fan doing that shit. And you cannot be
she was a little harsh, being like, you just got embarrassed. She was kind of talking like Larry Merchant used to talk.
Right. And fuck Larry Merchant too, just like Floyd said.
Agree.
You know what I'm saying? I hate those kind of interviewers. You have a job, be a professional.
Yes,
it's
mad.
That's so
It's like
disrespectful.
insensitive. It's like you guys are in there risking their lives. Don't talk to them like that.
Like, come on, bro. He putting it on the line. He was really hurt in that interview. You don't show no fucking respect. Respect, Rolly.
That is the best.
I agree, though.
Thank you.
We got Hawk, Maryland.
Yeah.
What up, Hawk?
What up?
Yo, what up, next? How you? Happy Easter to you and the crew, TBV.
Likewise.
Let me start off. Yes, sir. Let me start off real quick here. I'll take the crow for the Tszyu fight.
Hit the crow, Ness. Hit the crow.
Hold on.
Damn.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me clear?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take the crow for the Tszyu fight, but for real, Tszyu need to fire his team, his management, everybody in his corner, and himself for keeping on fighting when he really shouldn't have had to. The whole fight changed once he got hit with that elbow. I mean, he was calm and cool and was taking Fundora apart in that fight, but he lost, so time moves on. Fundora, congratulations to him and whatever he's got going on for next. And as far as the Errol Spence situation with Crawford, sometimes the man with sometimes the better man don't get the glory. It's the man with the better hand that gets the glory. And it's another old saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. We all know Crawford's supposed to get the fight, but Errol Spence knows the man, so it's not what you know, it's who you know. And they'll work all that out. But the happiest man in boxing today got to be the happiest man on Easter Day. It's Pitbull Cruz. How many opportunities do you get to just straight fuck up somebody that's talking shit to you? You can't do it on the street because, it might turn into gunfire and all that. He got paid to beat somebody's ass that called him a poodle. And he beat his ass from round to round, from pillar to post, legally. Pitbull Cruz is a happy dude. And it's a lot of other boxers in that position who be going back and forth on Twitter and all that, and they could have the opportunity to beat that person's ass, but they just won't do it. But Pitbull Cruz,
He's a happy man today. He beat the shit out of somebody that talked so much trash, and he beat his ass for round after round after round. That is a happy man. I guess got to give a shout out to Pitbull Cruz because there's other boxers we know of that would have that opportunity to shut people up, but they just won't do it. But Pitbull Cruz, yeah, that's how you do it. You do it legally, and you do it impressively. He beat Rolly's ass from pillar to post for every word he said, and that's the way you do it, bro. So other than that, it was a great night of boxing. I still think what I had my little thoughts on Tszyu and them, but life goes on. He'll recover. He'll get going. And the Errol Spence, what you know is who you know, man. That's my call.
All right, champ. We got Joseph. All right. No Joseph. Bo Rogers. James.
Yo, Ness, you hear
Smith.
me? Yo, Ness, Marco. Yo, for Tszyu, man, it is for the loss of the Fedor fight. He can always like it was rumored that he was already wanting to go up to 160. He could easily go up to 160, and with him being with no limit, he could probably easily secure a Janovic fight. Or PBC still going to want to be in business with Tszyu because he brings eyes to the sport, especially off the attendance that was there last night, the 14,000 people. I mean, he can secure a Adonis fight. It is what it is. You know, Tim Tszyu still has a strong brand. For these people that saying that like Bud Crawford doesn't have no fans, I mean, last I checked, uh, Terrence Crawford has like 500,000 more fans than Errol Spence on dang on IG. That's pretty important right there. He's close to 2 million, and Errol is just barely over 1 million. So looks like Terrence Crawford is really becoming a bigger star than Earl. Just because y'all call on the show and just say Earl's this, Earl's that, that's I guess the eyes of everybody in the world are seeing it differently. So Bud's going to get a big fight, and I do disagree with the fact that Earl's not trying to get it back in blood. It's just not getting back in blood yet. Maybe after he gets the Fedora fight and maybe unifies and beats Fedora, he may just go ahead and try to get Bud again. That's what I believe. And last, before I end this call, um, I'm impressed with Pitbull for what he did, and I think Pitbull is probably more deserving of the fight of being called the Mexican Monster, more so than David Benavidez. The reason why is because he's homegrown and he's bringing the belt back to Mexico, unlike Benavidez. That's my call. This shout out to you, shout out to the community as always. I think Pitbull's the new Mexican Monster, and shout out to Hawk, man. He's a great caller. He should get it. He should get a nomination this year for Caller of the Year. Peace.
All right. Um, we got actually speaking of Call of the Year. Let me say this now. Stainless just gave his monthly boomerang call to Jerry. So Jerry, if you're listening, you get a free call per show, courtesy of Stainless, the pound for pound supporter. We got Jersey Bob. What up?
Hello, my fault. Hello, my bad. You hear me?
Yep.
All right, so I'm walking my dog. But yo, man, I can't believe all these people's a boxing fans. Yo, Tim Tszyu deserved the rematch. Tim Tszyu kept fighting. He knew everybody paid $80. He knew people paid to come there. He fought with a cut. He should have never been in the ring. They should have stopped that thing. He fought this way. And then people talking about Bud Crawford. Who deserved to fight? That's what we should want. Okay, he went out there and
Champ,
said,
you
"I ain't."
sound pretty choppy.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm outside. Hold on one second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, way better.
Yeah, Tim Tszyu, man, he deserved the fight. That man, Tim Tszyu, one of my favorite fighters now. He should have said I can't see, and all them people who pay $80 with him like I'm disappointed, and everybody in the crowd, but he didn't. He said I'm going to fight, and he
I
fought the
agree.
fight. Yeah, okay, he lost. He deserves the rematch. Why are we talking about Spence or Crawford? Tim Tszyu is the fighter that we should respect, and he deserves the rematch. Period. I don't know what people are
Agreed.
talking about. These other guys. Then the next time the guy's gonna be like, I ain't fighting, because he see what happened to Tim Tszyu, and they push him to the side. So the next time somebody get a little cut, he gonna be like, I'm done. I can't see. Come on, man. Y'all gotta be real. Everybody should be talking Tim Tszyu and respecting that man. That's all I'm
It's
saying. He's one of my favorite fighters now.
it's respect, but
Man,
that fight should have been stopped. I think they should have been a no contest before 4, and they should have done it again.
yeah, but since the other people didn't do their job, Tim Tszyu wasn't gonna cry and
Well, it's
say, I
not.
can't.
No, you're
You
right.
know,
Tim Tszyu had the balls for sure, but like the ref, the doctors, Tim Tszyu's corner, even they all could have stopped it, but they didn't.
you're right. So I say I respect Tim Tszyu. I never thought Rolly was any good, so he lost. I mean, I never thought he was good anyway. It was a good card. It was better than I expected. Honestly, I ain't pay for it. I didn't watch it. I just saw like highlights and I didn't watch it because I was like I didn't think it was worth $80. But in the end, it probably was worth $80. But I'm not taking a chance on a fight like that, especially when Turkey Al-Sheikh is put on these great cards. I'll pay for that all day. The cards he putting on, that's what I'm putting my money up for. But I didn't think this was gonna be a good card. But it was the undercard. And for Mel Moulton, man, that boy better not get in the ring with any champs. The way he get hit, he ain't nowhere near ready. They was just talking. I mean, I see he got talent, man. He was getting hit clean. If
Yeah,
he
but you
fight
know
a
what?
champ,
Sometimes,
he's going
man, people get hit when they feel the shot and they're not worried about it. It's part of the strategy.
yeah, right. Put him in with the champ. They gonna ruin him. They better
He
do
probably
what they
won't get hit, but
doing. Him up.
he won't get hit like that. It's different, you
Yeah,
know.
but don't criticize him for what Floyd said. Look at him as a 3-0 fighter that just beat up a 7-0 fighter. You know,
Exactly.
don't put the pressure on him because of Floyd. Like, Floyd said what he said. They obviously didn't go that route. El Sucio, $10. Shout out TBV from San Diego, I guess is what SD stand for, right? And we got Mad Bent, $102. Second dose. Carmel Moulton, nice with them hands. 702 boxing, great week in the boxing, really entertaining. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see who next. Dom says, yo, come to me real quick. I don't see you on the line, Dom. I don't see you on the line. But we trying Bo Rogers again. Bo Rogers again. If you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and do so. We're trying to get to that next goal. We had 204,335, so we need about another 700 to subscribe to get us to 205,000. We going out to General Camino.
Yo, Ness, I'm ordering a sandwich real quick. You can come back to me, please, man.
You got it. Hopefully. King Born here.
Hey, yo, listen, man. Y'all hear me, right? Hey,
Fix
yo,
him up, switch him up.
I told y'all what it was. Where my props at? Why
Nah,
don't y'all get
you cut off.
Errol?
You wasn't riding with Sebastian.
Get out of here. That's my quote unquote son. I told
Yeah,
everybody he's
but
gonna beat him with the jab.
calling
Yo,
him. You
Ness.
ain't calling him
Yo,
confident
nah,
that
nah,
day.
nah. I think on Monday, brother. I'm good. I'm good in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Live chat, power chat. Let's get it cracking, man. Listen, y'all. This what happens when everything you thought you saw, now you can't see it. You know what I mean? Everybody was on Tim Tszyu dick. Tim Tszyu, Tim Tszyu, Tim Tszyu. He got beat with the jab. That man threw 400 jabs. My son, first of all, his name ain't Spider Crab. It's called King Crab. You got that right, Stainless? You got that right, Benitez? Back call, power chat, live chat, Ness?
He's King Crab. So now Errol Spence come in the ring looking puffy and got the chain and bought the chain from the money that he stole from Derrick James. And y'all all happy. What's going to happen when Errol Spence get in the ring with King Crab Fedora, not Spider Crab? Sebastian King Crab Fedora, get it right. He going to get demolished. He going to get his ass whipped. I said it. It's going to happen. But like I said, man, it was a great night. Sebastian Fundora destroyed Tszyu. The fight should have been closer than that. Y'all all jumping on shit. He had blood too. Listen, King Crab Fedora had blood too coming out of his nose. They ain't talking about that. They're talking about he bleeding from the top of his head like he got hit with a razor, like he got hit with an ox. Listen, forget all that, man. My man won. My son won, and it's on. So bring who you want. So whoever want to fight him, you know you got to fight a dude that's tall and he's learning instead of all that brawling stuff like I said he was going to do. My man just boxing now. A jab, double jab, triple jab, and hit with the right hand. I already knew he was going to win, but yo, that Rolly shit. Listen, man, Rolly, Pitbull, yo, that shit was wild. That shit was wild, yo. Rolly did all that stuff, disrespect the man. But y'all know one thing, right? When a man comes in the ring and bring his kids and his wife and got the whole Mexican mariachi band, Viva la Mexico, he's not playing. He destroyed Rolly. And listen, let's give it up to the fake Michael Sarafa that got destroyed by Laura, knocked out.
That's the bell, player. Barrel City E counter. Barrel City E. Barrel City E. Back at you.
Yup.
We hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Action pack calls last night. Action pack. I run over. You know, I got the extra 5, man. But you got to talk about everything. It was just lit last night. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like with Carmel, I disagree with my man. He talking about Carmel was getting hit too clean. You got to understand that nigga Kuba could fight. You got to know what your eyes looking at. That Kuba gonna be good in the future. You can tell he gonna be a contender. He gonna be a hard out in the future. That man can fight. You can't take nothing away. Anytime Carmel made a mistake, he paid for it with his chin. Every time. Every time. And Carmel was good, man. Carmel was good. I mean, he was punishing him, man. He was hitting him with everything he had. But I mean, the motherfucker was eating that shit and he was answering back every time. And then Camaro, you know, he started to pull off at the end and was walking with his hands down and catching shit off the shoulders and counting them right back. You know, I guess he finally got his timing down. But for the most part, man, that was a high level fight for, you know, a 3-0 and a 7-0 fighter. That was some high level shit. Them boys good, man. That wasn't no little touch up fight. Floyd wanted to see where Camaro was at with that fight right there, because that was some good matchmaking. That brother was good. Kuba was good, and going on, you know, to the Baranchek fight. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know how the fuck Brian Mendoza stood up, but Brian Mendoza was doing good boxing for a while, but that motherfucker Baranchek, he from the Ukraine, right?
Brian, you talking about Boychuk?
Boychuk, I'm sorry, I can't even pronounce his name. Boychuk, he from the Ukraine, right?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, man. Listen, he was catching. He started catching Brian with some hard shit, bro. Like, and I was thinking Brian was bingo go down, but Yeah, I mean, he started showing heart and showing, he had the heart of a champion. And he was ready to go out on this shield. You got to just give a lot of respect to fighters like that, and a lot of respect to Boychek, who don't really put his name in the mix of things. I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Virgil Ortiz, him and Erickson Lubin. Like, he just put his name right smack dab in the top mix of the top 10 with that performance right there. Then you go into the Rolly. I lost money. I lost 100 on Rolly. Yeah, I mean, I had bet on Rolly, big stupid ass. I thought he could have catch Pitbull coming in, and he was catching him. He was clipping them with clean, straight right hands.
He was eating
Man,
them shits.
that little rockhead bastard wasn't even feeling them shits,
That's the
bro. I'm talking
bell.
about.
That's the bell champ, but he was eating them damn things. That's the problem. Jay Swift, Borough City, member, you still get your free call. King Born, we already went to you, champ. Jay Swift. Jay Swift.
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
So, what up, Marco? Is Mike
What's
still
poppin'?
there?
Nah, just me and Marcos.
Okay. So anyway, I think overall the entire card was good. I mean,
Agreed.
Israelandi Mark Laver, he's like 40 years old and he won.
Yeah, knockout, right?
My point exactly. You can't rule anybody out. And come on, man, how you not gonna let uh, Spence come in? I mean, you can't stop him because he's one of the greatest welterweights ever. Yeah, he may have
Well,
lost, but all of them have lost. All of them. There's no except for Mayweather. Everybody lost, so you can't just block him out. Be like, nah, don't do this. And yeah, Tim, Bud Crawford, he ducked too many fights. Now fights are starting to duck him. So, he should have took the fights when he had a chance to. And I don't know, man. I think this generation of boxing is all. I'm talking about the fans right now. They're all social media fans, and they think they're being clever when they get on these podcasts and they start talking all spicy. That's just the way of the world today. In 30 years, we probably won't hear nothing from the social media fans. It'll probably be something totally different. But that's my call, guys.
Jay Swift, you the man. Counterpunch. Borough City right back. Borough City. While we wait for him to connect, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. We real close to 1,000 thumbs up. We need about another
Yeah,
16 or so. I hear you.
yeah. Like I was saying, and but if you got more callers stacked up, I feel. But if you don't, I'll pay another 5 if I run over. But yeah, like I was saying, like, bro, Rolly was catching Pitbull or fucking Rockhead ass with some nice shit as he was coming in, and I mean nice shit, and that shit wasn't even bothering Pitbull or hardhead ass. It wasn't even bothering him, bro. He was walking straight through that shit. And I said something last night in the back call. Niggas got up in their feelings about. Tell me if I'm lying. Rolly power seemed to affect Tank more than it affected Pitbull Cruz.
Yeah, you lying.
See that?
I ain't see. I ain't see.
Rolly Power affected
Rolly
Tank
punches,
more.
I ain't seen neither of them dudes affected by Rolly Power. I seen Tank
Tank
You
wary.
ain't
wasn't.
I
seen
seen
Tank affected?
no, I ain't seen him
Nah, Tank
affected. I
was
seen him cautious of what could be.
Crazy.
I never seen him
or
get hit.
If you
or
cautious,
Ness.
if you
Cautious
cautious, what
could
does
also
that
be
mean,
just
Ness?
My
downloading
dude, you gotta
information.
get hit. You got like Rolly wasn't landing. He landed shots on Cruz, bro. He wasn't landing like that on Tank. People was scoring the rounds for Rolly.
Crazy. That man was landing on Tank with he's
Hey,
not gonna say with ease,
we
but he was landing on Tank, and Tank was showing discomfort
and both
from it.
them dudes took them punches like nothing. I don't know what you talking about. I mean, I agree.
Wow.
I disagree with you, but hey, that's just me.
I feel. But listen, anyway, what you call it? We ain't even gonna talk about Grandpa Laura knocking niggas the fuck out. You see what I'm saying? Like niggas was sleeping on Laura like he was just some walk in the park. It's a reason them Charlos ain't wanted no piece of that man, bro. It's a reason, bro. That motherfucker nice, man. I'm talking about that one looking better and better for old Cinnamon every year. Every year that it is, that goddamn win looking better and better over old Laura. You know what I mean? And then with the zoo shit, I'm gonna be 100, and I bet on Fundora. You know what I mean? I broke back even after losing on Rolling. The cut 100% affected that man's vision. You could see it, and what I love about it, you didn't see Zoo crying about it, trying to oversell it. He was trying to fight through, showing what you're supposed to do. Make your corner one of them say something about, but you fight through it. And I mean, you got your heart go out to the man because it feel like he getting a raw deal. But you know what I mean? I just hope maybe he could get some step aside money, heal up from the cut, and then get the winner of whoever the fuck fight. You see, whether it be Fundora and Earl,
That's the
Fundora and
bell, player.
Floyd.
That's the bell. We certainly got
Yeah.
callers behind you.
All right, bet. I'll count it back in.
All right. This is not what I wanted to read out loud. And from Georgia, Optimus Prime, member for 21 months on that champ level. Salute to you. He says, I know Ant in Georgia isn't sending counterpunches when he owes me money for our bet. AJ versus Francis. Bro, I know you ain't out here ass betting when you was the main one capping for Francis, man. Pay that man, bro. I don't know how it went down, but if he telling the truth, you was the main one out here capping for Francis, so you shouldn't have made no ass bets on that motherfucker thinking he was about to do something. Now you made so many bets you can't pay. That wouldn't be nice, brother. That would not be motherfucking nice. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop that. This is why I keep telling you, stop betting these motherfuckers, man. Y'all gotta bet the bookies. At least they giving you odds. You taking a double risk. The risk of the fight and the risk that the motherfucker you bet with ain't gonna pay you. Stop believing these dudes, man. I don't believe these internet dudes, man. If I ain't met you in real life, I don't fucking know you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a lie. I got hella friends that I haven't met in real life that I've been knowing for 7 years now. But you to a certain extent, Marcos, like you can't just be putting money, finances. These dudes will walk away, bruh.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
General Camino.
You got me?
Yeah.
Word. We had a good event last night, man. I can't lie. I'll be honest though, like I didn't think Fundora was deserving of a title shot, so I didn't buy that shit. You feel me? So that should tell you where I stand as far as this Errol Spence shit. Like I don't think he deserving of no title shot, especially not no unified titles. Like that's a little too much for me, especially coming off a knockout the way he did this summer. And if I'm not mistaken, the contract was up in December, right? They had until the end of the year to make the second fight, or the contract is like null and void. Am I correct, or is that not the case?
Yeah, that was the rumors, but remember, past that December date, it looked like Crawford was doing him a favor, or we don't know, but we know that once Earl started tweeting a lot, Crawford was like, "All right, I'm moving on."
Yeah, so I mean, if that rumor about how the contract was set up is the truth, then I mean, it is what it is, man. Like Crawford don't owe him no rematch. I don't see Errol activating no rematch clause for a contract that's already null and void. So that shit kind of out the window. I do think Crawford should be next up if he's the mandatory. Let's get back to business, man. Fight your mandatory and handle shit. it sounded like Fundora would be willing to fight Crawford next. But PBC do what they want to do. Since Vito came on here and kind of told us how PBC get down, I'm not surprised by a lot of this shit and how they do what they do for in-house fighters. He said it on the show, bro. You did a whole interview. He came on here and he said, yo, I don't care what you got to say about Al. I don't care what you got to say about PBC. If you ride with us, we going to take care of you. If you're not riding with us, it is what it is. You feel me? We might need you for a fight. It might be a behind-the-door handshake or some shit like that, but it ain't that serious. You feel me? I'd also have to agree with a lot of the callers. Tszyu's team, they dropped the ball last night. Tszyu showed up, but his team didn't. That fight probably should have been called by the third or the fourth round. The moment that cut happened, when he ran his head into Fundora's elbow, because Fundora didn't elbow him intentionally. Tszyu ran his head into his forearm and he got cut. I thought it was way too much blood to let the fight continue. I was very shocked that the fight made it to the end. But, it's a pay-per-view, it's a main event, so I could see how they didn't want to ruin the show. Granted, coming off of what had happened with Jake Paul and them losing their main event, I wouldn't have been too opposed to it. I mean, he literally had a gash. I mean, that gash on his head looked crazy, bro. At one point, I was like, bro, is he going to bleed out too much? Like, is he going to start getting dizzy soon? But I guess, he
You
held
got
it
the
together
doctor
for as
there
long
for
as
all
he
that.
could. Yeah, but, the doctor can't measure how much blood is being lost. I mean, he can see a lot of blood coming out, but he can't measure how much blood is being lost.
I think they got a good idea keeping that in check.
I thought he lost a little too much blood, in my opinion, but I could be wrong.
That's the bell, player. That's the bell.
Player.
We keeping it moving, and up next, looks like we got Barrow City E with a tree Pete, but he's not there. So we got Rocky.
Yo, yo.
Perfect.
What up, Ness? What up, Marco?
Another
Yo, just
day,
to
another podcast.
yes, sir. Just to kind of recap the weekend, man. Super bad. Estrada, to me, she's pound for pound the most skilled woman in boxing. I don't recall seeing another woman who could switch stances and set traps the way she was doing against Valle. It was a good fight. I had it 7-3 for her, so I definitely got to give her props on that fight. The Oscar Valdez, I'm a big fan of Oscar Valdez. I love his style, man. He always brings it. But goddamn it, can we get a jab? Can we get a jab? My man never jabs. He spams hooks. But I'm a big fan, and hopefully, he'll get a big fight again now that he picked up a strap for that fight, right?
For which fight?
For the fight against Wilson. Wasn't that for
interim. It gets elevated if Emmanuel Navarrete beats Dennis Baranchek and decides to stay at 35. If he decides to go back down, then he keeps his belt like Ray Vargas did.
Got you. And then for the PBC card, man, Cruz is the real deal, man. Pitbull, I wasn't completely sold on him. I thought maybe that Tank fight might have been a little bit of a fluke, but I think he's the real deal the way he did Rolly. So props to him. And then Rolly, I want to see him fight the loser of Devin and Ryan. I think that'll be a good fight for him still. Rolly's still entertaining. I ain't gonna throw him away, say he's garbage like everybody. I like seeing him fight, but he got some shit to work on. As far as
Does
Tszyu,
anybody
he
want
gotta
to see?
fix his.
Yo,
Go ahead.
give
I was
Rolly
gonna say, you
a
think
tough.
anybody wants to see Rolly
You
fight
gotta
again?
give you gotta give Rolly a tough non big name fight like Kenny Sims.
Yeah,
Good,
and
man.
he always tells the fight. He's entertaining, man. I don't know. I like Rolly.
It's entertaining, but like at this point, I don't think anybody really thinks he can beat a top level person. So
That's
they
why
might not tune in.
That's why you gotta put him in there with a Kenny Sims, right?
Right.
Or a guy like Kenny, so that Kenny either builds his name using Rolly, or Rolly gets back in the mix, beating a very solid contender that we believe is a solid contender.
Yeah, that's a good fight right
I
there.
just
And that's
don't
still
think it's cool to give him another Devin Ryan type dude. That's too like that's like we reward.
I
He's
still
getting
want the Ryan. I
yeah.
want the Ryan fight from the sparring that had leaked years ago. Like there's, I still kind
Yep.
of want to
I
see that, but
guess
yeah, maybe.
you know what? Maybe if Ryan loses in the next month and Rolly don't
Yep.
get nothing, maybe I guess both offer losses. That's the best way to
I was
sell it.
gonna say when
But
Ryan loses, which he most likely will, that'd be a perfect fight then.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Rocky
exactly.
though,
And
that's
then
the bell. Let me get to these other callers. I got Big
all
If.
right,
What
champ.
up?
Yo, salute, man. You can hear me?
Yeah.
We got you.
Yeah. Salute to you, man. Salute to Marco. Salute to everybody in the
What's
chat. Salute
poppin'?
to everybody. Yo, not much, not much, man. I enjoy the fights this weekend, man. I like how Amazon moved pretty quickly like a Pro Box card, man. So I didn't follow. Usually I fall asleep whenever the fight goes past like sometimes 12, 1, 2. I have to catch it in the morning. But I like the fact that this moved really quickly. So I was awake. I was like, I don't want to miss nothing, man. So I like that. I don't know if it's an Amazon thing or whatever, but I liked it, man. Also, salute. Nobody's really talking about Shugiana Knight, man, aka Shug Tiana Knight, aka Gloria Alvarado, man, for having a Suge Knight moment on behalf of Yokasta Vi. I don't know what y'all think, man. Who y'all think won the fight, man? Y'all think it
What?
was
Her
was
post
a
fight
draw?
interview you talking about?
Yeah.
Damn, you called that a Suge Knight moment?
Yeah, I mean, she was standing. I never seen like somebody like at least a lady coach like stand, go crazy like that. I mean, I know it's not too crazy, but I like the fact that she was protecting a fighter. Or speaking of on behalf of a fighter, what y'all think, man? Y'all
Nah,
had it
nah.
a draw?
Yeah, I know. I certainly, appreciated her doing that. But yeah, I didn't think to score it. That was a tough fight. I do lean Yokasta, but I also, feel like Sinisa did the outboxing. She's the boxer. She switched nice. There was
Yeah.
time at times that that I don't know. She looked alright, man. She did. It really is the judges, right? Like, what are they looking for?
Right.
It's
Yeah,
a
that's
tough
true.
one.
That's true. But I just appreciated that, man. And I know your man Samson Lekowitz, man. I don't know how you pronounce your last name. I know he's probably if he calls the next time to TBV, he's gonna talk his shit, man. Because I remember you said he was listening after he dropped off the interview, and a lot of people, including myself, gave the praying mantis no chance, man. I
Word.
thought maybe the praying mantis was gonna call in and fight really short, but he did his thing with a jab, stepping literally laterally with a jab, sticking it in some face. I actually thought Zoo was gonna pass out. Like, man, I don't know, like the entire time from round 3 or whenever
Damn,
he
he
got the
said
cut.
pass out.
That's what I thought, man. That's the top of the head. I've been, well, not me personally. I've seen people that have been in fights where at the top of the head, and like few seconds later, you know what I mean? But I know he's a professional and all that. But that's what I was thinking the entire time. I was like, yo, son is gonna pass out, but it is what it is, man. Salute to Rolly and Pitbull putting on a showcase for Amazon. I ain't gonna hold you. Last point. I hope Pitbull, man. I know he comes from wherever he comes from, down, down under. I hope his people are managing his money right, man. I don't know. There's people like that. You never know. I hope we don't have
Pitbull.
like a documentary years later, saying that, this guy who came up, a lot of people just decided taking his cuts and like not managing his money. He's doing his thing. He's putting himself out there on the line. I hope his people are, taking care of his money right, man. But anyway, salute to you. Salute to the chat.
You know
I'm
what I
out,
love
man.
about
Peace.
Pitbull, man? Pitbull is one of those fighters, like, he has that Sonny Liston, Mike Tyson energy where he doesn't talk, doesn't do any antics outside the ring. It's just his performance that got everybody cheering for him.
Yeah.
Dope.
Yeah.
Yo, happy Easter, everybody.
His reaction though too to like the win, bro. That they need to use that as like a.
Yeah, it was a
He
real
was
passionate,
fucking like
right?
bro.
That
Yeah.
pop was crazy.
He was
That
fucking.
pop was crazy.
It was
Talk to
dope.
us, David. What's up?
Yo, what's up, man? First off, happy Easter to everybody on the panel. Yo, Marco Boxing, what's good, bro? I'm the one that was chatting with you on Instagram,
Yeah,
man. You know
low,
what I mean? I live in
low
Midtown,
nose
too.
boxing, right?
Yo, you know Pitbull reminds me of his style? Remember a welterweight in the 90s by the name of Larry Barnes?
Of course not.
He fought like, he had that Mike Tyson type of style. He didn't have the power, though, at Pitbull, but he fought like that, coming forward real short. But yeah, let me tell you, Tank's win over Pitbull has aged like fine wine, bro. And I got a good.
The first couple shots Pitbull threw at Rolly that missed, when you saw those shits whiz by, I was like, ooh, no, this is not going to go well.
Yo, what means more for somebody's resume, right? When you beat somebody and that fighter goes on to do a lot afterwards, or if you beat a fighter where going into that fight he was doing a lot, or is it still the
What you
same?
mean?
How would you look at it?
Whoa. What you mean going into a fight he was doing a lot? What the hell does that mean?
He means like if you beat
all
a
right.
guy at the top, or if you beat a guy who ends up climbing the top after you beat him.
I'll give you Ness, let me give you an example. When Danny Garcia beat Lucas Matisse, right, going into that fight, Lucas Matisse was icing everything moving, right?
Yeah.
He was knocking dudes out. And then after Danny beat him, Lucas kind of went on a spiral. So some people the casuals would say, oh, but Lucas ain't that good. After he beat Danny, he got beat by this one. He got stopped by Victor Postal. But I remember Lucas for going into that fight, he was a straight killer. And now in Tank's case,
straight killer. I mean, he did have that loss to Zab, you know.
And it was controversial.
Matisse was, I don't know about killer either, but he was definitely.
Oh yeah, he wasn't a killer, but he was credible.
He was certainly look. He was considered a killer, but you can't act like there wasn't shit that people could call back in like, yo, what is Madelano talking about? If you know what I'm saying. But I really am happy that you jumped on to get your thoughts on the fight that I'm hoping to manifest in Pitbull Cruz and Matias.
I love it. I was watching your show. I love it. I love it.
I know, bro.
That would be the first credible.
I want Devin to get that Matias fight first, but I can't help but imagine those two styles with Matias and Pitbull Cruz. That sounds like it's gonna be a trilogy.
And I want Tszyu to get that fight first. You know what I mean? But
Tszyu not getting
that's
that.
a great
Tio's
fight.
fighting Steve Claggett. If you ain't know.
No, I know, but that's a stay busy fight. We know about that already. That's
no.
But
I mean, you already seen Matias wants Devin. Devin wants Matias. Devin got a good relationship with Eddie, so we getting that.
Due to the politics and the side of the street, Devin probably will get that fight first. But that Pitbull versus Matias fight will be the
Shakur and
first.
Tszyu need to mix it up, man.
That's a bad style matchup, man. Tszyu got to learn how to cut the ring off, and Shakur got to be able to trust his defense in the pocket because Shakur got great defense.
You need a pay-per-view fight for both them dudes. I think that could be it.
Yeah, if Jermaine gave Tszyu problems, Shakur would do that tenfold.
Yeah, but then again, if what's his name, the Dominican cat was able to hit Shakur with something or feel that kind of power, he ran for the fences. If Tszyu touch him, he's gonna run all over that.
Well, don't forget though.
Way more.
Don't forget though. The rumor is Shakur had an injury. I think his hand, which I kind of believe because Shakur could be boring a little bit, but we never saw him that.
No.
I feel like he ain't let that left hand go enough either. So something certainly was up.
Look
with
like
the hand.
that, yeah.
But stylistically, I would give Shakur a slight edge over Tszyu stylistically. I'm one of Tio's biggest supporters, but I'm not delusional. I'm not going to say Tszyu beats everybody.
Tio's the most exciting, I feel like, one of them.
He's the most creative fighter.
I'm just throwing that fight out there because it's two big names on that side of the street because, again, Tszyu sent an offer to Sabril. Sabril didn't take it for whatever reason. Sabril signed a Matchroom. They got plans. Look, he's going to Puerto Rico. So it just, I don't know that that's going to happen. Especially
Matias and my bad. Matias and Pitbull, like you said, Dave.
That's also a pipe dream because again, Matias is with Matchroom, Pitbull is with PBC. It's just everybody gotta put on for their own network. PBC has a duty to put good fights on for Amazon, and Matchroom got to do that for DAZN. And Tszyu is with Top Rank, and they got to do that for ESPN.
Yeah, how would you see that fight playing out though? Because I think with Subriel, it won't be a walk in the park for Pitbull because Subriel got inside game. Subriel knows how to fight on the inside.
I think the deciding factor in all of Pitbull's fights are going to be his chin. He doesn't look like he could really be hurt. So if any of these dudes have the power. Or Matias is more of accumulation puncher, right? He could chop. Could he chop that tree down? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly be leaning Matias for the fact that he's more down the middle with it. I feel like Isak is so wide, like he even jumps with that
Great
left
take.
hook. Someone's gonna come down the pipe with a nice
Interesting you
counter
said
right.
that, Ness. You're right, because even his guard,
That's
so straight
another thing.
punches.
If he fights Devin Haney, right, and I say Devin because I feel Devin had, I would have said Shakur too, but he showed us different type of reflexes. But if Isak fights Devin, he's gonna beat him, right? Because Isak is here peekaboo, right? But he wants to feel that first jab so that he could go like that and counter.
Yeah.
He feels it, boom, and then immediately
No,
try to
you're
counter
right.
with the left hook. But if you
That's what
fighting
fought
someone
Rolly.
like Devin that could duck and pivot out the way and immediately counter like he did with Loma, it's an interesting fight.
So
Again,
Ness,
Pitbull
you hit
style is a problem for anybody, but I know that
That's
Devin
Pitbull would
has
give Loma
great.
hell, believe it or not.
I
'cause
know
you hit it
that
on the
Loma
head.
you got to have great stamina to fight Pitbull.
But you hit it on the head with if straight punches.
Yeah.
With Pitbull's a problem because even the way he throws,
Bro,
how many straight
Giovanni
rights
has
does he even throw?
success. Listen, this is the
Everything's
issue.
hooked.
This is what's this kid's name? Rolly's issue was he didn't throw enough. Giovanni was throwing, and he kept Pitbull on right here on defense.
Because Giovanni can move. He was throwing and moving.
All right,
keeping
but
off the straight line.
Yeah, but Pitbull, I mean not Pitbull, excuse me. Rolly did a good job of moving. Again, he didn't throw enough. He was just
He would go ah.
He was
do it,
just
ah,
moving.
ah,
He's
and then
just
he'd be gone.
fucking all that jumping that he loves to do, but he wasn't throwing enough. If
he
you
was
throw,
wasting too much
you
energy.
if you throw, you keep Pitbull in that
Here's
high
the
guard.
thing. Rolly got hit very early on with a counter on his top of his head, and that was a wrap.
Bro,
he
he
was
got
like,
clipped in the first round, my
and
dude.
he was done.
I
That's
mean,
why he
that
wasn't
shit-
stopping and committing.
Bro,
no
and,
commitment after that.
and he took them shots worse. Like Giovanni did not look like that. Shout out to Cabrera. El Cabron took those shots and he didn't look like that.
Yeah,
let me get to these callers though. I got Burrow City with the counter. But credit to Giovanni, he did a hell of a job taking them
he's a slick
shots.
boxer.
We hear you. You sound muffled though. What you did? You sound like you speaker reverb and shit. Yo.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, we don't.
I can't move up.
Yo, call back in. You're not sounding well. We got Julio Guzman with the $5 super chat. He says, for that caller who supported Spence as one of the greatest ever, does he beat Hearns, Leonard, Duran, Benitez, Floyd, Armstrong, Robinson?
Yeah, I agree with that. Greatest ever is way too premature for Spence.
Mad Ben
Hearns would
100.
flatten him inside 3 rounds.
Who?
Hearns would flatten Spence inside 3 rounds.
Oh, Hearns.
Probably.
Mad Ben 100, $5. Last dose. Pitbull and El Rey eat right hands like lunch. Elijah Pierce. Caramel, the hitman, young, black, and skilled. Okay. I think he meant to
Carmel?
put. Yeah, I think he meant to put Carmel.
Yeah, I think so too.
Derek Lincoln, $5. Big ups to the lady translator too for the Pitbull. Excuse me, he did say for the Pitbull. To the lady translator for Pitbull too. She was the greatest translator I've seen in boxing. Besides Danny, you mean? Damn you. RRT Boxing with Mr. A, $5. Danny Garcia going down to Laura. Hashtag Hardin, 3 faces, clouds of smoke. Dom.
What up, TBV?
What up?
What up, Marco? What up, everybody? Man,
What up?
if you could let me get my call off, I want to talk about the fight. I want to first shout out Isak. He did his thing, washed him. And Rolly, he deserved that ass whooping. He's been the worst champion of his era, if you ask me. And now I need Tank to move up for that belt with the rest of his peers. Moving on to the main event, what a fight. My scores for it, I had Tszyu winning the first 2, 3 for fun, 4 for fun. Tszyu got the 5 and 6. 6 was close though. 7. I give it to Fun. That was another close one. Maybe the best of the fight. But Tim got the better punches, but Fun just won with his volume. Then Fun won 8. He won 9. He won 10. 10 was a close one, but again, Fun was dominant. 11 Fun. Fun looked his best that round. Super comfortable. Used his size. 12 Fun. And Tim was spent in round 12. And in the immediate post fight, you could see his confidence completely gone. He could barely manage to call out Spence and Bud. And I don't even know why he did. But I love the fight. The Towering Inferno just accomplished what I'll label the greatest comeback off a loss that I've ever seen. To be matched against Tszyu, a dominant Tszyu, after your first loss of your career is a treacherous task. Almost a setup on paper after a layoff, and your first loss being a flash knockout against the same opponent Tim last faced, and you would handedly. I can only imagine the mixed emotions when him and his team got the last second call to step up. But they capitalized on the moment. And, you know, Tszyu, he was preparing for the orthodox Thurman. He had a ton of tape to study. Tszyu never could have sparred a 6'4", 80 reach opponent. And the Coachella crew, they had something to work with. And, man, I tell you what, though, Fundora, he was struggling big time in the first two. And I thought he was in huge trouble. He looked lost, anxious, and he wasn't throwing his lefts almost at all. A few good combos, but that's what I expected from somebody in his position. He had his moments, and he showed toughness against Tim's blows, and then the glitch in the matrix happened. End of round 2, Fundora was backing off, and he threw his soft scalp directly into the Towering elbow. And, you know, not even the elbow. He scraped his dome on his funny bone, Fundora's funny bone. So even while, you know, Tim ran into his medial epicondyle, I'm sure Fundora wasn't having fun enduring with his effective ulnar nerve. I mean, come
We
on
got
now.
wordplay. All right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. In hindsight,
I like it.
you know, he was overcompensating. He got wacky, and he lost liters of blood. Sebastian took advantage, and he established pace, rhythm, and he showed championship ambition, and he got the job done. And, you know, he maintained his
Dom,
success until the final bell.
that is the bell. You
That
the
was
man, though.
beautiful poetry, wordplay, spoken word. I liked it.
Burrow City. Let's see, can we try this again? Third time.
Yo, yeah,
Yo.
yeah, yeah. That shit. It sound better now.
Yep.
Yeah, man. And I had something another 5 too. I don't know if the other
I
one got
just
that.
seen it. It came in 1 minute ago. So you might
Facts.
as well just run them.
Let's do it. All right, facts. And like I was saying, man, like I was saying before I fuck up, but you feel bad for Zoo. You feel bad for Zoo. You hope the nigga could be in position to get a winner, but if he don't, then you know what I mean. I hate to see it, but it's back off to the yard with the man. He just gonna have to fight his way back in position again. I know that shit ugly, but there ain't nothing else he could do. You know what I mean? With I hate to do it. I gotta talk a little shit about this nigga Bud. This shit is totally his fault. This nigga could have been re-signed back with this nigga Al Heyman a minute ago. And this fight would have been guaranteed going to him. I don't understand this nigga, man. I don't understand this nigga. I'm gonna keep saying it. This nigga ain't got nobody else to blame but his goddamn self. Right now, you were strictly in position, nigga. You got the most money you ever made with Al Heyman. You got undisputed just like you did with Top Rank. You did that with Al Heyman. You got the best fighter in the division, something you couldn't do with Top Rank. You did that with Al Heyman. You come the most popular, the hardest you ever been in your goddamn career with Al Heyman. Why? You know all the 54 fighters over there. You know that. Go back over there and make them M's, knock them niggas the fuck out and claim greatness. It's right there for you. They trying to give it to you. You don't want it. Then you circle back And now, I mean, even if he do enforce his WBO status, what if Fundora say fuck it and let him script him? Then what? Then you fighting somebody we don't care about who ain't as hard as Fundora for a fucking vacant title. That nigga, bro, I don't understand that boy, man. Excuse me, I don't understand that man. You know what I mean? I wish the best for him. He the number one pound for pound fighter. You can't talk shit about him too serious, but the nigga decision making be horrible sometimes. And he got to take accountability for that. And then on the other hand, you can't be much as niggas don't like it. You can't be mad at Spence. Like, I was talking shit to my partner about it. He called me a hypocrite. The nigga say, I don't get you, E. He said, I don't get you. You mad at Tank because he used his superstar power not to take the big fight. Then you're mad at Spence because he using his superstar power to take the big fight. And the nigga had, I swear the nigga had me fucked up. I couldn't even say that. I said, damn it. Nigga got me. I damn sure can't really be mad. I wish Tank would take his superstar power and say, fuck that. I'll fight Matias. Fuck that. I'ma skip the queue. I fight Tszyu. He ain't gonna do no shit. I can't be mad at this nigga Spence for stepping in and doing that shit, man. I can't be mad at the man. He might feel in his heart of hearts he can't beat Bud. He can't beat him. Maybe he don't want. Maybe he want to try to get unified, get himself on a hot roll before he try to approach the rematch. I don't know, but he moving on. We gotta move on. You see what I'm saying? I don't like it, but he gotta move on. I don't like him skipping the queue, but it is what it is. I can't be mad. You can't be mad at nobody. You know what I mean? Accidents happen, bro. The niggas do duck this head straight down into that shit, bro. I feel bad. I hate that shit for the man. But hopefully he could get in position. You could get him another big fight like Lubin or something like that there. And hopefully he could get the winner or Sebastian and Spence or Sebastian and Bud, however it go. And, you know, we move forward from there, man. But other than that, bro, I mean, it's just fucked up it's a fucked up situation all the way around, man. That's my call, bro.
You the man, champ. We got Brandon.
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, man. How you doing today?
All good.
Good to hear. So it was a really great weekend of boxing, especially Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Fantastic cards all around, even the zone and the Amazon pay-per-view. Um, I feel like that maybe if like Tszyu had Keith Thurman rather than Fundora, there would have been more of an equal match. But because of his tall length and his long arms, he couldn't really outbox Fundora. But again, even with that being said, I feel like in the first couple of rounds before the cut happened, right? Because it was an elbow. I feel like Tszyu had more rounds on Fundora if he hadn't had that cut happen because all the blood got into his eyes and he couldn't really see it after that point. So, but that really affected him. Can't really deny that it affected him during his fight with Fundora. But I feel as if they should have called a no contest after that, so that Tszyu didn't get a loss because I feel like that was a cheap shot with an elbow. But that's just my opinion. And then the craziest part about it though was after the fight, when he did the interview or he did the press conference, was when he called out Terrence Crawford. When Dory called out Terrence Crawford, he said, Terrence Crawford is the greatest fighter right now. And then he said, I want to match up with him and want to fight him. I'm like, bro, what? Is anybody else seeing this? Like, this is insane. Like, we were just talking about Terrence Crawford being the greatest, but like really nobody else was saying the same thing that we were saying. So it's funny that a real boxer, plus a guy that you had on your podcast, Tszyu, like are saying this now that Terrence Crawford is the greatest because we were saying that earlier, and it's just funny. Maybe we kind of maybe overrated him, but anyways, he deserves it. But I would say if the Tszyu and the Crawford fight is not locked in, Fundora versus Crawford might be a possibility. I wouldn't really knock it. Spence, bro. When it comes to Spence, okay, I like Spence. But I mean, I thought he was out after the eye thing, which is weird to me. But anyways, if he wants to take a shot at
You said you thought he was.
you know how the eye surgery.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he had the eye surgery, and then I thought he was going to be out for longer, but it turns out he's back in. Maybe he's back in training. He wants to, make a fight with some of these guys, including
I don't know
Fundora.
about training. He
Um,
ain't look like he was training.
but he's back in boxing.
Yeah,
He's looking for
he looked
someone
healthy.
to match up with. He looked healthy. He looked like he could possibly get in the ring and fight somebody.
He looked like
But
he was eating a
it would be
Jersey
a cool fight
Mike's.
to see.
Yeah, he looked like he's been eating healthy.
Eating some Jersey Mike's. That's the bell, Brandon. Some Jersey Mike's. Actually, he been in Jamaica. Like we got to get off them oxtails and that rice. What is it? Peas and rice.
There it
Uh,
is.
Majid. Fucking trees. How the fuck I call you Majid?
Yo,
You.
what up, though? What up, though? Yeah, motherfucking voice shot. Shout out Overtime Boxing, man. Who was turned in that bitch. Shout out Benitez and both from Bama, man. That shit was a movie. But hey man, Oscar Valdez, good on you, mate. Good win and shit. We need that. Hey, you already know what the fuck going on, man. Albert Bill, man. You just signed the warrant. You know what the fuck. We gotta knock your shit loose. Possibly put you on a retirement list if need be, but that's neither here nor there, man. With this Sebastian Fundora and Tim Tszyu, man, hey, that cut shit. I don't know who the fuck was in Tim Tszyu corner and all this shit. I get it. He wanted to be tough, but all I see is a tough ass loser right now. You feel me? That shit is no bueno.
Yeah.
Like my nigga, if a motherfucker had to stop the fight in 6, 7, motherfucker, you could have still won the fight. Even what he suffered the cut in the third round, let that shit stop. Cut that shit was too much blood. We see that you wiping your eyes and shit is clearly affecting your fight. Like that shit should have been a no contest, man. I don't know, man. Shout out to Fundora, he got the belts and shit. Man, that shit was dumb shit, dumb shit. That's when we talk about being too tough for your own good, man. That's nonsense. I feel like they gonna set Tim Tszyu if he ain't gonna go up to 160, they probably gonna throw him the Boachuk nigga who beat Mendoza. Shout out to him too, by the way, because he broke Mendoza's jaw. I feel like I'm no doctor, but when I was watching that shit, this shit looked broken. But I could be wrong. And oh yeah, I
That
heard
shit.
somebody
That shit did look crazy swelled.
his shit fucked, my boy. I know he going to get his shit wired today for sure. But but I heard somebody say Kermel Moton got Haven Brady problems. I like that fight
What
actually.
the
I
fuck?
like that. Hey man, hey, did you if you watch the fight, man, Hitman Haven Brady, man, he next up, man. He undefeated too, man. We see that they giving Kermel push. He fought a 7-0 fighter. Haven, he got what? He 10-0. Fuck it, go ahead. That's the next level up. Go ahead. I'm just saying it's an interesting fight. You could push Kermel Moton, bring him to Atlanta, open it. You feel me? Put him in a new market. I don't know. It's just something to think about. But yeah, man, we had a good weekend of boxing, man. We had a good weekend of boxing. I'm fucking with it. But shout out Overtime, man. That was a great ass venue, great ass scenery in there, and shit. Great ass product that they put together in there. Shout out to them. But shout out TBV, shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. I know what the fuck going on. Albert Bill, baby, we up next. Let's get it. Y'all be cool.
Toledo.
Dom counter.
What up, you guys? All right. Yeah, back to the fight. Because I think this was just a great fight, phenomenal fight. And I keep hearing people talk about, Tim, they should have stopped it for him, even later into the fight. And that's ridiculous. Tim got his head split and he got a split decision. I don't want to hear anything about more protection that he should have got during this fight. His cut man failed him point blank. He got wacky and ran into Fundora. What would they stop it for? You call it after the second round or you let it play out. And I'm glad it happened that way because it looked like they were going to maybe stop it after the sixth while Tim was up on the scorecards. And I thought that would have been a way worse tragedy than what these Tim fans are trying to make it out to be. Fundora fought a great fight. He fought one of his best fights. He took advantage of the moment. And this is what boxing's about. I don't see how you come away from this fight upset as a boxing fan. We see this guy again. He comes off a knockout loss. he gets stepped up with a few weeks to prepare, and he pulled it off. He got his confidence back, and he looked like the towering inferno that we once knew. And it really caught me by surprise. Even with the cut, I know the vision was impaired, but Tim was still finding success. And we need to give credit to this guy Fundora's chin. He's battle tested at this point. His equilibrium is battle tested. You really got to catch him good, and good luck, because he's throwing combos back at you. When he's feeling himself, he's really one of the most dominant fighters, amongst his peers, and he's just getting better. He's keeping his head up high, using his size. He's turning. He's becoming a great fighter. This fight proved a lot, and the way that they are setting up Spence for this, people are talking about it. They don't like it. I love it. It sucks that they're doing Bud like that, but Bud will figure it out, and it doesn't shock me. But you got the big fish coming back to fight the big man. The comeback versus the came back. How do we not love this as a boxing fan? This is great for Spence. It's great for Fundora. The division. WBO. Whether he'll be in it or not. I mean, we should just support this. We just seen Fundora come back. Let's give Spence that chance. And of course, it's a no-brainer with the promotion. And we should just respect the Tower Inferno moving forward. One last thing, I need Bud and Spence to get their separate fights and move up. After that, move up 154 if you want to, and that's the rematch. Winner gets Canelo early next year. Let's
That's
get
the
it.
bell, player. Appreciate you and the
Peace, yo.
support for today's show for sure. We got Free Smoke. Spence bringing them all back out. Gotta unmute, player. If you listening on X Spaces, don't forget to give me a retweet. I don't say that often enough, but the more you retweet, the more people listen. The more they listen, the more they might come over and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the bigger the interviews, Right now, we just crossed over 200,000. The goal is obviously to get to 1 million so that we could get anybody we want to sit down on that hot seat. You feel me? Free Smoke, we need you to unmute. Free Smoke, need you to unmute.
What up, Free Smoke?
Okay, we're going to keep it moving. He is busy, cannot unmute. We got Cliff
He's a
in
good dude.
Connecticut.
Yo, you can hear me?
Word.
Yeah, nigga in the shower listening to TBV right now. Man,
Pause.
yo, yesterday was crazy, yo. The whole thing, like, I feel like PBC did a good job though. For this fight, no one wanted this event pay-per-view, but I feel like it was pay-per-view worthy. It was very entertaining, even in the prelims getting Mendoza. So like I felt like it was worth the money. It was they did really good. That was a nice way to start their shit. And I feel like if Tszyu would have let the fight be stopped, it would have been a letdown for all the fans. So his toughness got us all our motherfucking money's worth. So we got to be happy that he didn't stop, even though he should have. But he saved the show for that, in my opinion. But it was just all good. I hear a lot of people now is like getting real high on Isaac Cruz now. Like I heard immediately after the fight, like people say, "Oh, Tank and Isaac is the biggest fight in boxing now." And my boy called me. It's like nobody don't want it with Isaac. Oh, Devin, none of them. Like, hold on, pump your brakes. Did y'all forget how he looked at his fight when he was on Tank's undercard? Like, all it takes is a fighter with some skills. And I don't really like Isaac no more. Like, he looks good in that fight, but I don't think he's beating no skillful Teofimo, Devin Haney's type, or even Hitchens. He's not beating somebody who's going to box him the way he's supposed to be and take advantage and handicap him. It's not going to work. Oh, calm down with all the Isaac love. Fundora looked good. We should have seen this shit coming in a little bit away too, because he got beat up by a lucky punch. He got knocked out by a lucky punch. So it's kind of was like, it's funny in boxing when it's all over and you look back, you see all like the little footprints and all the clues that kind of tell the story. But I heard the bell.
You the man. We got Stone Bone.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
What's good?
Yeah. All is well, man. All is well. Ramadan Mubarak to everybody. Ramadan Kareem to everybody. Great, great night of fights, man. I expected that to happen to Rolly. I expected his legs to do that little Wilder thing. Rolly and Wilder got a lot in common. You know, like when they get hit, their legs start to do that little dance. You know, like when you catch them with a clean shot, they start to do a little twitch, man, little dance there. So I expected that. Cruz look aggressive, and Ness, for a long time, we've been saying, like, hey, I don't want to see the rematch. But I think that this is how you get a rematch, right? You just keep beating up the dudes, they get in front of you. You might have a lackluster performance if you stand active. But if we were to take it in totality of how many fights he had, 5 fights since Tank, right? And in the totality, he's looked like he's ready to go at Tank again, right? Like it's not if they're trying to put together in-house type fights, I think Cruz is doing enough to where I would say, all right, to me, just based off of his style and what he brings to the table, I think he lasts longer than Frank. I think Frank got some good attributes, but I don't think he presents the type of challenge, the pressure that Cruz is gonna keep coming. And you saw Tank ducking, moving, dodging, slipping, rolling. You usually see Tank, the more aggressive guy that's hurting guys, but he was really showing boxing skills, hurt hand or not. He was putting on. You saw more out of Tank than Cruz than I think you're gonna see against Frank. So Fundora, I'm happy for him because when Tszyu, when they got on their little high horse and got to talking about vacating titles and all this shit, like that's the shit you negotiate after the fight, right? Fundora is like, nah, I'll fight Bud. I ain't gonna vacate my title. But if Al tell him that's what he do, then do it. Like nobody, I ain't the Bud fan that's gonna sit here and tell you that this guy got to go against the grain. We tried to do some work with them. It worked out a little bit, and a little bit didn't. So we see what's next. So I'm happy for him. He put on a performance of one of his lifetimes, and Tszyu ran right into that. It ain't like he illegally headbutted. Illegally forearmed him or elbowed him. He ran right into that shit. Like like Keith said, he's Mexican style, head down. And that's how he let you know Keith would have had a better challenge or a better performance than people probably would have gave him credit for. Because you saw what movement could do to him through other fighters. And now you saw a guy just kind of just standing in front of guys. And that's what Tszyu is doing, standing in front of guys. So, hey, whatever it is, whatever's next for him, if it is Spence, if it's Bud, if he gets stripped on him, it really don't even matter to me. I'm just,
That's the
you know,
bell, player. That's the bell. You the man. Ahmed is on you. Ahmed. Ahmed. You might need to jump out, jump back in. While we wait for him to connect, if you haven't already smashed that thumbs up, now is the time. We do appreciate the support. Everybody that tuned in, remember, we right back at it tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. Ahmed, you need to jump out, jump back in. We got Trey. What up?
Well, Nestor. You can hear me?
Si, senor.
Yes. You can hear me? I can't hear you.
You said you can't hear me. Yo. Marcos, you hear me?
Sí, señorito.
Okay.
Sorry for that awful Spanish.
All right. Well, on that note, NestGTO, Instagram and Twitter. Until the next one.
Well, we done. Okay.